Hello everybody and welcome to F1 25. It's been nearly 2 years since my last upload, certainly close to 2 years since I last recorded an F1 game, and quite possibly almost 2 years since I even played one. Recently picked up F1 25 and figured, what the hell, let's get back into making videos. So we're kicking off things with Season 1 of F1 25. We'll see how far we can get. Our season opener for today is in Melbourne, Australia, and now we're going to get onto the starting grid order for the first race of F1 25. And to kick things off, it's Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, potentially championship rivals, sitting on the front row of the grid, and they will be followed by Oscar Piastri, Charles Leclerc, Taylor Barnard, that's who we'll be taking control of, and George Russell, Esteban Ocon, Nico Hülkenberg, Lewis Hamilton, and Kimi Antonelli. Following them, we have Alex Albon, Ollie Behrman, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, Jack Doohan, and Yuki Tsunoda. Our teammate Victor Martins, Isaac Hadjar, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, and rounding out the back of the field, it's Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto. So a lot's been happening in the past 2 years with me, including getting engaged and losing a load of weight and getting into fitness, but there was still a little bit of a void in my time during the week, which I was just filling by being lazy and watching YouTube videos and not really doing anything. So I decided, why not contribute to someone else's problem and make YouTube videos myself? So we've started off an F1 25 My Team career. There is the car with the driver Taylor Barnard that we will be taking control of, and this is the opening race of the F1 25 season. So as we go down to the grid for all the 5 red lights, ignore on the left-hand side the team icon. That is not the icon we'll be using, because I watched this in theatre mode. But anyway, away we go now, and we have a bit of a slidey start there with George Russell and Esteban Ocon trying to get round either side of us as we go into turn 1, but we are absolutely fine and plowing down towards Oscar Piastri, who is up ahead of us. The McLarens in this race starting on the hard compound for some reason. That's already allowed Verstappen to pull out a little bit of a lead, and there goes Charles Leclerc up the inside of Norris, and we go around the outside of Oscar Piastri now. Have the back out of it a little bit. We're a bit heavy on fuel. Nearly get George Russell running into the back of us there. Got to be careful. A little bit timid on this. It has been a little while since I played this game, or any F1 game at all, and basically tried to throw myself in at the deep end with 0 assists on this one. As we close in on Oscar Piastri, head to the outside as we come to possibly my favourite and most nightmarish part of this circuit, this corner. So there we go, we've got through, bumping over the curb, and we are up into 4th for our opening race. This is on board at the start now with Esteban Ocon. Gets alongside us quite nicely there on the outside run into turn 1, but we were able to just hold off somehow without making contact there into turn 1 and maintain the position. And this is on board with Oscar Piastri as we come down towards my least and most hated section. Sliding around there, that's going to be a common theme for the opening stages of this lap. In terms of difficulty as well, I mentioned the assists earlier, but we're starting on 77, which seemed about right early on, but later you'll see it's probably a little bit low as we get past Lando Norris, doing the same move as we did on Piastri, and we've got all of those hard fire cars behind us now. Up ahead, Charles Leclerc's actually taken the lead away from Verstappen, which is a great turn. He's actually pulling out a bit of a gap now. Perhaps Verstappen has a problem, or maybe Ferrari have just done a little bit of work on that car in the pre-season. As we go to the inside of Verstappen, squeezing us onto the grass there, but slipping by, and we are able to hold the position at least for the time being as we come through here once again, sliding the rears out a little bit, at least for the first half of this race up until the pit stop. There is going to be a little bit of slippery sliding coming around by my part there as we just watch Verstappen closing the door on us and then changing his mind. Yeah, the tyres by the end of this first stint are going to be absolutely destroyed because I had a tendency of just locking the rears constantly and sometimes the front going into most corners, even ones that I didn't really expect to be locking up. As we now watch our teammate for the first time, Victor Martins, a lock-up of his own, actually, as he goes around the outside of Carlos Sainz. Sainz is holding on to it here. He is also fighting against a superior tyre compound. He's running the hards, and Victor Martins there up the inside into the final corner, and he does take the position away, and I imagine that Yuki Tsunoda is going to be following pretty quickly as well. There he goes, and actually Pierre Gasly's having a little sniff as well as they go down towards turn 1. So here we go, back on board with us. We're on to lap 4, the end of lap 4 there. Bit of a moment coming out of the final corner down the pit straight. It allows Verstappen just to close up. We're already gapping the McLaren, so no threat from them. Verstappen holds on to P3 for the time being, though, as we go into the second DRS zone. He might try and close up here, although he is dropping back. We are quite fast in a straight line. This is starting with a team which is on the medium settings in terms of starting development. Anyway, as we take a look at Nico Hülkenberg, who's forming part of a Haas sandwich here. The yellow flags are out, as with most people, I guess. The inside of that sandwich has been removed to be consumed separately, as Nico Hülkenberg catches fire and pulls off to the side of the circuit. Is another position for our teammate, at least. And this was Kimi Antonelli, front row seat, choosing strangely to inhale most of the toxic fumes coming from the back of that Sauber. And we rejoin on lap 8. Charles Leclerc in front of us. We are beginning to close up. As more of these laps are completed, my times are coming down. You can see we've already got the fastest lap as well, but I think that's just down to having DRS there. As we back out of a move, Leclerc defends the inside. And relearning this game was very weird, especially when you have to deploy battery in qualifying. That nearly caught me out at least once or twice coming into this race. And yeah, just relearning the whole game. It's been a little bit difficult, but I think we're getting there. I've already upped the difficulty, by the way, for the next race to 82. And I forget exactly how much time that gives the AI. It used to be like 1/10 or 2/10 for every point of difficulty you added. So it's either half a second or a full second that they will be faster now. Especially in the corners. I have noticed in going around this circuit multiple times that the cornering speeds, especially close to the midfield, were absolutely atrocious. There were nearly some huge accidents in qualifying coming into this race. As we now deploy some of the battery, approaching midway point of lap 9, we're going to go to the inside here of Leclerc, and that superior speed with the battery deployment and the DRS have just helped us complete that move there. Still a bit wobbly going into that corner. We went onto the dirty bit of the track there. It's allowed Leclerc just to keep on the diffuser, but we have maintained the position, at least for now, as we move into lap 10. Here's the onboard of Leclerc. It nearly shut the door on us. I think we surprised him somewhat, making that move up the inside. But there's our very wide entry into the second part of that corner. Hopefully that improves a bit later. In fact, I should say already that it does. As we see here, Victor Martins coming into the pit lane for his stop. Interestingly, deciding to put the mediums back on. So obviously going for a 2-stop race. I don't know what the objective was here, but there you go. And as we approach a little bit slow on entry there, we're all over the place. You can see there's a bit of a warning down in the bottom right corner of the screen for the tyres. As I mentioned earlier, I was locking the rears quite a lot, and it's allowed Charles Leclerc just to get past, as I'm struggling to deal with the tyre wear. Again though, on the corner exit, it closed up quite nicely, but understeering all over the place. There is the damage there. It's that rear left, which is on 65% at the moment, the darker orange, and of course the front left and the rear right not really helping things either. Of course, we're not really leaning on the front right at all much in this race as we go past Charles Leclerc once again under the DRS and into this section, which we of course are not going to do very well at there. As you already saw, the car trying to send its rear out into the shadow realm. So it's time for some new rubber here as we go into the pit lane. Getting from first, we've got Piastri, who stayed out. Norris will stay out as well, because of course he was on the cards as well. And we maintain our position ahead of Charles Leclerc into the second stint of this race. Hamilton up ahead as well. I don't know what tyres he's on. We'll see a little bit later, I guess. All right, now he's on the mediums, but his car has decided to catch fire, and that will be the end of his race as we rejoin Victor Martins on lap 18 now, coming in for his second stop, and that will drop him all the way back to 17th. 18th now, as Carlos Sainz then just overtook him. Lap 22, then Esteban Ocon coming through the end of this section onto the curb and spins his car around. He actually did start quite well. If you remember back at the start of the race, he was in the top 10 and is now dead last. In fact, at this point, we have lapped him. This is the final lap. And up ahead, I believe that's Jack Doohan just coming through there. We absolutely fling the car through there. Confidence is definitely up. You can see I've managed to gap Leclerc by about 9 seconds, hence the reason why I was upping that difficulty. Of course, it's very hard to judge going into one of these because you just don't know how the car's going to behave with the development that you start with and also being out of practice. But as time's gone on, the lap times came down and that gap to Leclerc has increased. But for the first time, Taylor Barnard will take victory in Australia as we cross the line there with the signature crash. Not quite getting into a full spin, but that is a very unrealistic win. Some would say cheating, I guess. But we didn't manage to complete our sponsor objectives. Isaac Hadjar gets driver of the day. And of course there is Oscar Piastri, who will be joining us on the podium after our maiden win. Maybe the only win that we get for some time. We'll see how things pan out in the next race. And if needs be, up the difficulty even more. I think we're on about 85 or 90 during the final F1 23 race that I uploaded. So we'll see how things are going. Now it's time for the race results. So the full race results then, we had Taylor Barnard, Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri on the podium, and we actually also set the fastest lap there when we took that win. They were followed by Lando Norris, George Russell, Max Verstappen, Kimi Antonelli, Alex Albon, Yuki Tsunoda and Fernando Alonso make up the top 10. And it's the same story for the drivers' standings after race 1. Taylor Barnard, Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, George Russell, Max Verstappen, Kimi Antonelli, Alex Albon, Yuki Tsunoda and Fernando Alonso round out the top 10. Further down the order, we have Ollie Behrman, Isaac Hadjar, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Carlos Sainz, Gabriel Bortoletto, Liam Lawson, Victor Martins, Jack Doohan, Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton and Nico Hulkenberg. Finally, over to the constructors. McLaren actually pull away ahead of us by 2 points there at the top of the table. We're both followed by Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, Williams, Aston Martin, and then the non-point scorers Haas, Racing Bulls, Alpine and Kick Sauber. That's all for this video. We'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. Moving on from our very unrealistic season opener in Australia, we've upped the difficulty and now we are progressing on to trying to find some upgrades. We got one of the aero upgrades in there. Very impressive system actually to prevent the issues with previous games of just basically advancing your car incredibly quickly and having the best one on the circuit by having the requirement to actually develop parts. Hopefully they can expand upon that in F1 26 as well as we move through the activities coming up to the Japanese Grand Prix. Quite a long gap between events, so we've had enough time to put some facility upgrades on, get some parts in development, and also make sure that we've got all the activities filled out. I mentioned the difficulties just now. I think we started the season on 77 For this race, we've upped it to 82. It isn't actually high enough yet, so we'll be going higher again for the next race out in Bahrain. As we see Taylor Barnard, cocky, off the back of his win in Australia, immediately jumping to the conclusions that he's worth £18 million a year. But there we go, that's everything done for the pre-race checks. On to practice. As I was doing before on the F1 games, I will be not allowing myself to go through and do the practice sessions myself, because usually I can get all of them done in P1. So we're going to use quick practice because there's at least some possibility that I won't be able to complete all of the objectives. There we go, there's one failure right there. Although if you do get a good run of success, then you can get quite a lot of these done. I think you can see we've already done quite a number of them there. There's 5 of them complete, so we're on track to finish them all. Starting with the resource points, of course, being the most important. Not quite as important in this save, though, I guess, since we're already starting as like the 4th, 5th best team on the grid. So we don't really need them, but of course everyone else is going to be developing at this point, and we really need to catch up. The Ferraris were looking strong in Australia. That continues. More on that later. As we progress through, there's a drag reduction upgrade. These were always popular with me in the past, given my tendency to start with the worst team possible. Drag reduction and weight reduction were usually the most overpowered upgrades to get. Later on, we'll be trying to get some of that rear downforce sorted out, because although here in Japan isn't quite so bad, as we move into the next 2 races, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, it does get a little bit difficult to control the rear end of the car, especially going at high speeds. I think the airflow is stalling out over the rear wing. Control. But there we go, we've just completed all of the practice sessions. So here we go, on to the Japanese Grand Prix, right at the start of the season actually. Usually this comes right near the end, and historically not done particularly well here, or been able to jive particularly well with this circuit. But I think on this F1 game, and I think maybe even 2022, it did get a bit better actually, and I was a bit more comfortable in the car here. But anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell so you know when all of these videos have been uploaded, and that you don't miss any of the races of this opening season on F1 25 as we get onto the starting grid for the Japanese Grand Prix. Starting things off on the front row, it's the same as Australia. It's Max Verstappen alongside Lando Norris on the run down into turn 1. They will be followed by the rest of the field: Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri, Nico Hülkenberg and Taylor Barnard, Charles Leclerc and Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, Kimi Antonelli, Gabriel Bortoleto, Liam Lawson, Lance Stroll, Carlos Sainz, Oliver Behrman and Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso, and on the final row, it's Victor Martins, our teammate, and Jack Doohan picking up a penalty in the second race of the season. So we'll be hoping to build upon the momentum from the opening race of the season in Australia. We did pick up a win, although that was on a reduced difficulty. From here on out, it will only be going up until we hit a realistic sort of finishing position for us, which will probably be between about 5th and 12th, I would expect. Well, we'll see how things go. We're up to 90 currently as of the time of this recording. This video, though, taking place at level 82. So let's get on with the Japanese Grand Prix. So here we are then on the grid, 5 red lights, and away we go. Getting underway here, Max Verstappen off to a great start on the front row. We're sliding around all over the place there as we start on the hard tyre, under threat from the cars outside of the top 10, who are trying to push through on the soft and mediums. Nice mixture of tyre choices going on here. as the rear end just goes completely there. Early on in these races with the cold tyres and, of course, the downforce issues I mentioned earlier, we just keep losing the rear, and I don't particularly like driving with an unstable ass. As we retake, 10th place back from Alex Albon, and we try to get past Isaac Hadjar next. We've got to get all the way back up to Hulkenberg to get to where we were, essentially. There's Charles Leclerc as well, who we were racing very fiercely with at the early stages of the Australian Grand Prix. Also starting on the hard tyre. We'll see where he ends up later on in the race as we get past Isaac Hadjar, who's running the soft tyre, and come down towards Spoon here. Wide there, nearly giving the door. A nice wide opening for Isaac Hadjar to push his way through. He does back out of it, though. I think he would have just driven into our rear tyre if he had tried going any further with that. Leclerc on Hulkenberg now. We might have an opportunity going down towards the final corner, the final chicane, as we're up the inside of Hulkenberg, and Leclerc hard on the brakes, but we have a lock up there and don't quite make the corner. And because I am a benevolent F1 driver, I will give the place back to those two. But Hadjar, the sneaky little creature, has snuck through and is trying to take advantage and get past Nico Hulkenberg as well. He is going to do that. Albon retakes the position away from us, and even Antonelli is now trying to shove his front wing up the inside. He does so, but we're going to get the cutback there. He hits us out of anger for attempting to try and take P11 away from him, and we have to back off. So here's the onboard from Isaac Hadjar's perspective as he watched this absolute atrocity of an overtake unfold there. Leclerc was wide going into the chicane as well, so probably as a result of us straight lining the corner effectively. But there we go, he was passed. And now we got all that work to do all over again as we come through the hairpin. Losing the rear again there. Might have gotten on the power a little bit too early. And we'll get past the Mercedes without any issue. We do have the Ferrari power unit in this car, and we are incredibly fast in a straight line with the DRS and also the ERS deployed as well. We seem to be having some issues with the harvesting of the ERS. It's not quite at the level I would like, so I may even branch off into doing some development work on that component just to try and prevent us from getting caught short in some of the later stages of the season. But we're back past Albon, even though he does have the tyre advantage. And up ahead we've got Nico Hulkenberg. Charles Leclerc has actually dropped Hadjar and is currently flying towards 130R right now as we again nearly dropped the car ourselves. The AI, of course, even at level 82, 83, which they are here, still lift going through 130R, which gives us a great opportunity to dive around the outside, keeping it on the circuit this time, nearly all four tyres, I think, within the white lines, and we retake P9. Isaac Hadjar up ahead, but we've got a 1.7 second gap to close, which we have successfully done here. And given the nature of the soft tyres, they are going to be going off the boil around about now anyway, so Hadjar is going to be holding us up, so we need to make this move as quickly as possible, and we get it done before Spoon. And round we go. Up ahead, Charles Leclerc is putting the pressure on Oscar Piastri. He might actually have that overtake done. Yes, he does off camera. And Isaac Hadjar now coming back at us. He's not happy that we've once again overtaken him, so tries to take that position away and then hold us up through the S's in Sector 1. Not good for us because he is going incredibly slow through here now as his tyres are beginning to go off the boil. So we'll have to try and get him a little bit later on, or stay on board watching this as we come through the double right-hander. We're closing up quite substantially. Quite tricky to follow in this car at the moment. We'll be trying to improve the aero for that as well as we go to the outside at the hairpin, leaving a little bit too much room there. I think he's going to sneak up the inside. Yes, he does. Pushes us onto the grass there. Didn't want to back out of it. That would be foolish on the run down to Spoon. We're not going to have a look this time. We're just going to hold off just a little bit longer as we come through the second half of the corner. Nicely tucked into the apex there in the wake of the RB, which is very nice. Not having any issues with downforce there, but he does pull away. He's obviously feeling threatened right now. Bit wide through 130R, but we're going to get a good run and imp down towards the chicane. Taking that corner nice and tight there, right over the apex. And battery deployed. DRS open. We've got barely anything left in the tank, but we have got past him. And hopefully now we can drop him here. He will not be able to keep up with us through this section. And of course he doesn't. He's 6 seconds behind now and still hasn't come into the pits on lap 10. So he's probably struggling on tyres. Up ahead we've got Oscar Piastri, another one of the high runners from Australia. As we see up ahead, that's Charles Leclerc coming into the pits on his hard. So he's one of the earliest stoppers on the hard. Piastri and Russell have stayed out. Verstappen's on the medium, so he's actually managed to break quite a large gap ahead of him. Norris is in the pits. I'm not sure if that was the soft that he just put on or took off, but we'll see later on. As we follow Russell down towards 130R. There'll be some more pit stops coming up soon, I would imagine, with Leclerc already coming in. I think we have the option here, once again, to do the 2 stop. We've elected to ignore that and go for the 1 stop. As Russell pulls in, looks like Piastri might be doing something similar here. And hopefully we can manage the gap to Verstappen. Perhaps not, though. He is right on the diffuser of Oscar Piastri as we come down towards the final chicane. Once Piastri gets overtaken, which he is highly likely to be here, we are going to be in the firing line of Max Verstappen. And there he goes, DRS open. Piastri sort of defends it and allows him through. We will be coming into the pit lane pretty shortly, though, for a set of medium tyres to take us to the end of the race. But not before we come under attack from Verstappen, who is running the softs. He will need to come in again. Oh, no, he won't. He started on the mediums. He will not be coming in again. At least not for the tyre regulations. Lock up there into the chicane. That is not going to help. He needs to make the most out of these tyres as we peel in. Verstappen, of course, is not going to get to the end on that set of softs, so he will be coming back in. So we need to make this stint count. We're going on to the mediums, and I think Piastri as well. In the background there, Lando Norris coming around the final corner. There is that's Lewis Hamilton, actually, coming through. And Charles Leclerc just before he got hidden behind the pit wall. And we stay ahead of Piastri. Where is Tsunoda? Tsunoda's coming through here. The Japanese fans will be incredibly angry with us if Tsunoda is not allowed past. Of course, we will accept this fate and keep him behind us. And now, with most of the front runners, apart from Verstappen, running the medium, it's sort of leveled out the playing field here. But up ahead, Hamilton has Leclerc right behind him. Russell not far behind Leclerc, and then, of course, it's us and Piastri. Russell now under some pressure. The Mercedes, a good all-rounder car, but just not able to compete at this point in the season with the cars ahead, but hopefully they'll see some upgrades later on in the season. We are past him, and we are ploughing down towards Charles Leclerc. 2-second gap. Once again, a bit like Australia, struggling in the opening sections. We just set the fastest sector 2 there as the time falls away for us, and, well, particularly for me, the ebbs and flows of doing these F1 circuits over and over comes back to me as Charles Leclerc comes into the pit lane, so he will be going, presumably, for a soft tyre stint to the end of the race. That was a bit of a surprise, to be honest. There's Hamilton. I think he's definitely going to be coming in anyway. There he goes. And Verstappen's in the pits as well, so he's going on to another set of softs or mediums, but it will be fresh rubber. We take control of the lead. with 8 laps to go. Here comes Verstappen. Where does it come out for him? He is behind the Piastri-Russell battle, so Piastri stayed out with us on the one stop as well. But I didn't see if he was actually ahead of Russell already. Russell's apparently pitted in the meantime, but Verstappen has caught Piastri. And once again, we find ourselves in this situation. We've got 5 laps to go, just over. And Max Verstappen on a fresh set of rubber. I can't see what tyres he's got on. I think it's soft. Will be chasing us down and probably not experiencing too much tyre wear until the final few laps of the race. So we are going to be vulnerable here. We've got a 2.5 second lead over Verstappen, which we've got to try and manage. And this is when we go into panic mode and start trying to string together a really nice set of corners. And apparently we've been able to do it, just about hanging on there as we join for the final lap. Verstappen within a second at this point, and we're all over the place because that 2-stop strategy has kind of left us with pretty worn tyres. He's gaining 6 tenths now. We come towards the double right-hander. He is going to be all over the back of us as we run down to 130R and into the braking zone for the final chicane. We're going to have to be very cautious. Probably the best line we've taken all race through that hairpin. Out of desperation and fear that Verstappen is going to catch us and mount some kind of attack. We've actually got the gap back up to 8 tenths here. Into Spoon we go. Verstappen closing in. Relentless is his attack. And he brings the gap down as we go a little bit wide through the exit. It's down to half a second now. 4 tenths. He's closing in. 3 tenths now. He's got the slipstream on us. But he is going to lift through 130R. And that might just be the difference here as we go down to the final chicane. And Taylor Barnard, for the second time in Formula 1, will take victory here at the Japanese Grand Prix. He's lost control of the car. He's had a massive accident there at the final corner. Coming down, he is okay. He's pointing his finger in the air just to indicate to the crowd that he is alive and well. And he picks up driver of the day thanks to that awful qualifying that we had set us back quite far at the start of this race. And yeah, that is of course the reason why we will be up in the difficulty to 90 for the Bahrain Grand Prix, which is up next Tuesday for everybody watching, if you want to catch that one as it's uploaded. That is an uncomfortably long handshake for Taylor Barnard to endure there. But it's the champagne time, and we'll be on to the full race results and the standings as they are 2 races into the season. So here are the full results of the Japanese Grand Prix. Taylor Barnard, of course, taking the win with Max Verstappen in P2 and Oscar Piastri rounding out the podium. Further down the order, we had Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Nico Hülkenberg and Alex Albon. Over to the Drivers' Championship, of course, Taylor Barnard still maintains his lead at the top of the table on 50 points. He's followed by Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon. Further down the order, we have Nico Hülkenberg, Fernando Alonso, Isaac Hadjar, Ollie Behrman, Gabriel Bortoletto, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Carlos Sainz, Liam Lawson, Victor Martins and Jack Dillon. And finally, over to the Constructors. McLaren maintain their lead at the top of the table over Slothz, but Ferrari and Red Bull are catching up for now. Mercedes, Williams, Kick Sauber and Aston Martin round up the point scorers, with Racing Bulls, Haas and Alpine yet to score. That's all for this video, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. A quick event there popping up, just back an employee who told something inappropriate, I think. We're just going to say it was probably just a joke, as we get driver talks beginning with our other driver today, Victor Martins. A very short meeting. He is out of here. And we've got our first training point unlocked, so we're going to increase our weekly resource points by 10%. and then move on to the development. So at the moment, we've got one of the beam wings about to finish, tossing up between starting to break this or getting the other beam wing finished. And now we're starting development on both of the floor pieces, ready for it'll be after the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix at this point now. One more slot available there, still deciding which one we're going to go with. Looks like we're going to go with the wheel rims. We're going to pick up a drag reduction, a rear downforce upgrade. Following Bahrain, we were sliding around quite a lot. So we'll lock that one in. And there we go, the beam wing has been developed. So over to the upgrades. This is the first actual piece that we're putting onto the cars. And that pushes up to the third best car, and we can start developing the beam wing for Victor Martins as well. Over to practice once again for the usual harvesting of resource points. Quite a durability heavy set of practice programs to run here, but we'll go for the points to begin with. At the moment, we're about averaging maybe 1 or 2 upgrades in between every race, and with development time, it's taking a bit longer to push through. We are working on facility upgrades in between videos as well. Some of them have been bought during this one actually, but only for the personnel departments, because we're actually at capacity for how many we can actually buy. So more points being picked up now. ERS there again, that's going to be useful because we really needed it. We were struggling in Bahrain, and we are going to struggle here in Saudi Arabia as well, because our ERS system is not the best at harvesting, and Saudi Arabia is pretty much flat out around the entire circuit. Only a few braking zones, not a great chance to recover the energy. I think we've got the main upgrades in now. Durability upgrades, that one fails. We've got one that we can just about squeeze in there at the end of P2, but we fail that one as well. And over to P3 to try and tidy up some of these. It's electrical systems upgrade. It really doesn't want me to have. There we go. It is in. Internal combustion engine. Actually, by the start of this race, we do need to switch out the internal combustion engine. So after 3 races, we're at nearly 80% wear on that. I think some of that will be due to some excessive wheel spin, though. So over to the race. We're in Bahrain this time. Probably not going to be helping us too much there if we were overheating our engine by spinning up the rear wheels at the previous 2 events. Then it's not going to do well here. In fact, actually, of course, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. We're not going to switch the engine out until the next race. So anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on this notification bell so you don't miss any of these uploads. So we're nearly 25% of the way through the season now, so things are really picking up. Onto the starting grid though, and started this off today. It is Max Verstappen, but this time he's joined on the front row by Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. Ferrari having a very good season so far. Red Bull needs to catch up. Then we have Oscar Piastri and Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso. Following them, Taylor Barnard there in 7th, who we're playing as. Lance Stroll, Ollie Behrman and Nico Hülkenberg make up the top 10. Then we have Kimi Antonelli, Victor Martins, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Carlos Sainz, and finally it is Gabriel Bortoleto. And once again at the back, it is Jack Doohan. Now, I think I mentioned in the last video that we're actually increasing the difficulty all the way up to 90. So we've been a bit too cautious with the difficulty so far. Now we're all the way up to 90. I think that pushes us into the master bracket. It also means, though, that we've qualified a little bit further back than we have done previously, and it means we're going to be struggling just a little bit during this race. And also, there's a few more. Is there a few more sponsors on the car? I think there are. So a little bit more decoration for us. We'll get some colour on it for the next race, though. But with that underway, let's get on with the race. So it's time for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Can Max Verstappen make his way to the top once again and get his first race win of the season as we're underway? Now cars sliding around all over the place there, trying to find good position on the circuit as we go down towards turn 1. We actually dropped quite far back. Our teammate Victor Martins doing quite well there to move up quite a few positions. I think you may have seen him just try an incredible dive bomb down the inside towards turn 1. We've lost position to Antonelli. We will be trying to get that back here. And yes, we do get it just about. He's on the soft tyre, so I guess he had a little bit of extra advantage into turn 1. He was able to get past us off the line through that first corner. Up ahead, Lance Stroll, who's somehow done very well out of this qualifying session, as has Alonso, who is up in P5 at the moment. As we come down to the final corner to conclude the first lap, you can already see that the ERS system is over 35% used, and we've actually harvested as much as we could on that lap, so we've really been struggling here. We are going to get past Stroll, switch off the battery to conserve, and he is coming back at us though, down towards turn 1. But in the background, we've got Victor Martins leaping up a couple of positions there as Ollie Behrman and Nico Hulkenberg go wheel to wheel. I think there's contact there between the Haas and the Sauber. But Martins into the points, I think, for the first time this season as we rejoin on board with Barnard, following Hamilton Alonso through the windy section down to this first hairpin, turn 9 or 8. Depends if you pull the kink at 10.
Okay, we're monitoring
a corner.
on the internal combustion engine.
And Hamilton just about holding on here. We slide around all over the place, and Alonso getting a much better traction out of that corner there with his soft tyres as we come ploughing down the hill, lose some grip and run off the circuit. Alonso pulling away into the distance, but Hamilton will come back with the DRS as we go on board with Nico Hulkenberg here being overtaken by Ollie Behrman. Victor Martins is thankfully far enough ahead now, and I think I saw smoke there as Nico Hulkenberg for the second time this season. Oh, he crashes into George Russell as well as he retires the car, adamant that he was going to take out as many people as possible in turn 1. But that is the second DNF for Nico Hulkenberg in 3 races. Here's the onboard. He realises the engine has gone and he decides he is going to take George Russell with him. So I expect Russell, not having the greatest race already, is going to be struggling for some grip with some side pod damage for the rest of the race. As we rejoin on lap 3, chasing down Alonso and Hamilton. As you go to the right-hand side, Hamilton also having a look to get past Alonso. Alonso's tyres probably started to go off now as we come down towards turn 1. Very tight squeeze there. Up ahead, Charles Leclerc and Norris having a battle as well. Potentially, Hamilton takes the place though, but we get the DRS on the run down to the next corner, and there we go, up the inside. We are probably going to hang on to this for a little bit, but Hamilton is quick enough to stay with us. This is the onboard from Victor Martins, who was getting past Lance Stroll at the same time that battle was going on. There we are up ahead, just ahead of Antonelli. Going through turn 1, Victor Martins with a front row seat there, and that puts him in P9. Again, good position for him to be in here, as he hasn't scored any points yet, and we're basically carrying the team on our shoulders from our sort of cheaty wins at the start of the season. And we're watching him again now. Makes another position up. Alonso's into the pits. And Russell behind is actually on the attack now, as he sits in this Mercedes sandwich. Nothing going on there, though. Once again, Antonelli coming around the final corner. We've moved up. I think some cars are coming into the pits. I saw the McLaren crew in. He's going to try for the undercut here on Antonelli, which does seem to be quite powerful in this game from what I've seen so far. We'll see where he comes out in relation to everyone else in the top 10 in a little bit. Lots of other pit crews out at the moment, ready to service the cars. Not the fastest stop, but he will come out ahead of Russell and Sonoda still. And there is Fernando Alonso. It's not going to tell us how far up the road he is from him, though, unfortunately. Back with the leaders, Lando Norris into the pits, and I think Leclerc and Verstappen are in as well. We'll find out in a second. Yes, they are as we get past them, so they are going to be ahead of us most likely by the time we make our stop, as we are not the quickest, particularly around this circuit, and they've got the undercut on their side as well as we go flying into the pit lane. Hamilton is somewhere behind us as well, a little bit further back. I think he may have come in already. He's going to get caught up with the back markers who started on the alternate tyres. Here comes Norris. Just for reference of where he was a little bit further ahead of us. He's being passed by Esteban Ocon as we come out of the pits. Into turn one we go. Definitely did not cross the pit lane, white line there. Hamilton's in as well, so he will drop and come out behind us. He's actually quite far back. He's just coming through turn one now. And I think that's Alonso ahead of him. Norris, hoping to escape, is stuck here behind Ocon, who's on worn hards. We're on the soft tyre, though, so we're going to want to try and get past these two as quickly as possible. And hopefully ahead of Bortoleto, who is up ahead as well, also on the hards. So you can see we're sliding around all over the place. This is what I was saying in the last video, that downforce on this car is just not great as you carry speed through the corners. It does like to let the rear end slide out. Could be the setup, though, as we tailgate Lando Norris. Esteban Ocon ahead as well. He goes defensive, but we're going to go on for it anyway. Nearly make contact there as we dive up the inside. And Norris, trapped behind Esteban Ocon, will have to sit there and look at the back of the Haas until at least the DRS straight. This is Norris's onboard. I think he probably would have liked to have gone down the inside himself there, but there was no room for free. And we are ahead. And as expected, Norris goes to the outside. We have given Esteban Ocon the DRS, which has made this a little bit more tricky for Norris, but he has got the faster car. He is passed. And now we're chasing down Bortoleto. The helicopter shots, always the best. The light flashing on the back of the car as we are struggling for energy here. It's not going very well for us. And in fact, that might come back to bite us a little bit later as well. But this will be a slam dunk overtake. We're already all over the back of Bortoleto here. And that will be an easy pass. I guess the question will be, how much can he slow down Norris? Because Norris is almost certainly going to try and get past us once he's close enough. And these tyres start to coil off. And on lap 14... there is the proximity arrow at the bottom of the screen. And Norris is there. He's watching and waiting. Look how close he is on the minimap now. He's almost absorbed behind our little arrow, and he goes to the inside. We are going to fight this, though, because if we can slow him down, there might be a chance for us to compete with him to the end as the car slides around once again. And now we have to deal with the dirty air and losing lots of downforce. We've only dropped to 5th, though, which isn't too bad. Considering the difficulty that we're on at the moment, that's not too bad. As we carry a lot of speed into the final corner. You can see the tyre situation right now is not great. That's why we slid so much through that final corner. I think we're struggling to get some temperature into the fronts as well. As we look to the inside, then go to the outside. Through turn one we go. Quite wide on entry. Give McLaren lots of space. He puts the squeeze on us. We're really close to touching. But we're going to get the DRS as he is ahead of us. Up the hill we go. He's going defensive to the inside. We go to the outside. Late on the brakes. Later than him. Sliding again. He is still there, but we've got the position away from him for the time being. And if we can hold him there, we casually run off the circuit. We're all over the place right now. Norris is having a look down the outside again. And this time we were able to hold him off. But we are going to be coming into the pits for our final stop very shortly. Norris will be glad when that happens. It's not yet, though. He's going to have another go. DRS is open. And this should be a pretty simple overtake by this point in the Grand Prix. We were pretty low on battery after defending against him, but I think we've done enough to hold him up and maybe secure a P4 by the end of this. We'll have to just keep watching and see what happens. Massive gap back to George Russell, who I think is somewhere in there. He is in the distance, so we're pretty safe from him, and Hamilton quite far back as well as we come in for our final stop on lap 18. Our teammates actually just gone through there, chasing down Yuki Tsunoda, so he must have lost a position or two. And we are going to come out just behind Antonelli in P11. We've got lots of people up ahead, though, who will still be coming into the pits. We don't know just yet where we're going to end up. And this will be the overtake on Kimi Antonelli. Where he sits in the order of pit stops right now, I do not know. But those do not seem like they're fresh mediums. Given the speed he just took through that corner, we're all over the back of him. We've got to make use of the new rubber. And you can see down there in the bottom right corner, actually, we got some orange on the engine as the internal combustion engine is wearing out. We do actually hit about 68-70% wear by the end of this race as we go past Antonelli. Slammed up maneuver back up to P5 as we've got Norris in the pits, so we've actually done enough. He will come out. He's behind Lawson. He is ahead of Bortoleto, so he's got 2 cars between us. And speaking of Bortoleto, here he is coming up the hill and pulling off to the side. Kick Sauber now with 3 retirements in 3 races. Only actually managing to get both cars to the end last time out in Japan. Bortoleto deciding to make it very difficult for everyone to get past as he retires the car.
Time last lap, 1 minute.
And we've managed to hold him off for quite some time, but lap 24 has begun and Norris has caught us. We are going to fight this. We might be able to hang on until the end as we go around the outside. We're just about hanging in here, but he is going to get the... Oh no, we get the DRS, which is great. We can survive just a little bit longer, and we're going to string together a few good laps, use some of that battery up. And we rejoined just before the final lap here, lap 28. We've used a significant chunk of the battery getting away from Norris. We actually set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on this warm set of hards, and we're just over a second away from potentially getting a podium here from Oscar Piastri. I think he pitted before us. Either way, he's going a lot slower, and we've been able to gain on him quite significantly. We're not going to be catching Leclerc or Verstappen. Verstappen's won this race. Charles Leclerc, a comfortable second. It comes down to the final spot on the podium. Can Piastri keep enough reserve to hold us behind for just a few more corners? Norris as well cannot be ruled out. We are pushing here. Mistakes can happen as we come down towards turn 10. A mistake-prone area on this circuit. We managed to keep through nice and tidy there, although we are slipping around a little bit as we come down towards the end of the DRS straight. This probably was our last opportunity to get past unless we have an absolutely immaculate final corner and are able to keep up behind McLaren in the dirty air all the way through this section, but I don't think it's going to happen. As we come round, one straight to go. We are very close here, but the battery is properly depleted by this point. We've got nothing left, and he is actually pulling away from us on the straight. Slipping around all over the place as we come through here, and we will cross the line in P4, which is not a bad result, I guess, for the car that we're driving. It was nearly run into the back of Piastri there for some reason. But P4, yeah, not a bad result for the first time out at 90 difficulty in a car which doesn't really like these sorts of tracks. We did okay in Australia and Japan. Maybe it was weight reductions, or maybe something to do with the drag reduction since, but it caused some problems for us, I think. Or maybe it's these circuits. But there we go, Max Verstappen picks up the first win for himself and for Red Bull of the season, with Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri joining him on the podium. Ferrari having a great season so far, but let's see how we did for the other drivers. So as I mentioned, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri are the top three drivers, followed by Taylor Barnard, Lando Norris, who stole our fastest lap by 300ths at the end of the race. George Russell, Pierre Gasly, Lewis Hamilton, Yuki Tsunoda and Victor Martins picked up the final point. Moving on to the Drivers' Championship, Taylor Barnard maintains his lead at the top of the table, now just 11 points ahead of Max Verstappen in second. Then we've got Oscar Piastri, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli and Pierre Gasly make up the top 10. Further down the order, we have Alex Albon, Nico Hülkenberg, Fernando Alonso. Victor Martins joins the point scorers and is the final point scorer. Everyone else below has 0. That's Isaac Hadjar, Oliver Behrman, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Lance Stroll, Liam Lawson, Carlos Sainz and Jack Doohan. Finally, over to the Constructors' Championship, it's McLaren ahead on 79 with a 16-point lead now over Slothz, but Victor Martin's point definitely helping there to keep us in the mix. Then we have Red Bull and Ferrari close-knit for third. Mercedes, Alpine Williams, Kick Sauber and Aston Martin round up the point scorers, with RB, Haas with 0. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. Once again, a little event popping up that we've got to deal with for one of the team members, and we've got that ERS recovery, or ERS system that we're basically going to start researching, along with some drag reduction. This is the performance graph for anyone interested, with a comparison between Barnard and Martins' cars. So we're quite high up there, well above the rest of the midfield. We've got Aston Martin, Haas, look like they're topping up the rest of them there. Saudi Arabia, again, not very much time in between actually being dumped at this screen and racing, so no events that we can really take part in just yet. As we move straight into practice to harvest some more points, again, just going for the points, and then of course everything except durability upgrades, because durability upgrades are a bit boring, and who doesn't like a bit of late season drama as we go into the final few races with masses of penalties and try to fight our way back through the field. It's all good fun. Anyway, much like the previous video in Bahrain, we will be sticking at 90 difficulty here. I think we've hit the appropriate sweet spot for me personally at the moment, but I think I would like to try and get it at least 95 or 100 by the end of the season. But I think that's dependent at the moment on how quickly I can pick up getting back into this. Bahrain and Saudi Arabia wasn't particularly good, but I guess worked out quite well based on where the car should be. So yeah, we'll see where we are in a few races time, and I'll let you know if we get any upgrades on that. And speaking of upgrades, multiple failures there throughout those practice sessions. I think we're actually going to fail to get everything, so we'll go for the ones that we really want here. DRS apparently is a no on that attempt, and is a no on that attempt as well. It really doesn't want us to have this upgrade. It wants us to go for the durability upgrades, which we scroll straight past because we want this engine power one, and we do get that. So now, yep, the internal combustion engine, as I mistakenly mentioned in the last video, actually reached 80% or 70 or 80% where by the start of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, so we have switched it out. So then over to the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. That new combustion engine is really going to help us out here in terms of picking up speed. Of course, our Ferrari power unit has given us quite a significant advantage on the fast circuits, and this is no exception, as we'll see in just a moment. And hopefully our teammate could do some good stuff here as well, as he picked up some points, or just a singular point in the last race. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well, so you know when all of these videos have been uploaded. And we'll get down to the starting grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And starting things off on the front row, we have... it's Charles Leclerc and Taylor Barnard. Like I said, look at that split time. We were very much appreciative of that new combustion engine, and it's placed us very highly. Then we have Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri and Isaac Hadjar, Bortoletto and Oliver Behrman. Then Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Nico Hülkenberg. Then it's our teammate Victor Martins and Pierre Gasly, Yuki Tsunoda and Liam Lawson. Jack Doohan finally off the back of the grid, alongside Esteban Ocon, with Lance Stroll and Kimi Antonelli picking up the final positions. Now, I will be honest with you, I thought that my teammate was going to be doing a lot better during qualifying. In fact, in Q1, he actually placed inside the top 10 and was faster than me. So I was expecting him to be way up there, and then, of course, he had a very disappointing Q2. Perhaps he hit some traffic, or maybe the Q1 time was due to some slipstream that he picked up from somebody. But either way, he is going to be quite far back and potentially not scoring any points here. So we're going to have to be prepared to carry the team through this weekend. So let's get down to the circuit and get on with this race. So here we go then for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. We're in the Ferrari sandwich as we get underway on the road down to turn 1. I'm not expecting too much here, as it's a very narrow and tight corner, but we do have a look at the inside of Charles Leclerc, but slot in behind him. Of course, as I mentioned in the last video, new sponsors are on the car, and I've actually changed some of them for the more colourful variant, so we've got a bit more going on the car as well. I hope everybody enjoys seeing it as we go flying around the Saudi Arabian street circuit. Already a second behind Charles Leclerc, as we struggle to warm up the tyres and actually have plenty of issues like we did in Bahrain with the downforce issues here. The rear end and likes to come out, especially on the exit of that hairpin, and also in the corners following. This is on board with our teammate, who started away down the order. Let's see how he got on. Following the two Williams. Got a Sauber up the inside of him here as he battles his way through the medley of the opening corner. And is he going to hold on to this here? He is on the same tyre as the Sauber, but I think he's going to slip, up the inside. And unfortunately, Victor Martins drops a place. But it looks as though Hülkenberg was on a bit of a charge, because Sainz is now behind him as well. But Victor Martins taking advantage in the run down to the hairpin. Will go around the outside of Carlos Sainz and take away P14 from him, and hopefully will put the speed of that car to good use and work his way a little bit higher up throughout the rest of the Grand Prix. And here he is now, weaving all over the place. He's not drunk, it's a dry country, and maybe he snuck something in, who knows? Some French wine, perhaps. As he plows down the main straight. DRS for the Sauber is open as well, but it's not helping him out too much here as they go into turn 1 for a repeat of the opening lap. Martins again loses position to Nico Hülkenberg, unfortunately. He'll have to try again a bit later, perhaps on the next pass. On board with us, though, we have been chasing Leclerc since the start. We're on to lap 8 now, going to the outside. Can we make something of this? No, we have run too wide there into turn 1, and he is going to pull away once again. Really struggling here. Battery life is way down. We've got no grip whatsoever, and the tyres seem to be going off oil incredibly quickly. Look how far out wide we were there as we approach the DRS zone. We are just about hanging on here. And I think realistically, Charles Leclerc is helping us stay where we are by giving us that DRS tow. He is going to come into the pit lane now. And we will take control of the lead. Hamilton also staying out. And this is Kimi Antonelli through the final corner. He's pulling over to the side of the circuit as a cluster of cars now try and pull into the pit lane. In fact, that could have very nearly been a safety car there. We've seen in previous F1 games how the cars entering the pit lane, had Antonelli been a little bit further ahead, would love to have crashed into him because they have absolutely no ability to avoid other cars when they're doing things like that. So now lap 9, Leclerc, where is he? Is behind Bortoleto right now, so hopefully the undercut is not very powerful here, and he also gets held up by the Sauber. Hamilton, though, has been closing in pretty rapidly, so we'll have to watch out for him as well. It looks like he's going to stay out and take control of the lead as we come in. Where do we fall in relation to Leclerc, though? Actually, looks like Victor Martins is having a battle with Hajar down the straight. We're going on to the hard tyre as well. Unlikely to make it to the end. We could try for the one stop. Leclerc has gone through, actually, and here comes our teammate as we come flying out of the pit lane. Not paying attention there as I go flying over the curb into the runoff. And now Hamilton is in. Where does he come out in relation to us? Here we come. And he has definitely lost time there. He was about 2 seconds behind us as we pitted earlier on. It's gone up to, well, it was more than 3. This is Martins anyway. Up the road, behind us actually, holding up the likes of Verstappen and Piastri. Piastri being quite consistent with getting on the podium so far this season. And Verstappen, of course, picked up his first win of the season last time out in Bahrain, but is stuck in traffic here as we see Tsunoda trying his best to get past our teammate. Verstappen and Piastri also trying to get past Jack Doohan there. Sorry, that's Hajar as he peels into the pits finally. All 3 of them come in, releasing the McLaren and the Red Bull. And it didn't take long. Lewis Hamilton already catching up to us. We've still got over 10.5 laps to go. Massive slide there through the hairpin. You see what I mean now about how we've just got zero grip coming out of that corner. Maybe we're on the power too early. Maybe we're just carrying too much speed. Who knows? But at this point in the Grand Prix, everything is cautious. And maybe it's the hard tyre as well to some extent. But I'm driving so cautiously here. Charles Leclerc has a nearly 6-second lead over the pair of us right now. And Hamilton, all over the back of me, is going to make short work of us as we come through these multiple DRS zones. We cannot do anything to stop this. Oh my god, nearly crashes there as he slides past us and takes P2. We are going to get the DRS, so we are going to have a chance to come back at him now on the run down to turn 1. We have been charging the battery in preparation for this overtake to happen. And we're closing in here. Hamilton's going to go defensive, but we just don't have the speed. The Ferrari, using the same power unit as us, must be very similar on upgrades in terms of drag reduction or DRS upgrades. Puts it at a very equal playing field with us. As we see Charles Leclerc coming in. Hamilton's actually taken that 6-second gap down to 3 seconds. Leclerc, I guess, is hoping for an undercut here on Hamilton. And he will come in. We are in on lap 18. Hamilton still holds the lead. And we will be passed by Verstappen and Piastri. And presumably Leclerc as well, who is already right behind, or he was apparently right behind Piastri. There he goes. He has gone through. And we're going back onto the mediums because I don't think I could stomach the softs on this circuit. They are probably going to wear out incredibly quickly and make the rest of this race an absolute nightmare. But thankfully, we are ahead of George Russell, so we have secured P5. As we ride on board in the closing stages now, the end of lap 23. This is Piastri being chased down by Leclerc. Hamilton has stayed out and is a 7-second lead over Verstappen with 2 laps remaining. So it's very good for him. Leclerc refuses to go past Piastri in the DRS zone. Coming down to the final corner, he's got 2 laps to try and get past Verstappen, who probably is quite doable here. We're miles off the pace right now. We're 7 seconds behind. We are catching up at this point in the Grand Prix. We were starting to burn through some of the battery and gain a little bit more confidence with the grippier rubber, but it wasn't enough, and we are still too far back to do anything. Charles Leclerc, on the other hand, within a second now, gets DRS on Verstappen. The two fighting here is going to bring the McLaren into contention as well. As Leclerc goes to the outside, there's debris on the circuit to watch out for. That was from an earlier incident of Pierre Gasly crashing into our teammate. Thankfully, Martins is still ahead of Gasly as Verstappen retakes the place down into turn 1, and we've got 1 more lap to go of these 3 battling for the second step of the podium. Lewis Hamilton so far ahead at this point. Only a breakdown on the final lap could ruin his day, and let's be real, it's probably not going to happen. So here we go then. We've come through the twisty sections. DRS detection zone has been passed. Is a move made towards this chicane. He's holding position. Piastri watching intently at what's going on. And here we go. Leclerc once again gets the DRS. If he stalls like he did going around Piastri, then he's going to have a problem, but he's going to go for it. He's going early. He is mostly past, and he nearly crashes into the wall there, but takes the position away, and he's just got to defend it now down the straight. Lewis Hamilton takes victory in Saudi Arabia, and it's going to be Charles Leclerc making it a Ferrari 1-2 for the first time in a while, and we will settle for P5. We're very comfortably in P5, miles off the 4 ahead of us, and George Russell quite significantly behind us. But again, not a bad result for where our car sits, and definitely a few identified areas for improvement. But yes, Lewis Hamilton, I think he was a world champion, an 8-time world champion on our F1 23 save. In fact, he may have been the last champion that was crowned on this channel. So he's going to be picking up another win here. Maybe we'll see some good things to come from him later in the season. And of course, the big news being Ferrari, well, not only with another podium, but another win and a 1-2 for the team. Verstappen, of course, rounding out the top 3. Concerning the rest of the order, Oscar Piastri did, of course, make 4th position, and we actually did retain the fastest lap of the race in P5 this time that we got during the closing stages, trying to catch the leaders. We were followed by George Russell, Lando Norris, Yuki Tsunoda, Isaac Hadjar, and Victor Martins again scoring points. Over to the Drivers' Championship, we are now just 6 points clear of Max Verstappen at the top of the table. We're followed by Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, and Pierre Gasly. Further down the order, we have Alex Albon. Isaac Hadjar joins the point scorers. Nico Hulkenberg, Victor Martins, again with another point score that round. And Fernando Alonso makes up the point scorers. Then we have Ollie Behrman, Esteban Ocon, Gabriel Bortoletto, Lance Stroll, Liam Lawson, Carlos Sainz, and Jack Doohan. And finally, we have the Constructors' Championship. Lots of changes going on here with that Ferrari 1-2 pushing Ferrari. 4 points clear at the top of the table ahead of McLaren. Red Bull dropped 2 places. We dropped all the way down to 4th. We're still 4 points behind Red Bull, though, so we're still within this fight. Then there's a big leap back to Mercedes, then Alpine, Williams, RB, Sauber, Aston Martin, and finally Haas are yet to score. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz Tech team. We've got a lot to get through today with the sprint race in Miami, so we're immediately going to go over to pick up this owner training point and lock in the training activity off camera. And that's mainly because we seem to be failing every single development that we try and push through. So those extra resource points will be useful. And also that weight reduction upgrade as well. We do have to develop it, unfortunately, but at least it's going to help us and our teammate out a little bit. We're going to go and spend these 50 resource points here as well and hope that we get a good reward out of that later on. Plenty of facility upgrades going on. I've just not added those into the video. And for the first time ever, I think going for a durability upgrade. That's mainly for our teammates, if anything, because the engines do seem to wear out quite quickly. And there's a quick, brief look at all of the developments which we tried to push through for this weekend, but has failed again. Those wheel covers, I think we started those in episode 1, at least with the research anyway, possibly even development, and here we are on the 5th race of the season, and they're still failing. Same with the beam wing as well. That was a very early one I remember doing, and we are still trying to push them through development. Apparently, I have a gang of monkeys trying to put together a Formula 1 car here. But there you go. We've got some fan rating there. We're going to go and... well, we did get those ERS upgrades in as well. After the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, I was not particularly happy with that. Draining constantly. So over to practice, and because we've only got the one session at this Grand Prix weekend thanks to the sprint race, we're going to go through and quickly grab all of the 100% guaranteed resource points, so at least we get something out of this. And then we just got to toss up between what we want to get. I mean, 14 minutes is a bit steep for 115 points, but so we got that rear downforce upgrade there, and another 115 resource points. We get this rear downforce upgrade through as well. Yes, we do. And then how do we spend the remaining 6 minutes? We do have that weight redistribution there in the middle section, and we're going to go for it. And unfortunately, this time we don't get it. So here we are then in Miami. The weather is absolutely appalling. Must be the tail end of a hurricane rolling through at the Hard Rock Stadium. Now, historically on F1, I have been absolutely awful in the wet, so expect some terrible driving to come as we get on with this race. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell so you know when all of these videos are uploaded. And we'll be getting onto the starting grid in just a moment. So, kicking things off then with the front row at the Miami Grand Prix. Let's see if we get a difference to the previous 4. We have, well, once again, it's Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc on the front row. So, no real surprises there. So far this season, the Ferrari has been extremely strong. They're followed by George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, Alex Albon, Gabriel Bortoleto, Oliver Behrman, and Isaac Hadjar. Behind them, Pierre Gasly and Liam Lawson, Victor Martins and Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso, Jack Doohan and Nico Hülkenberg, Taylor Barnard and Lance Stroll, and finally it's Carlos Sainz and Esteban Ocon. Not the best qualifying from me, pretty awful actually, but at least the McLarens have decided to take a penalty. We've decided to replace our entire engine because it's probably going to wear out well before the end of the season, so we're going to get that grid place penalty in as quickly as we can. So here we are then for the sprint race in Miami, the first sprint of the season, and we've got some McLarens ahead of us in a bit of a shaken up order, so this should be interesting from about the top 6 downwards as we get underway here, and we are holding position in 19th. Cautious because I'm not very good at this circuit and it's also throwing it down with rain, but we see an opportunity around the outside of Hülkenberg and Doohan at the same time there, nearly holding onto the car. It's just about trying to slide out. Doohan's coming back at us, a little snap there as we tried to get on the power, but we have got the inside line. We're not going to go for it this time, opting to stay behind Doohan just in case we end up throwing ourselves into the shadow realm off the edge of the circuit. But as you can see, with all of those slower cars up ahead, it's really backed up the field through Sector 1. We've got a good run here on Doohan out of the Yacht Club. And we are now up into P17 following Fernando Alonso. There's Norris, so he's gone nowhere since the start. Doing having another look now up the inside. He was flying around the corner, nearly span the car as absolute chaos is unfolding up ahead of us as we've got the likes of Bortoletto, Albon and Behrman back in the field up. As we come around this section here, we're going to have a look around. No, we can't get past Alonso there, but we are going to dive to the inside here as we go alongside the former world champion, and he wipes out an innocent bollard. Fernando Alonso, unbelievable stuff there, unnecessary. We did actually back out of that and give him the space. Here's the replay, and that bollard is toast at this point. An innocent bollard with, I'm told, a wife and family. Or used to, anyway. So, it's up to us to get revenge on behalf of the Bollard's family up the inside of Alonso. This time we're going to stick on the track and alongside him. And actually, thankfully, he was able to stay on the circuit as well. And we get past Fernando Alonso up into P16. Norris still not gone anywhere up ahead of us. As there was a bit of a retirement going on there. You can see one car going slow along the back straight. I'm not sure who that is. But Norris has made it past our teammate, and as do we into the first corner, nearly flied into the back. Oh, that's Oscar Piastri's gone round at turn 1. So 2 positions gained for us there. 1 past Martins and 1 past Piastri. Unbelievable stuff. And this is Max Verstappen coming into sector 3 here. Gets into the first part of the corner and just spins the car out. And he is, well, that's damage to the front wing, hitting the wall. Don't understand how he was able to do that. This was Piastri coming through turn 1, and he just loses the car. And, well, thankfully he hasn't driven into the barrier like Verstappen, but that still caused some problems for him anyway. He is a title contender, remember, at the moment. He's way up the order. As we see Norris now attempting to get past Liam Lawson side by side. It gives us the opportunity to close up, and we're going to dive to the inside. We're much faster than the AI through this section, much braver on the curb, and we get that position away. So we're up at a P13 now. Not bad considering where we started and that I am struggling profusely at this circuit, especially in the braking zone right here as well. This does not go particularly well. As we're going to look up the inside of Norris, we're going to force the issue. He does give us space. Bit of contact there maybe, but nothing damaged. And we do get past up to P12 now, but the battery's looking a little bit sorry for itself. That's why that ERS upgrade's going to come in very useful, if we can ever develop the damn thing, that is. As we now line up a move on Hajar. We've recharged a little bit out of shape over the curb as well. That one's a bit deadly, especially in the wet. As we've got a good run on him here. Hajar's a sitting duck. He's using some of his battery out of desperation. He shuts the door, and we're going to have to go to the inside now on the run down to this heavy braking zone. And we do actually get the position, but we're sliding around all over the place. We are approaching the end of the race, so tyres are a little bit worn out now. And I think the track is drying up ever so slightly, which isn't helping temperatures. As we join for the final lap, or the final half lap of the race, as we get into the what would be a normal DRS zone, the first. Gasly probably a little bit out of reach here, but Norris looks like he's lining up a move on us as we come down towards the same corner we got past Hajar. He's going to the outside. We're going to force him to go the long way around, but we are on the wet part of the circuit and we let him through. We don't really have the grip to fight the McLaren much further. Speaking of, Piastri hasn't actually managed to do much since his spin earlier on. He's caught up to Hulkenberg, and oh, massive slide there as we go through the highway section. Can we get this position back from Norris potentially and embarrass the second McLaren? And it looks like we're going to get the position done there before the end of the straight, but Norris isn't done with us. He's having a little sniff around as we fly down towards the final corner. And oh no, we've lost the rear as we go through with this power sliding all the way through. before the entrance to the pit lane. Still sliding as we're side by side with the McLaren, but it's not enough. Norris takes away P11. No points on the line. It's only pride. But I think we won points with the crowd for the slide through there, even though we did lose a position. We get driver of the day, unsurprisingly, for that absolutely heroic drive. And here are the race results. So very quickly, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, Ollie Behrman and Max Verstappen picked up points. So then, here we go with the next race. Thank goodness it's dried up, because doing another one of those wet races around here would not be ideal for me in the slightest, although I did perform a little bit better than I was expecting during that sprint race. Until we got to the end, of course, the intermediate tyres were just a little bit too burnt out. Anyway, as a reminder, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell so you know when all of these races have been uploaded. What are we? Race 5 now, so we're already basically 1/3 of the way through the season, so let me know if you're enjoying it so far. On to the starting grid then, and kicking things off, that Max Verstappen on the front row once again, but this time joined by Lewis Hamilton. You can see that the time was extremely close in that Q3 session. They're followed by Piastri looking to make a comeback, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, Nico Hülkenberg and Fernando Alonso. And round out the top 10, Alex Albon once again and Charles Leclerc. Then we have Isaac Hadjar, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Norris again in 14th, Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan, Oliver Behrman and Gabriel Bortoleto. And finally, for the last two rows, we have Esteban Ocon, Victor Martins, Carlos Sainz and Taylor Barnard. And that is where we have taken the full engine replacement, because our power unit was looking a little worse for wears by the time the sprint race was done. And we're not the only ones, it seems, who have decided to go for the new components. All it means is really we get to use some of the pre-allocated ones that we get from the very start a little bit later on. If we don't take this new engine, we'll probably have to take it a little bit later on instead. And realistically, I want to be doing that now at this point in the season, when I know that there's not a huge amount of pressure on me to try and fight my way through the field. But we'll see how we get on here at the Miami Grand Prix and see where we end up at the end. So here we go then for the full Grand Prix. All that work that we did in the sprint to make up once again as we get underway here from the back row. And we're already on the attack here, going up the inside of our teammate and Carlos Sainz at the same time. We even get past Ocon as we form a second three abreast train going through turn one. And we're fighting Lawson here on the outside, but we've got a much faster car and we're able to get past him. He's going to try and fight back, but realistically he doesn't have any chance at all. Norris up ahead fighting with Doohan. Doohan got the inside line here, and it's going to slow them both down. We nearly run into the back of the Alpine as they go out of the Yacht Club area and down the first DRS straight. Norris clipping the wall there as we power down the straights. Can he get Doohan in the braking zone? This should be a done deal, but Doohan is having a feisty comeback. He's up the inside of Norris again, and it's slowing the pair down. Opens the door for us, and unfortunately for Doohan, loses both positions there. And we're going to go up the inside of Norris, nearly run into the back of Stroll, which would be absolutely hilarious if we did that and knocked him into the shadow realm. But there you go, as we conclude lap one all the way up in 14th. This was our teammate, just in case you were concerned that I forced him onto the curb. He was fine, although he is last. And this was Norris getting absolutely embarrassed by us. This time he was the one potentially to murder the replacement Ballard. But it's unclear. We'll see as we go around the rest of the lap later on. As we get a line on Stroll here, and that was not particularly difficult. He doesn't put up any fight whatsoever. And up ahead we have Isaac Hadjar, and there's Charles Leclerc as well. who started in 10th, so he's actually lost the position to Gasly. Has regained it as we go past Isaac Hadjar. We've got the inside line here, still trying to find the braking zone for this corner, but we have at least outbraked Hadjar this time. Even though we did have the tyre advantage, as we come flying through here, we gain so much time on the AI through this slow speed section. It's absolutely disgusting. Only losing the rear there, and that's dropped us back quite a little bit actually from Gasly, but we might have a little shot here against the Alpine as we come down towards one of the final corners. He's going to defend to the inside. He's all over the place there, trying to figure out where he can go, and we get round. Leclerc has made his way back up into 10th. We'll be racing him because he is probably one of our biggest rivals throughout this season. He's done very well so far across every race, and he's trying to make some headway here as he tries to go around the outside now inside of Alex Albon. Kimi Antonelli up ahead, causing a train again, and we're going to dive down the inside of the Ferrari, give him some space there, losing the rear slightly and panicking, but we do get the position away from him, and Albon does at least pull away to safety, albeit very briefly. Here's Leclerc's on board, loses the position to Albon, and then loses a position to us as well. He keeps it on the circuit. We nearly spin off and smash our car into a million pieces. So then, same point of the circuit, we rejoin a lap later. We've got much closer to Albon. We've got DRS on Albon. Which way is he going to go? He's having a look either way, but we're going to go to the inside, squeezing the Williams. But we do get the move done nice and easy. Antonelli already causing a massive tailback here, somehow not able to keep up with the Sauber in front of him. I believe that's Nico Hülkenberg, who had a very good qualifying session. I feel like whoever was doing the driver ratings for this game may have buffed Hülkenberg after his podium in Silverstone, as we see Alonso getting out of shape and we take full advantage. He is going to fight back though as we come down towards the heavy braking zone. He's at the inside again. Alonso does not want to give this up, but he is going to have to. Antonelli, the next in line to be taken out. His soft tyres are probably starting to go off by now, so he is struggling a little. And you can see, yeah, he's sliding a little bit there, trying to get the power down, and that is going to leave him very vulnerable here. I think the Mercedes is still good in a straight line, but at least in the hands of Antonelli, it's probably not going to be doing too well here. He's going to go to the right-hand side. We're going to go up the inside again from a bit further back, but we get the position. A bit of contact there as we go past Antonelli, but I've just received a note from the steward saying they've allowed it after he crashed into us in Japan, so we'll put the matter to bed immediately. On to lap 7. Leclerc is hounding at the rear of the car. He's obviously come into his own now that he's got some free air ahead of him, and he is up the inside. Perhaps tactically here, as even though we've both been catching Hülkenberg actually has lost quite a bit of ground to Piastri at this point, so I wonder if he's just had a spin or a lockup or something. But Leclerc is passed. We will be chasing Hulk down. He's going to squeeze us to the inside, but we are going to be very much past him before the end of the straight. We tuck back into the racing line. And once again, chase after Charles Leclerc as we get back into the top 7. This is Esteban Ocon. Breaking down, potentially. There's no Ocon. There he is again, on fire, pulling over to the side of the circuit. But that's at least a position for our teammate who drifts around past the pit entrance. And on board with Norris now as he goes through a recovery drive, I suppose, to try and get back into the points. But he's going slowly. Lando Norris pulls off to the side of the circuit. The stewards don't know what to do with the green flags or the yellow flags. They're just waving whatever they want. And that's Norris out of the race as well, in quick succession to Ocon. And we rejoin on lap 13 anyway. We are losing a bit of time behind Leclerc now as the tyres are just completely destroyed. We come into the pits. This will be, I believe this was a it's a one stop, isn't it? We'll see what we put on. If it's the hard, it's a one stop. There's the leaders in as well. Can we get out ahead of Leclerc at the stop, though? Unlikely. We paused to let him past. But we are a little bit closer, at least. But where do we come out in relation to the rest of the field coming through behind? We just about get out in front of Isaac Hadjar, which puts us in a very good position to go on the attack. Once again, Kimi Antonelli causing a train, and it's actually our teammate who's also caught up in this as well. But he's probably doing his best to keep Leclerc behind him so that he could try and escape our team and go to one that's a bit better. Nobody's looking, Victor. Nobody's looking. We're going to be overtaken by Charles Leclerc. He's not even defending. He doesn't care about trying to allow us pass first. He's going to defend against us. Unbelievable. Terrible teamwork from Victor Martins there as we go so deep into the corner we nearly lose the place that we just gained from him. And now chase down Antonelli again. We've got some cars coming out of the pit lane as well. And they safely rejoined ahead of us. This is Leclerc trying to get past Antonelli as well. It's so close here. He's going to be a sitting duck. 2 Ferrari-powered cars absolutely ravaging his diffuser right now as we both go to the left-hand side. We're going to get sandwiched here, but we're going to have to go round Leclerc as well as a double slipstream. Really did help us, but we're going to back out of it because we've got that big straight coming up ahead and we do not want to be in front of Leclerc as we go along with that, at least. But we can close up really rapidly here through the slow sections. And onto the DRS straight we go. There is Max Verstappen up ahead. So we've gained quite significantly. Over here more, he's dropped back actually. He is 2.5 seconds down on Tsunoda. I can already see Jos Verstappen loading his sniper rifle in the Red Bull garage as we're going to go to the outside of Leclerc. But where are we? There they are. Still onside him. He's fighting it like a champion. And we're up past him, and we are going to get the DRS here as well because we were behind him at the detection line. Probably not going to help us for too much longer though. This is Pierre Gasly coming down towards the heavy braking zone. Towards the stadium. He spins the car out there and puts it into reverse to get out of the way of the cars coming through. But he's engaged the tactic from the F1 Cult career mode on the channel back in F1 2021 of parking it up to cause a safety car. And we're going to come in and capitalise on this as we were just about passing the pit lane right as that safety car was deployed. Now, interestingly enough, the top 6 have all stayed out. They were already past the pit lane, or at least Leclerc did have the option. He was not too far ahead of us. And we will go on to a set of softs, which could be an absolutely terrible idea in Miami. It's 10 laps. We already saw that other cars were struggling earlier on the soft. We'll just have to see how things go. Safety car is ending. We're up into P6, actually. We've lost someone ahead of us. I think Russell's come in and is behind us now. As we get racing once again, we've got to try and use this rubber before it goes off. We managed to conserve as much as possible under the safety car, but we do need to get as far up the order as possible and then defend like a lion until the end of the race. The longer we're stuck behind these guys on the hards, the longer it's going to be, or the harder it's going to be to get past. As we already have so much more grip, we're really leaning on the car here and those tyres as we're all over the back of Charles Leclerc. He's got nothing that he can do to defend from this as we're not going to have DRS, but we are going to have a mega slipstream as we come ploughing down here. Heavy braking zone approaching. He's actually pulling away from us. He's fighting quite a lot here, and even Russell is closing in now. Hamilton making a move on Yuki Tsunoda, takes P2 away, or does he? They're side by side right now, but it's causing a massive train to happen here. Hamilton's through ahead of Tsunoda. We dive down the inside of Leclerc. Contact as we go through the highway section, but once again, Nothing from the stewards of note against us for that manoeuvre. It's just good racing, they say. As we approach Max Verstappen next, who's still struggling to get past his teammate. Jos Verstappen is furious right now and is punching walls in the Red Bull garage. And Verstappen is going to have nothing that he can do here as we go around the outside into turn 1. I've got the tyre graphic open as well as I was monitoring this. And that little slide there over the curb will not be helping things as we're already at 15%. So we're already losing a little bit of grip. Front's not too bad at this circuit though. It's all these little corners where we're slowing down quite a lot, where we're going to suffer. Already up to 20% now as we get a run on Tsunoda. This is to get onto the podium. He's fighting it, but we're going to outbrake him. Sliding around there actually as we lock up the rears very slightly. And we're through. Next up, Lewis Hamilton. We're just about within DRS range to hang on to him. And Piastri is already escaping further up the road. But look at this, we're already closing in on the 7-time world champion. He's had a good run so far this season. He had a win in Saudi Arabia. DNF in Australia, but he is fighting strongly to recover from that point deficit. And unfortunately for him, there's nothing he can do here. We're even going to conserve some battery to try and catch Piastri after this. And of course, to try and keep Hamilton behind. We're going to go against the wall there. But we do get past slightly wide through this final corner. Hamilton's having another look there. You can see that proximity arrow, but we do stay ahead. And now desperately using the battery to remain in front. Lap 25. Hamilton's closing in. You can see the split time already coming down. He's making a move up the inside. This is not going to help us catch Oscar Piastri, and it's certainly not going to help our tyres. Look at the state of them now. Up to 30% wear, and we've still got 4 laps remaining. That rear right really suffering right now. But look how much we can close up through here with Hamilton on his worn hards. He's struggling, but then traction out of there. And he does have the advantage still. As we rejoin on lap 29, unfortunately not been able to make any progress against Hamilton. You can see how terrible the tyre wear has become. Russell has also been following us through. He's on the medium, I believe. I can't even see what tyre he's on, but he's going to have a look as we come down towards the Yacht Club. He's on the hards. Sliding through here. We've got such little grip right now. We may as well be drifting through this circuit. But now our focus switches from trying to get past Hamilton to trying to keep Russell behind us. This is for a podium slot. Russell really wants it, and he's probably got the advantage here. With the tyres, he's going to go to the outside. He's passed us already in the DRS zone, but we're going to have an opportunity as we get the DRS in the next sector. And of course, we get the advantage of being able to get through the highway section much quicker than the AI. Oh, he's sliding around there as we come out of that little bowl section, cutting across as much curb as we can to try and close this gap. But it's going to get really difficult here as we come down the DRS straight. Russell's pulled away quite nicely. He has depleted his battery, trying to defend from us. And we're going to go to the inside, now to the outside. Can we get past him? No, we've got wide again. A repeat of the sprint race. Unbelievable. We've lost the podium position to George Russell as we come round the final corner and across. Oh, we've had a massive accident again as we cross the line. And Taylor Barnard puts it on the racing line just to get in everyone's way. P4 then, and driver of the day. Not quite what we were hoping for. We haven't been on the podium since Japan. But Oscar Piastri will pick up the race win here. Has he won yet? I don't think he has. So this is his first win potentially. Yes, it is. So once again, another team and another driver. And interestingly, no Red Bulls on the podium this time, which is great for us because somewhere they were declared our rival. Not sure why, but there you go. So there we go. That was the Miami Grand Prix, and now it's time for the race results. So as this is the sprint, of course, all of the points are added together, and Lewis Hamilton actually picked up the win across the entire weekend with 25 points. Of course, Oscar Piastri picking up the race win, tied with him, but scored nothing in the sprint. Finally, there was George Russell making up third place across the weekend. Then Charles Leclerc, Yuki Tsunoda, Taylor Barnard, Kimi Antonelli, Alex Albon, Max Verstappen, Ollie Behrman, and Fernando Alonso all picking up some points. So over to the drivers' standings. Somehow we are still at the top of the table, now just 2 points clear of Oscar Piastri and a further 2 points ahead of Charles Leclerc in third. Further on, we have Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton climbing up the table, George Russell, Lando Norris, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, and Alex Albon. Further down the order, we have Pierre Gasly, Isaac Hadjar, Nico Hülkenberg, Victor Martins, Ollie Behrman, and Fernando Alonso making up the point scorers, with Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan, Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, Esteban Ocon, and Carlos Sainz yet to score. And over in the Constructors, Ferrari now take the lead at the top of the table ahead of McLaren. They're followed by Red Bull and Slothz. Mercedes make up a sort of narrow fifth place, followed by Williams, Alpine, Aston Martin, RB, Kick Sauber, and Haas. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz team. Deep in development work here as we kick things off immediately with a rear wing research. Not that it matters too much, because we do of course have a massive problem with development at the moment, constantly failing. Now, I guess the first thing I should start with is that I was very impressed with this game actually in the in this development side at least. Previous games that I've played at least, you would have to basically spend all of your research points getting all of the upgrades for the car and then immediately just have them. And that would kind of result in it being very easy to become the best car on the grid and then be able to beat everybody very easily. So the fact that we got this development factored in as well with quite a high failure rate does mean that we're struggling to become overpowered early on, but we are going to start developing some more parts now. There we go, there's another thing getting failed as we continue to push through. I had 25 minutes of footage to try and trim down for this segment. That's incredible actually. Usually it would take me about 5 minutes to go through all of the R&D and then get straight on with practice. But oh yeah, we also had a season break here of course, so there was a little bit extra time spent doing the first lot of activities and then of course moving on after that big time jump. So event wise, we've got another event coming up here and we're going to do the larger investment, continue developing, continue upgrading, and start the season break. So a bit of a leap forward and straight over to development to see what is finished. The monocoque is ready to go on the next development piece. Still working on the ERS and the internal combustion engine, but we've got some research points. We're going to go for that rear floor under tray and continue on. Another activity coming in. That was just the results of the previous one we did, and we start developing that rear wing upper flap. Still a massive list to get through here. We started some talks with Nico Hülkenberg, pulled him in since he's been doing quite well in qualifying over the past few races. And research delayed from that for that rear floor under tray. And we keep going. So many activities. We've got Taylor Barnard coming in for his second round of talks. We've got more development finishing there. I think that was the ERS upgrade. Another event, corporate event. Monocoque structure failed again on development. What a surprise. We've seen this 100 times before. We're now not going to have this until after the Canadian Grand Prix. But we do get one of the ERS upgrades at least. So we'll attach it to our car and then pick up a tyre blankets upgrade as well. Mainly to help out with the tyre wear issues on the rears. So I have been noticing a huge amount of rear wear going on. throughout the previous 5 races that we've done, including the sprint race as well. Of course, those intermediate tyres were a little bit worse for wear by the end of that session. And we're going to keep picking up the resource points here as we go through practice. This one, of course, we've got 3 practice sessions once again, so this should be pretty easy to get all of the points. But we've run out of time in P1 at least. And moving on to P2, once again, going for these research points. They're the main thing that we want, although I guess if anything, we'll try and research the parts that don't require any development, at least until we've got a better development. I'm not sure what affects the success rate. All I know is that our owner is, or the owner, has that bonus, so we'll get extra research points if we fail a development, which happens pretty often. And I'm pretty certain as well that we keep failing ones that I've already failed. So it's not just a case of hope that it only fails once and then move on. It's basically guaranteed next time. It seems to fail multiple times. At least that's what I get the feeling it's doing. So finally on to P3. We've got a lot of durability upgrades here because across the board we've pretty much not researched anything besides those internal combustion engine durability upgrades. So all of like the lowest tier upgrade or research is available to us. We've just not decided to take it. Unfortunately, that means that we're just going to get discounts on that instead. So over to Canada we go for one of my favourite circuits on the F1 calendar. Unfortunately, looking quite grey up there for this race, and hopefully we don't see any rain. It was a wet qualifying, I will just mention, so it didn't go very well actually. As you'd expect from my performance in the wet, was not very good. Probably did not help either that I didn't even try and get a banker lap in. I just went straight for it, having forgotten how to drive this circuit. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell, and we will get down to the grid to see the starting order for the Canadian Grand Prix. As I said, we didn't do very well in qualifying, so don't expect too much from me here. As we get underway with the front row, it's Max Verstappen once again starting on the on pole position. He's alongside Oscar Piastri. And further down the order, we have Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc and George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda and Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz and Esteban Ocon. Then we have Nico Hülkenberg and Lance Stroll, Gabriel Bortoleto and Pierre Gasly. Then Victor Martins and Alex Albon, Kimi Antonelli and Isaac Hadjar, Taylor Barnard and Jack Doohan, and finally it's Liam Lawson and Ollie Behrman making up the very back row. Now, I am much better at the Canadian Grand Prix than I am at Miami, so hopefully we'll be able to push through at least to score some points. I would like to get a podium here because we haven't had a podium for quite some time now, and I'm starting to miss the taste of champagne. So let's see how we can get on here, and hopefully we get some rain to spice up the order, but not too much that I end up crashing and burning, and maybe even a safety car or two can pop out a little bit later on just to really spice things up. But with that all done, let's get on with the Canadian Grand Prix. Alright then, it is not 5 red lights, now it's 5 red lights. And it's a very long hole, but away we go here. 19th is our starting position. What could we make up here at the start as we power down towards turn 1? We're going to go down the inside of Antonelli. There's Albon ahead of us. He's going to cut across the apex and just stop us from moving up a position. We're already up to P16. 3 positions gained. We're going to go to the inside here against Gasly. Can we hold on as we go through this chicane? Yes, we can. 2 more positions gained, 1 from our teammate and 1 from the Alpine. We've got Bortoleto up ahead of us, who we know might be being a little bit slow, so we can get past him quite easily, and even more so after the lap 1 ERS mass deployment has finished. as we come down towards yet another chicane. We're going to go to the inside. Oh, lose at the rear there. Nearly, like, hit Bortoletto with the back end of our car. Just swinging around and slapping him, but we managed to keep it together. Here's the pass on Gasly, caught sleeping whilst he was defending against our teammate. And we rejoin at the hairpin on lap 1. We underfueled the car here because apparently I forgot to do that on every previous race, so we're a little bit lighter at the start, attributing to some better handling, I think, as Bortoletto tries to fight back into the Wall of Champions, but he fails on that inside line, and we take P13. Next couple of cars ahead of us, both on the hard tyre, so we should have the advantage here as we slip and slide our way through another chicane and down this DRS straight. Hulkenberg also getting the tow from Stroll a little further ahead. We dive to the inside of Hulkenberg. I think there was a corner cut there, but the stewards have not mentioned anything over the radio, and they've allowed us to have that position. There's the confirmation that that might have been an illegal overtake, but on this occasion, we're not going to give the place back. We all know how that went last time in Japan, as we line up a move on Lance Stroll. Unbelievably, the crowd are cheering us on instead of Lance Stroll. They want him to move backwards on the circuit as we touch the grass slightly and go around the outside. Stroll is hanging on, but the crowd are chanting our name here, Taylor Barnard, as we go through and retake P11. Up ahead, Carlos Sainz, and also, if you notice, the rain has begun. As we line up a move on Carlos Sainz here towards the Wall of Champions, we're going to go to the outside. Again, a tyre advantage to us, and we get that position done, but we are slipping and sliding around, and he is right behind us, ready to capitalise on any mistakes that we make here. Already losing quite a lot of grip there. You can see us fighting the car through the first couple of corners. This is on board with Sainz. Swipes to the inside, and that is how we got the position away from him. And you can see he's got much more composure as he tries to fight back as we lose the car completely there through the chicane. Sainz is going to get that position back from us, and even Stroll is having a look. Boos come from the crowd, and apparently we hit Carlos as he drove past. I find that hard to believe, but okay. We are going to get a better run out of the hairpin, though, as his hard tyres have started to lose grip a bit faster than us. Or maybe we're just a little bit better at getting the power down. But the rain is coming on harder now, and it's time to pull into the pits. No one else has come in yet, so we may be a bit early with this strategy call. But we'll just have to see. The inters will be going on. Still nobody else joining us just yet, so this is either going to go terribly wrong or terribly right as we move our way onto lap 6. And we've caught the rest of the field, well, at least Liam Lawson anyway, as we slide our way. We've still not got total grip there through the Wall of Champions. We did get called out by the stewards for corner cutting on that occasion, but thanks to everybody piling to the pit lane, we have moved up into P3. We've lost the place, P4, P5 now as we rejoin behind Tsunoda. And we've got Fernando Alonso behind us now and Esteban Ocon. So we did actually move up ahead of Ocon with that undercut there. Thank goodness. And the DRS has been disabled for the rain. Unbelievable stuff as we join Bortoletto. Are we about to see another Sauber retirement this season? Yes, we are. The smoke has begun to emerge from the back of the green Sauber. There goes our teammate, new position for him. And everyone causing, well, issues being caused there by the smoke screen being put up by Bortoletto. He's pulled off to the side as we join Kimi Antonelli for the second time this season, choosing to breathe in multitudes of toxic gases and smoke from the back of the Sauber. Antonelli clearly has a distinguished taste for that by now. As we join Gasly, retired from the Miami Grand Prix, spinning again and parking it on the circuit. Is he trying to cause another safety car? There goes our teammate. There goes Carlos Sainz through. And Kimi Antonelli's hit Pierre Gasly. Unbelievable. The effects of the smoke he was inhaling earlier have finally come back to bite him. You can see that Sainz was going through, albeit quite slow, and Kimi Antonelli just drives straight into the side of Gasly. He's on a high, which he can't get back from, and that caused the red flag. So at the restart then, we're up into P5, but we've got Tsunoda. Well, Tsunoda's gone. We've overtaken Tsunoda immediately, but the rain is much heavier now, and Tsunoda's going to have a look at trying to get past us. The AI being very cautious here, as are we, because it is incredibly slippery out there through these first few corners. Verstappen is already pulling a little bit of a gap there as we slide our way around the back of Hamilton, and unfortunately don't really make a huge amount of progress. Thankfully though, this little group of 4 has pulled away, and this is the point where the rain has actually stopped and not much was going on during that wet period, and it looks as though Piastri and Norris are double stacking again, and that is going to cost Lando Norris quite significantly there as the McLaren pit crew just warp the tyres into the shadow realm somehow rather than just rolling them back into the garage. And we're up to P2 as we jump Hamilton as well, and Piastri. I'm not even entirely sure why Piastri... Oh, the massive slide there. You can see the rain is still actually coming down here, but we've nearly got control of the situation. But yeah, Piastri apparently, with a slow stop, caused the issue for Norris. He's actually all the way... Well, he's still in 5th. He was there to begin with anyway. But still not great from the McLaren pit crew. And Verstappen up ahead appears to be struggling. We're going to go down the inside. He touches us, but we haven't quite been able to get room, and he struggles out of the chicane. He's going to try and fight back, but we're not even deploying ERS right now, and he brakes incredibly early. I don't think he's got a fully working car there, or maybe his engine, power unit, battery, whatever, has started to degrade significantly, and he's just lost so much power. We've been able to pull a 1-second gap over Verstappen already, and actually that little battle that we had has allowed Piastri to gain and make some progress there. He now gets past Max Verstappen, and that little battle in turn allowed Lewis Hamilton to catch up. And it looks like the pit wall have been throwing some pit bulls onto the grass as we join again. Hamilton on Verstappen now towards the Wall of Champions. Oh, and Lewis Hamilton goes around Piastri as well. Unbelievable stuff here. And this is fantastic for us because we're now 5.5 seconds clear of these 3 drivers as they scrap over the podium positions. As we rejoin them again, Hamilton now going to be the one under pressure, but they are closing in. They are much faster than I am around here, at least. And they've all got DRS off each other. But, oh, that is the safety car out, which is going to neutralise the race. This is Alex Albon through the first chicane section, loses to the end of the car, and he smashes into the barrier. That was a big hit there for Alex Albon. He's not moving. I don't know if he's okay. He wasn't moving, but we are going to continue on anyway. Into the pits we go for a gamble. Oh, and Lewis Hamilton stayed out. Unbelievable, with 11 laps to go. Tsunoda's come in as well. So the 4 race leaders, as they are now, Hamilton, Piastri, Verstappen and Norris, have stayed out of the hard tyre. Unbelievable, this could be a repeat of Abu Dhabi 2021 because we're going on to the mediums. I don't trust the softs after what happened in Miami. Leclerc's in as well. He's onto a new set of hards. There comes our teammate. The entire field have come in under the safety car. 4 new tyres. It's really mixed up the tyre strategy going on there. Everyone's on random stuff. Ocon's on the soft. That might be a bit of ambitious to get to the end. We're already closing on Norris out of the final corner. We're past before we even get to turn 1. And this is going to be absolutely devastating for Verstappen, Piastri and Hamilton, who have remained out. In fact, coming into the pits might have reset the power unit for Verstappen and fixed whatever issue he was having. At least that's how it seems to work on the previous games anyway. Maybe the AI get that too. But Hamilton's going to be trying everything he can to try and get away from us. He knows full well what it's like to be in that position. Only this time he has the benefit that Verstappen isn't right behind him on a new set of softs, but we are behind him on a new set of mediums. As we come down towards the hairpin, Verstappen under massive pressure here. He's so slow through the hairpin as we get the power down. ERS deploy, he's going to shut the door on the right-hand side. We're going to have to go left here. No DRS still. We're still on the opening lap after the safety car was deployed. Verstappen is trying his best to fight, but he slots in behind us. And now we chase down Oscar Piastri, and we're going to have DRS on this next lap as well. There it is. Somehow still not got the fastest lap though. Lewis Hamilton still has that, but we did set the fastest sector free, having just completely emptied the battery. And Piastri's already out of shape here as we come down towards the first chicane. We're all over the place here. Force him a little wide, and we get past. That's probably going to put him under immense pressure from Verstappen, but we're up into P2. Finally on the podium. Here's the onboard of Piastri as he slides around all over the place. I think perhaps moving to the left might have been a terrible decision for him on that occasion. As we now watch Yuki Tsunoda. Can he make it a second race in a row, finishing ahead of Verstappen as he comes through the chicane, lining up nicely towards the hairpin, slide in the rear just to disrespect him even more as Tsunoda goes around the outside of Max Verstappen and powers down the DRS straight. He is going to get DRS. He was behind at the detection zone, and that is going to help him to pull away. And up next, it's Oscar Piastri, but can Piastri defend for another 4 laps as they come through past the pit wall? I can see Jos Verstappen has taken position with his sniper rifle in that FIA box above where the checkered flag will be flown later on. Tsunoda will be receiving countless death threats from Jos and will be told to slow down. But I don't think he's going to. He's already gained a 5.5 second gap as we now go around Lewis Hamilton, and he is a sitting duck here. But we do have 3 laps remaining to try and hold this position. The tyres, given that it's my tyres, are not in the best position right now. And this is Tsunoda. Can he make it onto the podium for the first time since the 2021 F1 co-op career, where he drove for Ferrari, Red Bull and Mercedes in a single, across 3 seasons, I believe. He actually did quite well in that season, I won't lie. But here we go, coming towards the end of the penultimate lap. The tyres are not looking good. That rear left is really looking worn out, and that's going to be a hamstring injury to us as Hamilton late on the brakes into the hairpin, and unfortunately for us, he waited until after the detection zone, so he is going to get DRS as well. And that's just going to give us 1 lap to try and get past him. And it's going to be tough because that rear left is really, really holding us back here. He's gained so much, and he's going to get the DRS once again down the pit straight. Nearly lose the car into the wall of champions. Tsunoda's still holding on ahead of Piastri. Piastri's got DRS on him though, potentially into this final lap as well, as the rear of the car is just absolutely ruined at this point. We're still sliding all over the place. That tyre blanket upgrade could not come sooner, and we might even have to go further and take the next one after it as well, because this is really getting tough at this point, especially as my rear downforce upgrades keep failing development. But here we go, DRS zone number 1. Can we close in on Hamilton? We've got a chance into the hairpin. He is going to be going quite slow through there, as all of the AI have been throughout this Grand Prix. And we've closed up to just over half a second now. We're going to have to be late on the brakes coming through here. We've closed up nicely, but we slide the rears, and we're trying to get the power down. We just can't. We've lost some time there. This might just be what Lewis Hamilton needed. The DRS is open as we come down the final straight towards the Wall of Champions. Lewis Hamilton has stayed ahead. He's made up for what happened in 2021 in Abu Dhabi, and he's going to win the Canadian Grand Prix. Oh, Barnard's lost it! He's lost the car at the finish line again, but he picks up P2. He's not moving, though. I don't think he's okay. He's very much... He's shaking, actually. He is shaking. I think he's alive. He got driver of the day. That should cheer him up. But Lewis Hamilton, again, picking up his second win of the season. And that Ferrari is going to be an issue if it continues this performance all season long. We've had Leclerc doing extremely well. Hamilton now with 2 wins under his belt, despite that opener in Australia having a DNF for him. And there we go. Potentially, he could make it. Championship number 8. He did win the championship on my final season of F1 23. Let's just see how the rest of this season pans out. So on to the race results then. Lewis Hamilton picks up the win, followed by Taylor Barnard and Yuki Tsunoda. The rest of the point scorers were made up of Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell and Victor Martins picks up yet another point. Over to the Drivers' Championship then, we've extended our 2-point lead to 8 points over Oscar Piastri, and Lewis Hamilton jumps up the order to 3rd, now just 13 points behind us. Then we have Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Lando Norris, Yuki Tsunoda, Pierre Gasly and Kimi Antonelli making up the top 10. Further down the order, we have Lance Stroll, Fernando Alonso, Jack Doohan, Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, Nico Hulkenberg, Victor Martins and Ollie Behrman making up the final point scorer, followed by Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoletto, Esteban Ocon and Carlos Sainz still yet to score. And finally, over to the Constructors. Ferrari is still at the top of the table ahead of McLaren and Red Bull, but we are closing in on that 3rd place slot. Currently, we're in 4th. Then we have Mercedes, Alpine, Aston Martin, Williams, RB, Kick Sauber, and finally Haas. That's all for this video, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz Tech team. We're quickly approaching the halfway point of the season, so we're going to kick things off with another bit of training activity to unlock the team restructure. No idea what it's going to do when we actually get this, but maybe we'll find out soon. And then we'll pick up a couple of upgrades for the facility. Grab another tyre wear upgrade as well, because they have been pretty bad over the past few races. And we'll start advancing forward here with some more activities towards the Grand Prix. Advanced talks with Victor Martins incoming. Some development work as well hopefully will be completed today. It seems that this game is just really bad at allowing me to finish any kind of development. So we've still got a massive backlog of aero parts to try and get through. And as you can see coming up on that list there was the monocoque structure, which I'm pretty sure we've been trying to build since race 1 or something like that. It's been going on a while, and there we go, there's a prime example. The rear wing upper flap has failed. Thankfully we did get one of them done though, and now we've got to try and decide which of the 7 upgrades we want to put through. We'll go with the wheel rim covers because our teammate doesn't actually have this yet. In fact, actually no, we won't. We'll just go for the halo instead and reset the monocoque development. Both of them still in progress, and more of the facility upgrades are completing. I haven't been putting them in the videos as much, I've just been doing them off camera, but they are going ahead, mainly just following the structure of doing the top ones first and working my way down the list, because I don't really know what the optimal order to do them in is going to be, and ultimately we're going to get them all done in the end anyway. And there we go, we'll put the completed monocoque onto my car. You can see that we've already got 3 more parts than our teammate at the moment, but that has put us top of the progress list there in terms of most developed cars. And there we are, well, with our car at least, sitting just between the Ferraris and the McLarens in terms of overall performance. So straight down towards the Austrian weekend, we'll get another bit of development done there. This one's not going to be coming in until next week, assuming it actually completes on time. And it's straight into practice again, and basically the same thing that we've seen all season long. We'll just go for the resource points first. Always good. It looks a little low actually at the moment. Only 85 there for that one. I think we've been hit with the mid-season development reshuffle thing which happens, so we're getting a bit less for our time here than we would otherwise normally have gotten. But of course it does mean that teams like Sauber, who have been doing pretty badly this season, might have an opportunity to try and catch up with us, or at least through the midfield anyway, as we now go through to P2. And I really want these two upgrades here, the DRS and the weight redistribution, so we're going to basically keep going with these. That's 2 in a row with the DRS that we've not succeeded with, and finally get it on the 3rd try. And then this weight redistribution, which I think will just help with the balance of the car through the corners. Engine power, not essential. We're not really going to be touching this yet, but it's always nice to have a nice discount. And then we'll prioritise getting these points just in case we have a massive run of failures. ERS not been as much of a problem lately, but it's always good to have those upgrades ready to go. And we'll just pick up these final ones now. That's 1 turbo durability and another turbo durability, so we may end up even buying this upgrade at some point soon. So then it's over to the Austrian Grand Prix, and well, this is one that I've not been particularly good at for some reason. The AI always seems to be incredibly fast around this circuit, at least on the previous games that I was playing, and for whatever reason, maybe it was the upgrades on the car, but I was always struggling to try and get around this circuit in a straight line, really. But anyway, don't forget to like this video and hit that subscribe button so you know when all of these races have been updated. And of course, we've got the British Grand Prix coming up next, so that will be out this Thursday. And that'll be our home Grand Prix, and we'll mark the midway point of the season, so make sure you are around for that one as we get onto the starting grid here for the Red Bull Ring. And it's a surprising P1 for Taylor Barnard, somehow managing to put an absolute stormer of a lap together in Q3 there, getting ahead of Charles Leclerc. Then we have Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso and Nico Hülkenberg in P6, Oscar Piastri and George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon rounding out the top 10. Following them, we have Max Verstappen, who picks up a penalty, Carlos Sainz, Ollie Behrman, Kimi Antonelli, Pierre Gasly, Gabriel Bortoletto, Liam Lawson, Isaac Hadjar. Then it's Jack Doohan, Esteban Ocon, Victor Martins, who's picked up a massive penalty, and Lance Stroll at the very back of the field. Yes, I should be honest with you there. Max Verstappen did get pole position here, but he did take that penalty, dropping him all the way down to 11th. But we put in some surprisingly good laps through quali, consistently in the top 3, or at least the top 2, actually, for most of it as well, which was fantastic to see. Something about the way that this car was set up and me going around this circuit on this particular day definitely was working, and it really paid off. But it does mean that we're going to be started on the front row with one of our main competitors, Charles Leclerc, starting right behind us. But we don't have to worry too much about Max Verstappen or Yuki Tsunoda, who are, well, Red Bull are our rivals for this season. Okay, then it's time to get underway here in Austria and make the run down to turn 1. Hopefully we can retain the lead here as we start pulling away, but we've been absolutely swamped immediately. Even Nico Hülkenberg's gained 2 positions there, getting past Russell as well. So great start for the Sauber, but we're dropping all the way down to P6. I think we're safe relatively from Tsunoda, who's going side by side with Piastri behind us, as Russell tries to look for a way past the Sauber. Up ahead, running us wide onto the curb, but we have managed to keep it going. And we'll try and get a run down on Russell down towards the hairpin. And we're going to have an opportunity here. Not yet, it would seem. Those Ferraris are going to be very difficult to beat this season. I think they are leading the Constructors' Championship currently, even though Hamilton had that DNF at the start of the season. This is Piastri going in the middle of a sandwich with Verstappen. No, that was Tsunoda, of course. Sonoda and allowing Alonso, I guess, to go around the outside of him. Bit of contact there as well, not great. But as we ride back on board, that's definitely not a track extend. We are horrifically faster than the AI through the final couple of corners, even when I'm not track extending. And that has allowed us to catch up significantly. But of course, this battle between Hulkenberg and Russell as they make contact is allowing us to catch up much quicker than otherwise would have done. And all of us getting the DRS there as, I guess, whoever was the leader going into turn one was close enough to the car ahead. Also, Alonso looking at getting involved here in the battle. He's on our inside right now. We just got to be careful we don't turn in on him. But we've got a good run on Russell here and Hulkenberg. We're going to go to the left-hand side. I think Russell's going around the other side as well. Russell's got the inside line as we go down towards the hairpin, and we run a little bit wide there going through. And it looks as though Russell's managed to get the car up alongside us. We're going to have to try and run it down towards the downhill section. And Russell with the outside line is just about hanging on. And he gets the position, pushing us back to 5th. Unbelievably, we've got to go another lap here looking at the back of that Mercedes. And every lap that we spend staring at the back of Russell, you can see Hamilton's already managed to get quite a nice lead there over Russell. And the leaders up ahead, Leclerc and Piastri, or Norris getting even further ahead, which is not great. Although we do have the speed to probably catch them if we really push in the later stages of the race. As we're making a move on Russell, or hoping to, whilst Nico Hulkenberg is coming up behind us. We're going to have to box him in behind Russell. Russell doesn't know who to defend from right now. He's getting absolutely swamped. I don't even know how the Sauber's even doing so well at this circuit, but Hulkenberg's on one at the moment. Good job that we've started some driver talks with him, I think. Maybe a good contender for us for next season. As we go around the outside once again of Russell, we're a little bit further ahead this time, but it's going to be the same as before, side by side as we run down towards the downhill section, but we've got further ahead this time, and we take P4 away from Russell, and hopefully can drop him quickly enough to put him into the clutches of Nico Hulkenberg. Here's Russell, not really sure what to do. He opens the steering up and he was weaving around all over the place in the braking zone, but he just couldn't do anything there. Lunge around the outside was never going to get him anywhere in that position. He has to defend as there's just too many cars behind him. As we rejoin on lap 5. Now, setting the fastest lap of 109.3. Definitely not the quickest, but we do go quicker later on. Don't worry about that. Hamilton up ahead. No DRS for him. He's gone too far back from Norris already. But we have a massive advantage over him now. Not only were we quicker anyway, but that was a really easy switch back there. And we have got the position. And he will not have DRS until the following lap. Hopefully, if he can actually keep up with us, that is. And the answer to that is no. A 4-second gap to Hamilton now, as we have closed the gap to Norris to less than half a second. And he's going to get desperate here to try and stay ahead of us as we take so much curb around there. It's unbelievable as we come down the pit straight now. Norris goes defensive. To the left-hand side we go, and an easy overtake for us. Or is Norris going to make it difficult? He late brakes into turn 1, and he pushes us wide onto the exit curb. And it's going to be a drag race up the hill, but the McLaren is going to have the DRS, at least for this first section of the circuit. But we're going to get it for the next part, so it's all okay with us. And out of the slow turn 3 we go, and all of a sudden Norris probably feeling like he should have been behind us at this point. Down the inside, and we take that position away. Norris is not going to fight this as much as George was, or maybe he is. He's up the inside again. No, we've cut across the front of him, and we have taken P2. Only a 2-second gap to Leclerc now, as we go on board with Carlos Sainz as he comes through the downhill section. And he's going very slow, bouncing up and down. I think he's got a puncture there on that hard tyre as he comes around here. Oh, contact with the Sauber there. Unbelievable. As he tries to get out the way, although I'm not sure if he did it, in fact, try. There's something flew off the car. Bits of suspension flinging around everywhere as well. Let's go on board with the rear view angle here There goes the tyre, and somehow that piece is still attached. And here comes Bortoletto, smashes into the front left wheel of Carlos Sainz as we go with a slow-mo on board here. That is, I think that is the aero flap which goes over the front wheel, which is come off but is also still attached to the car.
Come on.
Unbelievable. And there was some suspension damage as well, bits of that flying around everywhere. I'm not entirely sure what was the actual cause of his retirement, but most likely it was that incident there with Bortoletto. But as we go for the lead of the Grand Prix, Leclerc on the inside, but he's given up already, and we're going to get a nice DRS boost up the hill. But are we going to be able to get far enough ahead of Leclerc? Yes, the answer to that is yes. 2-second gap now to the race leader as we lose the rear on turn 1, causing a little yellow flag and smashing an innocent DRS board in the face. And we've got all of that work to do all over again now. A 5-second gap up to Leclerc in P1. Not that it matters anyway, because we will be coming into the pit lane for one of our 2 stops now. Leclerc and Norris staying out for the time being. Russell staying out too. I saw Hamilton coming in there in the very distant. There he is. Somehow actually overtaken by Russell at some point, so not entirely sure what's happened to him in this race. There you go. We are away, and we will rejoin where? Here comes Sonoda. The fans incredibly angry that we are ahead of both Red Bulls still after that first round of pit stops, and we are very comfortably ahead of Sonoda, so no threat from him. Piastri up next up ahead, and he's going incredibly slow as he's taken these hard tyres to the absolute limit of their lifespan here, as our fresh rubber is really coming into its own already. Leclerc up ahead is in the pit lane though. Norris has stayed out, so this is some kind of disgusting tactic from Piastri. So he nearly ran into the back of him there. Piastri trying to hold us up to give Norris some kind of advantage, and he's going to force us to go down the inside into turn 1. Hopefully we were ahead at the DRS detection point there, because this will not be good if he gets past us. Although I don't think he had enough traction out of turn 1 to really mount any kind of challenge there. As we rejoin on lap 21 now, we've got a Charles Leclerc-shaped object approaching us from behind at speed, and he is within DRS range now. Overcast weather coming in, just quickly checking in with Jeff, see how the weather's going to do. It's not going to rain, as Leclerc goes up the inside, and we get the nice switchback there, and the DRS. So thank you very much for that. And this should be a really easy pass here with Norris coming in. We're already coming around the final corner, so he is going to be losing massive amounts of time from doing this pit stop strategy. In fact, it looks as though he's probably going to go for the 1 stop with 14 laps remaining, or 15 laps remaining for him. That's entirely doable. We, on the other hand, are coming in for our 2nd stop. We've done, 11 laps on this set of mediums, and we managed to clear a very nice gap to Charles Leclerc, but Leclerc is staying out and will retake the lead. Somewhere in the background, I think Norris will be coming through the final corner any second now, and he will retake P2. There he goes. A little slow on the entry to the pit box there, as our teammate has recently been in, who is running 6 seconds behind Liam Lawson in 21st place. Fantastic effort from Victor Martins. As we rejoin the circuit, Russell just about manages to get past us, but maybe that was a benevolent act from Russell, allowing us to get the DRS on him, and then go after Norris and Leclerc once again. DRS is open. Please don't make this as difficult as it was in the opening stages of the race, if you don't mind. We have managed to get firmly ahead of him, and we have taken that position away. 10-second gap to Norris to try and close up now, and he's potentially on a 1 stop, so we're going to make every lap count as we watch Charles Leclerc fighting his way through traffic. And I think that is Isaac Hadjar unlapping himself and then ignoring blue flags as we come down the hill back towards the pit lane. Leclerc not able to get past. Hadjar seemingly unwilling to move and might even be pulling away from him, actually. I guess he's coming into the pits, perhaps. He's got no one around him. Oh, actually, our teammate is sort of close to him, but no, he has in fact stayed out and is just getting in everyone's way. So, fantastic job from Isaac Hadjar for helping us out in this race as we come through the final corner. There is the gap. We've got it down to about 10 seconds now. And through turn 1 we go. Let's see how the traffic behaves with us now. We do have the disadvantage that we've got Antonelli and Stroll ahead of us. Antonelli, it seems, is more than happy to move out of the way. And up ahead we've got Lawson and Stroll, who are in a little bit of a battle for P17 right now. As we rejoin, this is Leclerc. Oh, and Ferrari's bottled it! They could have left him out for the remainder of the race, and he might have gotten a good score here. But Ferrari have executed a magnificent strategy to gift us the win. Unbelievably, Lance Stroll was using his mirrors for a change and has just let us through. That pushes Norris up to P1. We're up into P2. Leclerc, I think, will join safely in P3 because Verstappen is so far back at this point. That doesn't even seem right that he's 25 seconds behind, but we'll go with it, whatever. There goes Ocon out of the way and Slothz back in ahead of Stroll. And we've only got a 3.5 second gap to close up to Norris, and it's already coming down here by lap 31 as we go past, who is this, Gasly? There he goes. And up ahead we've got Bortoletto, who will be lending us the DRS as we close up massively there, coming out of the of turn 3. And that is the gap to Norris. We'll stay on board with the helicopter as we follow him through the final few corners of the lap. But this is going to be a slam dunk win for us here because he is so slow in comparison. It's not just the tyres that's the issue here. It is just the pace that we're at. In fact, we'll be up in the difficulty to 92. Maybe we already did. I might have done that already for this race. So we're on 92 difficulty for this one. As we come through the final couple of corners, stick into the circuit magnificently as the car did all weekend here. And Norris, no DRS from the back markers ahead, is a sitting duck here as we join on lap 32. Norris, nothing he can do in this situation, and he's going to have to try and eke out some life from those mediums. He's not going to get a chance to get past us again. This is his only opportunity to fight back, but it only delays the inevitable. Also, Charles Leclerc running the soft tyre right now. He has an 11-second gap to try and close to us, which if he's having the difficulties that he was having earlier on in the race getting past back markers, probably isn't going to do him much good. But he has gained nearly a second on us, which is slightly concerning as, well, we're now in the clear air with some back markers ahead. We can try and tow ourselves along. But we've got a nice buffer, 4 laps to go. Charles Leclerc is going to have to be on an absolute stinker of a lap to try and catch us at this rate. But he might get Norris if Norris has to conserve rubber until the end of the race. As we come down the pit straight once again, just illustrating that the AI seem more than happy to get out of the way for us, but not for the Ferrari, which is absolutely hilarious. And that will be the end of the race. No, it isn't. We've still got 3 laps to go. There's Victor Martins allowing us past. I think he's done something more than he was earlier on. That's Kimi Antonelli off the circuit there, has retired the car. And it looks as though we're going to give our teammate a nice tow up the hill towards turn 3. Unfortunately, he is going to get in the way, which is a bit of a pain. Norris is still just outside of DRS range, and Victor Martins there with an absolute traitor's move, trying to slow us down. It hasn't worked, but he did, in fact, make some level of effort to ensure that Norris was going to be able to catch up and get within 1 second. Didn't work. Esteban Ocon running in P17, coming down the hill. That's Leclerc in the background, actually, about to lap him. And that is Esteban Ocon on fire, pulling off to the side of the circuit with just 3 laps to go. Unfortunately, the Haas is not going to make it. So he joins Antonelli in one of these very late race DNFs. And we will rejoin as we come round the downhill section, heading towards the pit entrance for the 3rd time in Formula 1. The 3rd time this season, Taylor Barnard will take victory here in Austria as we continue our championship challenge. And he's lost it at the end, spinning the car around, but manages to keep it together in front of the crowd. Perhaps he's perfected the technique of not absolutely smashing his car. I think that was Victor Martins that he nearly just binned into the barrier there as he was moving across without using his mirrors. Maybe it's actually Lance Stroll in the car, for all we know. But there we go. Charles Leclerc not able to actually get up to P2 in the end, unfortunately. But the fight with Ferrari is still very much going on. And a very unimpressed Norris wishes he had that win. McLaren could do with it. He could probably do with it as well, based on where he is in the standings at the moment. But it's another win for us. It's another podium for us as well. Let's get on with the race results and the drivers and constructors standings. So there we go then. Taylor Barnard picks up the race win here, and we did manage to get our lap time down to our 1:07.3 in the end, so I did say it was going to get quicker. And look at the difference compared to the other AI. We were absolutely on fire here today. Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc joined us on the podium, and the remaining point scorers were Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Yuki Tsunoda, and Nico Hülkenberg. Despite his impressive start, only picked up 1 point. Over to the Drivers' Championship, we've managed to extend our lead over Piastri to 23 points here. Then we've got Hamilton, Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, Russell, Tsunoda, Alonso, and Gasly making up the top 10. Further down the order, we have Kimi Antonelli, Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan, Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, Nico Hülkenberg, Victor Martins, and Ollie Behrman making up the point scorers, with Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoletto, Esteban Ocon, and Carlos Sainz still yet to score. Finally, over to the constructors. Ferrari still at the top of the table with 16 points clear of McLaren. We've moved up ahead of Red Bull now into 3rd. And then we've got Mercedes, Aston Martin, Alpine Williams, RB, Sauber, and Haas making up the rest of the field. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz Tech team, as we immediately get underway with some R&D work there. Finally finishing one of the upgrades for the tyre wear, which should help magnificently going forward. And we get an event with the chassis department, which is only going to serve to annoy them even further about the amount of times that they've failed to actually deliver on a single thing that I've asked them to develop or research. But thankfully for them, it's a short gap between the weekends here, and we don't have much going on. Rear floor under tray will go in here, and we'll try and get both of them before the next race. The aero upgrades that we started before the Austrian Grand Prix still in progress, but no doubt they are probably going to fail, because that's what seems to happen with every piece of development work that I try to start in this game. I think the engineers just don't like me very much. So over to practice then. This is our home Grand Prix this week in Britain, so we'll be hoping to impress and hopefully try and pick up a full set of upgrades here as we conclude with P1. Over to P2. Bit of a tough choice to make here. Engine power again, we don't really need it, and the discount that we've got on it probably pretty significant at this point, so it might be worth looking at, if anything, to try and help the aero team catch up on their development work, as they are so far behind at this point in the season. I think we probably have one of, if not the best car by now if they'd actually managed to complete everything that we'd scheduled. But there you go. We'll just have to make do with what we've got. So that's one last attempt here. We do get the 25% success one right at the end. That leaves us with just 3 more of these to try and get. Unfortunately, primarily DRS and durability upgrades. And I mean, the DRS one is useful, but not completely necessary for us, to be honest. And that is a full house of practice. So here we go then over to the British Grand Prix, our home Grand Prix for the team and our driver Taylor Barnard. And of course, it is a very British summer day here. The rain absolutely throwing it down, which is absolutely fantastic for me because I love driving in the wet, don't I? So this is going to be a fantastical race. And I also decided to mention if I qualify on the front row, then I would up the difficulty to 95. So you could probably guess where this is going. Don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well as we get on to the starting grid. And as I already mentioned, you could probably guess where we are at this point. Once again, at the start, on pole position for the second race in a row. This time joined by Norris. Behind us, we have Max Verstappen and George Russell, Oscar Piastri and Esteban Ocon. Charles Leclerc and Victor Martins made it into the top 10, and Lance Stroll and Gabriel Bortoleto rounding out then. Then we have Tsunoda and Hamilton, Gasly and Sainz, Liam Lawson and Ollie Behrman, Alex Albon and Fernando Alonso. Behind them, Isaac Hadjar and Kimi Antonelli. And finally, it's Jack Doohan and Nico Hulkenberg, who is picking up penalties for this race. Unfortunately, we're not going to see him put in a heroic podium effort like he did just a few months ago this year. But yes, this is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? We've upped the difficulty to 95. And the first race that we do that, we have to deal with rain, which isn't ideal in the slightest. I do not drive very quickly in the wet, and this is probably going to result in me barreling back down the order all the way down to P22 if I don't crash the car in the meantime. But maybe our teammate can pick up some points here. We'll just have to see where he ends up by the end of this race. Hopefully a lot better than us. So then it's time to get underway at the British Grand Prix. The crowd are going to be cheering on Lando Norris primarily after we get underway here. But we've actually had a very good start for a change here. As we go through turn 1, Verstappen challenging Norris. That's going to slow the pair of them down and hopefully give us a chance to escape to somewhere further up the track. Not by running that wide, though, as we come through Village here. Sliding all over the place. Trying to find traction. No dry line just yet. We will get one later on, but at the moment we're just going to have to suffer with the car gliding all over the place. We've got a battle behind Verstappen with Russell and Piastri. It looks like Leclerc's getting involved as well. 3 wide there with Esteban Ocon looking on, hopeful that one of them is going to spin out and crash. Looks like Leclerc's actually won that one, unfortunately, which isn't great for us in the constructors. As we rejoin on lap 5, not a huge amount been going on here at this race so far, as Norris is closing in through Maggots and Beckett's. We've got no grip, we've got no downforce. As we slide through the exit onto the hangar straight, and Norris potentially going to have a look here. He's closing in. Also, Leclerc having a look on Verstappen in the background as well. We've gone defensive and managed to hold position, but we've run wide here, and Norris hits us as we come down towards the final couple of corners at Club, and for some reason we get the warning for the collision. I'm pretty sure he understeered into us, but there you go. He has taken the lead of the Grand Prix, and unfortunately Charles Leclerc has taken third from Verstappen and is looking racy. He's going to be looking for an opportunity here. This is the onboard with Norris. He's going to go to the outside, then he's going to change his mind and go to the inside. As, yeah, I'm pretty sure he did just open the steering up there and crash into us, but there you go. We're still in the race, so it's not the end of the world. On board with Martins there as we go backwards in time momentarily, just to just to observe what was going on. He's under attack from Hamilton. Hamilton having the worst experience here today, driving in the wet. Oh, but we've lost Bortoletto. Sauber, once again, sending a car to the side of the circuit on fire. I've lost count of how many times that they've DNF'd at this point. But Bortoletto and Hulkenberg, between them, I think have DNF'd every single race. If not, maybe a couple of them they've missed. That's brought up the virtual safety car, which is now going to be coming to an end as we start lap 8. Thankfully, the torture is now 30% done, give or take a lap or two. But Leclerc is closing in, and we are losing ground to Norris. The dry line is beginning to show, but it's not really enough at this point to be of any kind of use to us. Definitely not the time to be switching onto the dry tyres as we slide onto the Wellington Straight. Unbelievable grip once again. Victor Martins still holding on to P10 and really upsetting Hamilton and the fans. The fans, for some reason, seem to be dressed in a combination of red, white and blue, and I'm not sure if that's just extremely patriotic or if they're all French, to be honest. But we'll just pretend that they're supporting Martins here as he comes through Maggots and Beckett's. Carlos Sainz also hoping for something to happen up ahead, and maybe he will get the chance of scoring his first point of the season. But here we go, Hamilton up the inside of Victor Martins here. They're going to be very close to touching, but Hamilton gets through, and our teammate slides his way back out to the apex to defend from Sainz. And we know DRS for Hamilton, or for Martins, then I guess Hamilton's in the clear, and we'll try to catch up to Lance Stroll, who is somehow in P9 right now. And this is us sliding through Magnus and Beckett's again as we come to the end of 10 laps, but we're going defensive. Leclerc going to the outside, as Norris did as well. We're going to shut the door on him again, but we've run wide again, and Leclerc is going to capitalise the same as Norris as he goes up the inside. It's a race down to club now as we go into this very tight section. We've managed to stay ahead somehow, but we're sliding around all over the place there as we go through the first section and sliding again, getting a little out of shape, and Leclerc's going to capitalise, going up the inside into turn 1, and we're going to leave some space, and that was the mistake that we made there going through turn 1, leaving the door open. Should have closed it. He did back out of it, so there was an opportunity there to defend that. But, I mean, we're not doing so bad. We're 11 laps in at this point of the Grand Prix, and we've only lost 2 places. It could have been a hell of a lot worse, to be honest. But yeah, weather report coming in now, and it's not looking great. It's somewhere between dry and wet tyres, but Jeff seems to be completely useless at figuring out which one it is as we watch Leclerc go up the inside. Slight contact there as he oversteers into us, understeers into us even, and yeah, doesn't quite get the move done there. But as we slide through club here, and we're gonna do it again there, just getting a little out of shape. Tyres are falling off the edge at this point, especially the rears, because well, I just can't help myself but generate wheel spin. And there's the condition, 65% wear on the rear left. We're going to be coming into the pit on this lap. So 12 laps down, so we're going to have to try and make the next set of inters last a little bit longer than this one. Norris has stayed out, Leclerc's going to stay out, but then again, their tyre wear probably isn't as high as mine, so this could be terrible for us here, as we're going to have to try and make up a hell of a lot of distance over these guys ahead of us, whilst driving in conditions which I'm not really that happy with. But in terms of where we're going to come out, that is the big question. Sonoda quite far back still, as I say that as he then just comes through the final corner. So there, a big group of cars are going to be ahead of us. Where's our teammate? Apparently he's nearly 30 seconds behind at this point. I'm not entirely sure that's true. It is not true. He's coming through the turn 1 now with Carlos Sainz behind him. He looks so slow. But there we go. We're ahead. We're still in the points, but we've got a 9-second gap to Lance Stroll to try and close up, whilst also defending from our teammate behind. And into the pits comes Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Norris, Russell and Piastri staying out a little bit longer here. As we come in, we'll see what they go onto here. I'm seeing hard tyres. I'm seeing hard tyres in the pit lane. Leclerc going onto hard tyres. And this has been a disaster. Only a few laps in to using the new set of inters, and we are back into the pit lane again. And that has just thrown away any chance of us getting a podium here, unless there's a safety car later on. Hamilton's coming in there. There's Stroll as well. Tsunoda out ahead of us. Hamilton's going to pull out there. I think that's our teammate in the background as well. So we are going to be double stacking here, but I think we've got a big enough gap to not be a problem for Martins. Here he comes. Nope, the pit crew are just immortalised in stone in the way of our teammate, but he's done now and he's off. He's still ahead of Sainz, so that's what counts. As we watch Lewis Hamilton now making up positions, getting round the outside maybe of Esteban Ocon. Yes, he gets the position away from him, so his recovery drive is going very well indeed. There's us in the background chasing down Lance Stroll right now, and well, this time it's not for, he's not a back marker, this is actually for position, as we get a good run on him down here, but he's going to slide out wide, and we take that inside line nice and tight, and we get through up the inside of him. Esteban Ocon up ahead. Hamilton not made too much progress at pulling away from the Haas so far. No DRS yet either, so that's going to be making this even more difficult. Ollie Behrman now coming down the old pit straight, pulling over to the side of the circuit, not having the home Grand Prix that he would like to have had, and that makes it 2 retirements now, but still no safety car to be seen. DRS on lap 22 has finally been enabled. 10 laps, give or take, of following Esteban Ocon's Haas around Silverstone has definitely left its scars, to say the very least. Verstappen's actually managed to catch us. I'm not sure what was going on with him throughout this race. I'm pretty sure he was ahead of us earlier, so clearly something gone wrong with the pit stops for him. Yellow flag through that previous section for Ollie Behrman, who's still at the side of the circuit, as we go on board watching our massive attack on Esteban Ocon. Tyres not looking great, but definitely better than they were earlier. We're going to go past him, venting our frustration as we swipe across the front of him after being stuck behind this car for such a long time, and yeah, running wide there. What I found interesting, and I think this is maybe new for this game, is the dry line. Although it is there, is not completely dried out, or at least if you get a bit of water on the tyres by running wide, then you can potentially just start aquaplaning. And that did happen on many occasions, as Ocon tries to defend from Verstappen. We've got 3 laps to try and keep the Red Bull behind us. I think we're going to get the elbows out as things progress. We're not going to be able to catch Tsunoda and Hamilton, who are in an intense battle for P5 right now. And we've managed to hold him off for a little bit, but with just over 1.5 laps to go, Verstappen is in range. He's going to go to the inside. Not got the speed to catch us here as we run a little bit wide there. You can see the tyres just aren't warming up on this circuit. They were freezing cold throughout basically the entire stint that I had them on. And then, of course, as soon as you start running off the dry-ish line, that caused some problems as Verstappen tries to go around the outside before Cops. Doesn't happen. He thought better of it, as we both track extend, taking the Verstappen line, or at least a more generous version of it. That might help us here as Verstappen's run a little bit further behind into the clutches of Ocon. As we see Tsunoda going for a move on Hamilton to upset the fans. Verstappen's now going to have a look around the outside as we come down here. He's going to late on the brakes, but he's not going to be able to make the position up side by side now as we come down towards Club. No, we're not. We've got the position away from him. And Ocon still waiting for one of us to crash, or both of us, to try and gain some kind of position up. And Verstappen is going to have one last lap to try and take this away from us. We've scored points in every race so far this season. This would be our worst position to finish in so far, but we don't want to finish any lower than this because that is going to put our championship at risk, especially with Piastri up there in P4. He's already gaining a big enough advantage over us. Down the Wellington Straight, we've managed to hold off Verstappen. He's not going to have a look just yet, but batteries are going to be running low here, and both of these two behind are sniffing opportunities, looking for weaknesses, trying to sense a moment to jump on us. Verstappen again to the outside. We're going to close the door. Ocon now having a look down the inside at Cops on Verstappen. Verstappen is probably having PTSD flashbacks to 2021. He's managed to hold position, but that's gained us nearly a second in gap there. Verstappen is going to get the DRS. We're sliding around all over the place, not exactly helping ourselves here. As we come down towards the final few corners, Verstappen is going to have a great run on us, but we have got some spare in the battery that we've been able to deploy. As we come round the final few corners, Verstappen's closing up, but he's not going to be able to make a move on us. Norris has won this race by a country mile over Russell, followed by Leclerc. We will come round the final corner in P7 as we slide round, nearly losing P8 to P8 there. That could have been absolutely disastrous for us as we initiate our signature losing control of the car and crashing moment. Lewis Hamilton picking up driver of the day for his magnificent comeback up to P5, I think he finished in the end. But Lando Norris picking up this must be his first race win of the season, actually, thinking about it. Maybe I should double check that later on just to see. But I'm pretty sure this is his first win. Russell, once again, up there on the podium. Leclerc on the podium as well again. Very consistent from the Ferrari and Mercedes drivers this season. That is going to make their championships so much easier. And at this point, I wish that Victor Martins was joining them. But let's get on with the race results. And so, as I mentioned, it's Lando Norris, George Russell and Charles Leclerc who round out the top three, followed by Oscar Piastri, who actually picked up the fastest lap at the end, but wasn't able to gain any more positions. Yuki Tsunoda beat out Lewis Hamilton to P5. Then we, of course, beat out Max Verstappen and Esteban Ocon to P7 by the narrowest of margins, just 7 thousandths of a second, according to that timing board there. And finally, Lance Stroll picked up the final point. Over to the Drivers' Championship, our lead has been slashed down to 17 points now over Oscar Piastri. Then it's a bit of a jump back to Charles Leclerc and now Lewis Hamilton, who's up to P4 in the standings. Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly make up the remainder of the top 10. Further down the order, we have Lance Stroll, Kimi Antonelli, Jack Doohan, Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, Nico Hulkenberg, Victor Martins, Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon now joining the point scorers. Then we have Liam Lawson, Carlos Sainz and Gabriel Bortoleto with 0. And finally, it's now just a 2-point lead for Ferrari. At the top of the table, McLaren are closing in. We're now neck and neck with Red Bull for P3. Then it's a bit of a jump back to Mercedes in 5th. Then Aston Martin and Alpine in a fight for 6th. And then the bottom of the field, Williams lead over RB, Sauber and Haas. And that's all for this video, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Sloth Tech team. Immediately kicking things off in the owner training menu, grabbing one of those points there. Leveling up quite nicely in that department. And straight over to R&D for some power unit work. And quickly into one of the staff events. We got the Belgium Grand Prix coming up today with the sprint race, the second one of the season. So we've got very little practice to do. at the start of the race, but quite a lot of work to carry out in the build-up. We have another piece of development work failing. That's the halo once again. But it looks like we can complete this before we actually get to the race. Finally, the under tray is actually done, and we've got a choice here between the two upgrades. We're going to go with a single development of those dampers there, because we can actually finish them on time, and hopefully the other development work can finish off, and we can start and finish that one before the race as well, potentially. And there we go. We've got a 5-day training event we could do as an activity there off the back of our event earlier. And we finally completed both halos. So now it's a choice between the 3 different upgrades we've got there. We're going to go with these anyway, the drag front wing end plates, since it will benefit both cars and we'll get them in time for the Dutch Grand Prix. And then it's a bit of a toss-up again. I'm going to go for both of these because we can't get either of them done before Belgium. Rear floor under tray again has failed. How long have we been trying to complete this upgrade now? Quite a while. But there we go. Another contribution to the failed development at this R&D department. Maybe it's because we've expanded too quickly. I don't know. But there we go. Entering endgame talks. Yes, the final talks between us and Taylor Barnard have begun, so we know exactly what he would like from us as a team. And before we get into the race, back in to get this cockpit weight reduction upgrade from the chassis department, because we haven't got enough weight reduction so far, or drag reduction. And then of course developing one of these upgrades. So we're going to go with the improved energy store. So then it's over to the Belgium sprint race actually to get going. I'm starting to think I'm picking up a cold or something based on how that intro went there. Yes, so of course we've passed the halfway point of the season now, and we're immediately kicking things off with a sprint race. We've got the Benelux region to go through, Belgium for today's race, and then we've got the Netherlands on Thursday this week. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well, so you know when that race is uploaded, as we'll dive headfirst into the second half of this first season. And it's time for the starting grid for the sprint race. And kicking things off on the front row, we have Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc. No Max Verstappen, by the looks of things. That makes a change in this season. Although the Ferrari and the McLaren have both been doing incredibly well this season. Then we line up on P3 alongside Max Verstappen, followed by Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton and Oscar Piastri, Kimi Antonelli and Nico Hülkenberg rounding out the top 10. We're followed by Gabriel Bortoleto, Isaac Hadjar, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, George Russell and Jack Doohan, Lance Stroll and Carlos Sainz, Pierre Gasly, Victor Martins, and finally on the back row it's Ollie Behrman and Liam Lawson. It looks as though we've had quite a few penalties up and down the field, which has led to this bit of a mix-up order. And we've only got 8 laps here in this sprint race, so not a huge amount of time for any drivers who are a little bit further down the order to try and move their way up. So it's not looking good for some of these. We, on the other hand, have been looking particularly strong here, and if we do win this and qualify very well in the next full race qualifying, then we're going to have to up the difficulty all the way to 100. That is the promise I made myself, because I can't be dominating the AI too much well, I suppose we are in the best car, but we're supposed to be in roughly the 4th best car. So that's all to come. Let's get on with the sprint race. So here we go then, lining up on the second row of the grid for this second sprint race of the season. Can we score any points in this one? We failed in Miami. And away we go down towards turn 1. We're holding position quite nicely, but we've got Max Verstappen on the outside. He's going to be trying to challenge us through turn 1. We've managed to hold our ground. Verstappen is alongside us, but we managed to pull away just in the nick of time before we go up over Rouge. We don't really want to be going alongside someone through there. The AI incredibly slow through this section, for some reason deciding to lift even at this 95 difficulty or whatever we're on here, and that's allowed us to close up massively. And also Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc going side by side at the end of the Camel Straight has really bunched us up here, and we've got a little bit of an opportunity to try and make up some positions. I think we're going to be able to do pretty well in this race, I think, just based on how we've been going so far. This is Nico Hülkenberg, who had a fantastic start further down the order. He started P10. He's already gained 1, now 2, and now this is going to be a 3rd position going up the inside of Lewis Hamilton, as you see us getting a little bit out of shape up ahead. A little bit of contact with the front wing of the Ferrari, and you can see in the mirror the Ferrari is still there. Piastri also still fighting as well by the looks of things, but he's now backed out of it. And side by side with Hamilton through Eau Rouge and onto the Camel Straight, and one of them's going to get the slipstream off of Alonso up ahead. Or is it Piastri perhaps who's going to take advantage of the slipstream as they go 3 wide, but somehow Hülkenberg managing to hold on. He's fended off the McLaren and now fended off Lewis Hamilton as well, who has to submit and sit back in what will be P8 now. This is on board with Piastri watching things unfold, and he backs out of it pretty early here, but Hülkenberg putting up a strong battle here. We are in talks to get him for next season, and that is only improving our prospects of getting him in the car, at least wanting to put him in the car. So keeping an eye on tyre wear, as that's been a particular crux for us this season. But we gain massively on Charles Leclerc, who's backed off from Norris. Now we've both got the DRS. We're going to be charging towards Norris. Norris is an absolute sitting duck here. He goes defensive to the inside. We're going to go up the middle. There's absolute chaos as we come through here. Charles Leclerc around the outside. Is he going to take the lead of the Belgian Grand Prix? Norris fighting back once again, and Leclerc still not able to find his way past. We're looking for an opportunity here into the hairpin, and Max Verstappen has seen an opportunity as well around the outside. He's not going to get this one though. We're going to close the door on him, and the status quo has remained for now. Lewis Hamilton, by the way, recovering P7 from Nico Hülkenberg in the background as well. This was the onboard from Charles Leclerc as he took that line. He did have a bit of a lock-up there going around the outside, and then side by side with Norris, just not able to get the car far enough ahead at the apex there and had to give it up and goes defensive. Meanwhile, on board with Verstappen, he sees an opportunity and he sprints into the gap, but could have been a fatality right there with us closing the door on him. Not this time though, as we close up once again on lap 3. Can we make anything of this time? I'm just scanning down the order as well, see where our teammate is. I think he's still pretty much last in the fastest car, doing fantastic. As we close up on Leclerc once again, we're already overtaking him before the DRS slide, and now we've got a great shot at Norris. Norris goes defensive to the inside again, blocks Leclerc, and now we're going to go up the outside of Norris. Norris fighting again, holding the better line, and he gets ahead for the 3rd time in a row. Lando Norris defends the lead from the 2 cars behind him. This is on board with Leclerc. You can see him lifting there as he goes up the hill, and it just leaves him absolutely vulnerable to a chasing Slothz car with a DRS advantage. Potentially, that Ferrari is pretty quick. I'm fairly convinced it might actually have both DRS upgrades, given how fast it is in a straight line when that DRS is open. But it's lights out for Norris. He's got nothing behind him to distract us now, and we can only focus on the back of that McLaren, and that was a slam dunk maneuver around the outside. Norris thinks about it, fighting back, but he's not going to get the chance, and with 4 laps and a bit to go, Verstappen's just taken P3. Oh no, maybe he hasn't. They're fighting in the background actually, but we've got quite a way to go. This was Verstappen during that fight with Leclerc. Leclerc somehow managed to drop so far back he's lost DRS to Norris and me as we go through here, and there is Leclerc fighting back Norris style So he's picked up something from the other driver, at least. But it was complete dominance for Taylor Barnard. A complete turnaround since the Miami sprint race, in which we qualified outside the top 10 in the rain, finished in 12th in the rain after a disastrous final corner, and Taylor Barnard takes his first sprint victory in Formula 1, reversing onto the racing line to cause maximum disruption to the crowd, as all of those McLaren supporters cheer him on. Someone's just handed me a note. They're actually Max Verstappen supporters cheering him on. And here are the results. Taylor Barnard, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso and Nico Hülkenberg all picking up points in that sprint race. And now it's time for the main event. So then, it's time for the main event here in Belgium. We already have to up the difficulty as a direct result of that win and complete dominance in the sprint race. We had nearly a 6-second lead over Norris by the end of that race. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances and qualifying going particularly well, as we'll see in a moment, we are now officially at difficulty 100 out of 110. I was under the impression there was 120 difficulty levels on this game, as there were potentially previously, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell as well, and maybe you'll catch the video where we finally go all the way to 110. I'm not looking forward to when that eventually happens and we have to drive in the wet. So on to the starting grid then for the Belgian Grand Prix. And it's Taylor Barnard on pole position by 17 hundredths of a second, so he nearly avoided that 100 level difficulty. Unfortunately, not this time. We're followed by Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Charles Leclerc, Kimi Antonelli, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Victor Martins into the top 10, and Nico Hülkenberg. Then we've got Ollie Behrman, Lewis Hamilton, Carlos Sainz and Isaac Hadjar. Then we've got Jack Doohan and Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll, Gabriel Bortoleto, Alex Albon, Pierre Gasly, Liam Lawson, and finally Fernando Alonso, who's picked up a 1 million place penalty and will start at the back of the field. And this is where things start to brick it. I start to brick it, having not driven on 100 difficulty since I was recording F1 23. And this is taking race 9 now of the season to get back to this level. And potentially we could be looking at going higher at some point if I continue on my current trajectory. Hell, maybe in the future I'll end up in one of those creator series or something and actually able to compete. But we're a little way off that for now. Let's just stick to where we are with the Belgium Grand Prix. Okay, then it's ready for 5 red lights. And a long pause, and away we go at the Belgian Grand Prix. We have a fantastic start pulling away from the McLarens, and we're unchallenged into turn 1. The same can't be said for our competitors in the last race, Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris, going very defensive. But Norris now challenging through our ruse. We've managed to go and hold him off, and that's just going to back everyone up here as we got both Mercedes going side by side with each other as well in the background. Absolute chaos unfolding as we come down the Kemmel Straight towards the chicane, and this group of 5 of us at the front have broken away from the Mercedes battle, which is still ongoing behind. Yuki Tsunoda, Nico Hülkenberg and Hamilton all expecting to get them out of the way as quickly as possible as we follow Leclerc as he chased down Max Verstappen and goes to the outside and watches as we go defensive up ahead. Leclerc, does he get the position? No, he doesn't, but he did get a great view of the battles ahead. But of course, don't forget, he's got Piastri behind. This is Antonelli in a sandwich between Tsunoda and Russell. Oh, contact with Tsunoda up O'Roos. That was unbelievable. How did they not get sent into the Shadow Realm? I have no idea. And Russell then gets swiped at by Antonelli as they go down the Kemmel Straight. Tsunoda absolutely fuming at this. Now potentially with some front wing damage as well. Has to try and defend from the Sauber. And Hülkenberg once again looking like he's had a fantastic race start. As we rejoin on lap 2, and we're starting to pull a gap somehow with this higher difficulty. Might have to double check. We are actually on 100. And Leclerc finally gets past Norris, swipes at him in anger after the result of the sprint race. Norris still trying to hang on to P2 at least, but doesn't keep it this time. Leclerc will now chase after us and hope to try and take that win away from us. He's not going to take it, though. As we go on board with Martins, he's dropped to P11, so Hamilton's actually made up some good positions there. I'm not sure who else has jumped him, but he's got a great run here on Hulkenberg to retake that single point, and now he is back into the top 10, having got ahead of the Sauber. And he will now try to catch up to Lewis Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda, who are in the Mercedes train, as we rejoin Hulkenberg at the end of lap 4. And Hulkenberg is not breaking down. That is unbelievable. We finally cut to a Sauber, which isn't in the middle of blowing up. He is, in fact, coming into the pit lane before anyone else. Maybe he has a puncture. I'm not entirely sure, but he's now 13 seconds behind 21st place Alex Albon, and that's his race ruined. As we go back to Leclerc, trying to retake, or I should say to take P1, and he successfully does that. However, this might just be the best place for him to be, because if he's out in front, he can give us a nice tow around the rest of the circuit and help us pull away from Norris. Norris, by the looks of things, is running the hard tyre. Now, if I remember rightly, Oscar Piastri is also running the hard tyre, so we do have to bear that in mind a bit later on when we come into the pit window, that they will be staying out for a little while longer, and hopefully they will be coming in for their 2-stop and not trying to undercut us with a 1-stop. As we ride on board through this Grand Prix, not a huge amount of action to cut to during this race, to be honest. With us at the front with Leclerc, things kind of just settled down from here on out, but some lovely shots of us driving through the Ardennes forest with some horrendous tyre wear for 6 laps into a Grand Prix, but there you go, it is at Spa, it's a very long lap. And we're closing up nicely on Leclerc. We're going to brake early into the bus stop chicane, missing the apex beautifully there, actually touching the second one. Power out of this corner, not particularly great, as I still have trouble with not spinning the wheels up. But let's see how we go through turn 1. Oh yes, that was very nice through turn 1. Immaculate driving as we close up on Charles Leclerc for his inevitable lift at the top of the hill. And we will close up incredibly through here, taking as much track as we need and going to the left-hand side and cruising by the Ferrari as we extend our lead even further over Lando Norris to 2.5 seconds. And rejoin on lap 9, or the end of lap 9, coming into the pits. Leclerc is in as well. Norris, as I mentioned, on the hard tyre, he will stay out. And so will Piastri, so we're expecting Verstappen to be following us in very shortly as well. There he is. And this shouldn't be too difficult to try and chase down after Norris and Piastri, given that we were much faster than both of them in, qualified. Victor Martins with a massive lock-up there, coming through turn 1, as we now actually, for one of the first times in this season, will have to go wheel to wheel with our teammate on pace. Somehow we've managed to gain a 2.5 second lead over Charles Leclerc in the pit lane, so I'm not sure what the Ferrari mechanics were doing to his car there, but we'll forget that as we go past our teammate. This time he doesn't try to crash into us or slow us down. And we are up into... Well, I missed what position we're in. But here's the replay from Victor Martin's perspective. And he is behaving himself on this occasion. For now, we'll see what he does later on in the Grand Prix. Sticking quite nice with us there initially, but he will be coming into the pits as he is now. And he is right behind Yuki Tsunoda now. And, oh, there's Nico Hülkenberg, who has worked his way back into the points, having made that very early pit stop on lap 4. Although he has got multiple cars behind him who are probably a lot quicker, who have all got DRS, and he doesn't. So this is going to be an absolute death sentence for the Sauber. What can Victor Martins do here in this DRS train? Absolutely nothing, it seems, even though he is driving the fastest car on the grid, and he still can't get past anybody. As we rejoin lap 14 has begun. Oscar Piastri is now in the pits. Norris staying out, but he's now got the a 14.5 second lead over us and Leclerc, which is not going to be enough to stay ahead of us after the pit stop. So we will be de facto first place in a few minutes' time, hopefully. And Leclerc's going to have another look down the inside, and he gets the move done. Back up into the de facto lead of the race is the Ferrari. With still 8 laps to go. Still a long way here at Spa. Norris is into the pits. And we are chasing down Leclerc once again through the final corners. Actually closing up much nicer there. Still a bit of an issue getting the power down compared to that Ferrari. And we set the fastest sector 3 there as we go through and finish lap 14. Onto lap 15 now. Norris coming out of the pit. Looks like he's going to drop in behind Max Verstappen, or at least in the middle of a fight with him. So that should help us even more. He is on the medium tyre. I have a feeling that are we going to the end on this tyre? I'm not sure. As we go round Leclerc and retake P1. Again, fighting with a Ferrari. This seems to be the theme of the season so far. Ferrari are doing monstrously well. And you can tell it's not real life. This is on board with our teammate. Finally getting the advantage against Yuki Tsunoda. To the inside he goes. And again, the second time this race, contact with Yuki Tsunoda. Victor Martins is driving this like a true Frenchman, trying to park a car in a small Parisian street. This is the onboard from Yuki Tsunoda. Throws his arm up in frustration. As you could expect, this is the second time he's been crashed into in this Grand Prix. Well, actually, the same time that exact part of his car's been hit by someone in this Grand Prix. As we cut to Nico Hülkenberg, you know what's coming. The Sauber's exploded again. Another DNF for Nico Hülkenberg. Another DNF for Kick Sauber. Who knows if Bortoleto will make it to the end of this one as well. He crashes into the 50-meter marker. Obviously trying to throw someone off from their braking zone or whatever. Although, to be fair, if you're braking at 50 meters for that corner, then you've got a death wish. Norris has caught us, though. We've got 4 laps to go. And he is right on the diffuser of Charles Leclerc. And at this point in the Grand Prix, we've got a decision to make. Do we allow Charles Leclerc to be overtaken by Lando Norris and potentially come under attack from someone who is on much fresher mediums than our hards? Or do we give Leclerc the DRS and potentially risk the pair of them overtaking us? But Norris will have to try and get past the Ferrari as well. And basically the answer was, let's give the DRS to Leclerc, and it's worked. Verstappen is closing in, though, and will get DRS on Norris, but he's not going to be close enough to threaten this time. And we've somehow managed to survive to the end of the Camel Straight ahead of these two. And we'll lead the pack home as long as we don't bin it into the Shadow Realm as we go around the final few sectors. Leclerc weaving around, trying to find any way that he could get past. I mean, I don't think the AI have overtaken anywhere except on the DRS straight in this race so far. And we will basically, on that basis, be absolutely fine. And this is a slam dunk victory. I forget how many races we've won at this point. This might be our 4th win, actually. Australia, Japan, Austria, and now the Belgian Grand Prix. and the sprint, of course. It's a Grand Slam victory for us, potentially. We didn't do any practice, so I can't count those as part of the Grand Slam. So it's a fake Grand Slam. But as we come round the final couple of corners, Taylor Barnard will take his 4th victory in Formula 1 and retain his lead at the top of the standings as he crosses the line. He's had a massive accident into the barrier once again, this time choosing not to back it onto the racing line, but to Austin Powers it in this horrendous 9-point turn on the pit straight. Esteban Ocon will pick up driver of the day, and that will keep us, for the time being, at the top of the table. Of course, the main fight in Formula 1 is the constructors. We are still fighting with Red Bull. I don't think we've got much of a hope of trying to overtake Ferrari and McLaren unless they have a catastrophic repeated engine failures between here and the end of the season, resulting in multiple DNFs and pointless races. But unless maybe Victor Martins can pull something out of the bag, who knows? And here are the race results, of course, for the entirety of the weekend. Taylor Barnard picked up maximum points, followed by Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Esteban Ocon, Kimi Antonelli, Fernando Alonso, Nico Hulkenberg, and Yuki Tsunoda all scoring points. And talking of pulling it out of the bag, Victor Martins managed to score nothing on a race where we managed to win both, despite him having the fastest car. So over to the Drivers' Championship, we now have a 38-point comfortable lead over Charles Leclerc in second, followed by Oscar Piastri, who is slowly dropping away in third. Then we have Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, and Kimi Antonelli rounding out the top 10. Behind them, it's Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Jack Doohan, Alex Albon, Isaac Hadjar, Nico Hulkenberg, Victor Martins, and Ollie Behrman, followed by the pointless scorers of Liam Lawson, Carlos Sainz, and Gabriel Bortoleto. And finally, over to the constructors, it's Ferrari at the top of the table still, but now just 5 points clear of McLaren in second. 71 points back from the lead, it's Slothz in third, and then it's a little bit of a jump back, just 15 points away, Red Bull in fourth. Then we have Mercedes, Aston Martin, Alpine, Haas, Williams, and then tied in 10th, it's RB and Sauber. And that's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with me, Dan, and the Slothz team as we... Oh, interesting. Victor Martins cheating with 25 gearboxes, more than one he needs for each race of the season. I don't really know what to say about this. I will scroll down to this right now. This is obviously the point where I noticed and then scrolled back through. Anyone else have that before? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, we've picked up a new sponsorship deal with our current sponsors, or tried to. We've proposed a counter offer. We'll see what they have to say about that later on as we begin development work on the heave dampers and try to develop this ignition system. We're going to try it in 2 singles here because it should be finished before the Dutch Grand Prix, and Lord knows that Victor Martins could really do with any help he can get at this point. DRS upgrade as well, going into the research, and we're off to the personnel facility with an event. We've got the option here to choose a new supplier and basically cost ourselves 50 grand, which is fine because we have loads of money. Victor Martins has come in to talk to us. His endgame talks now. We should be reaching endgame talks with some of our other drivers. We've got Nico Hulkenberg and Carlos Sainz as potential options as well. Decent drivers who might actually be foolish enough to try and race for us. And we've got a season break coming up momentarily as well. We're going to throw a bit of research into these development durability points, so on to the development. Once again, secondary wing flaps have failed, so we'll redevelop them, and we'll also try and get these wheel rim covers which are one of the first things we unlocked, actually. And we'll give them to Victor Martins eventually. And here we go. The sponsor has come back to us and have rejected the offer. But we're going to try and go for this higher weekly income one, $500,000 a week. I think that's pretty fair. And we've unlocked a training point as well. So we'll get a fan rating every time something happens. It disappeared too quick for me to read it. And that's interesting as well. Max Verstappen has clearly taken a shed load of drugs over the weekend and has decided to stumble into the Slothz facility for a meeting with wildly ridiculous expectations for a team which is only in its first season in Formula 1. I mean, we might be able to achieve all but the fan rating there by the end of this by a sheer miracle. That was unexpected. Let me know in the comments as well if that's ever happened to you. As we go through more development work trying to fix the parts which broke, and we get this really helpful head of corporate lady telling us that we're massively under budget from the cost cap, and we're over halfway through the season. Of course we are, even though we're literally pissing money up the wall trying to spend it on facility upgrades to catch up to the rest of the field. Server crash here. I swear it wasn't me. I do work in IT, but I wasn't responsible for this particular crash. And we've got the option here of trying to get the DRS upgrade done. It is unfortunately going to finish 2 days after the Dutch Grand Prix. So if it does finish in time for Monza, which would be great, then that's going to be a massive boost for us at a circuit like that. Same with some weight reduction upgrade, I believe that was, as we were trying to push through development. So then it's over to the home of Mr. Verstappen. It's the Dutch Grand Prix. Lots of orange in the grandstands there. Quite a lot of McLaren fans blending in with the Verstappen fans. As actually, part of what I thought were the fans is actually the floor of the paddock club. That's my mistake. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well. Every time you do that, Max Verstappen will probably win his home Grand Prix. So let's see if it works for him here today after you just subscribed. Onto the starting grid then, and kicking things off on the front row, we have, unsurprisingly, it's Max Verstappen who beat out Charles Leclerc by 47 hundredths of a second to the front row of the grid. Then we've got Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton, George Russell and Oscar Piastri, Yuki Tsunoda and Carlos Sainz, and then it's Alex Albon and Esteban Ocon. Victor Martins in P11, followed by Ollie Behrman, then Pierre Gasly and Jack Doohan. We qualified 15th somehow alongside Kimi Antonelli, Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll, Isaac Hadjar, Gabriel Bortolesso, Liam Lawson, and finally Nico Hulkenberg with 1 million penalties for failing to finish half the races this season. Yes, unfortunately, a rather unfortunate run in my Q1 lap led to me finishing 17th, so I was knocked out of Q1, and thankfully 2 of those drivers there ahead of us were hit with some penalties, so we've managed to move up just a couple of positions. Not that that's going to help though. Overtaking here is not the best. I'm not the best around this circuit either, having only raced on it properly only a few times on the last few games on F1, so I'm not expecting great things here. So then here we go. We are somewhere down the right-hand side of the screen. I think we're behind the Alpine that you can just about see there. Yes, that is us. Up ahead is Victor Martins, our teammate, as we're already going on the attack. We're past Pierre Gasly, past Esteban Ocon, past Victor Martins potentially. Can we make it a triple French kill out of the final first corner? We don't just yet. Victor Martins holding a defensive line as we're going to go to the deep outside line of the bowl section. We get round Ollie Behrman tries to have a look at trying to get past us and fails, and now we must follow the 2 Williams up ahead and our teammates They're all on the soft. We are also on the soft, so good thing we were able to get past the likes of the two Hasses behind us, and presumably the Alpines as well, who are running harder tyres. They've dropped back significantly. The leaders have dropped us quite significantly as well, so we're going to have to make do with what we can here as we mount a challenge on our teammate. He's got a big gap to him in front, but he's hugged the inside very tightly. We probably gave him a bit too much room there. It's allowed him to snake his way back in front, and he retains that 1 point. Of course, he's only scored 3 points this season, so that represents quite a significant boost to his points tally if he can actually stay there at the end of the race as we rejoin at the end of lap 5. Victor Martins. Can he make one overtake this season and keep the position? Carlos Sainz is up ahead. Sainz goes defensive to the inside. Victor Martins has a think. We're going to dive to the inside. His own decision is his downfall, and we will take away that point from Victor Martins for failing to get past Carlos Sainz. We'll pretend it's team orders, but it was just a dive bomb at the end of the day on our own teammate. No contact, and I'm sure he'll forgive us as we now line up our own move on Carlos Sainz as we get used to the circuit. Times start to fall away, and we get better and we get faster as we now hug a much tighter line, forcing Sainz to slow down a bit, and we get the position back away from him, and we're up into P9. This is Isaac Hadjar coming down the pit straight. Onto lap 7 he goes. Up ahead, we've got the Aston Martin, but he spins the car out through turn 1 and watches his teammate drive past with both Saubers. Both Saubers aiming to finish the race today. We'll see if they can actually do that. Charles Leclerc from the lead into the pit lane. Hamilton having a much better race here in Zandvoort than he did in Spa. He's already in the top 5. Well, now top 3, now that Leclerc's come into the pits. And, of course, we are promoted up the order. Interesting that he's come in so early there. When I just saw Ollie Behrman just DNF'd, so we're going to watch this as well. And that is a burning Haas, causing absolute chaos at the final corner. Fernando Alonso, thinking he's still driving at Monaco, is going at a snail's pace through the final corner. That's going to back the entire back of the field up into him. The Alpine does get round. Fernando Alonso just forgets which pedal is go, and everyone else behind him probably had a very good shot at getting past us. We absolutely twat it into the pit lane at 1,000,000 miles an hour following Alex Albon. There's Oscar Piastri, who was somewhere in the top 5, I think. And we're going to come in for some mediums. We do have another stop to make before the end of the race. And we've dropped Alex Albon, overtaken him in the pit lane. Once again, our fully upgraded pit crew doing wonders for us. And they have moved heaven and earth to get us out. And Isaac Hadjar moves ahead of Albon as well, which is only going to make it even easier for us. As we go on board with Jack Doohan, who is still on his first set of tyres and holding up Lewis Hamilton and Oscar Piastri. Piastri up the inside, but Jack Doohan has managed to survive the attack, and we are there in the background just floating around watching this unfold, and also keeping an eye on the split time as we just take half a second nearly out of these three. Jack Doohan clearly trying to make up for the Crashgate scandal in Miami, where Pierre Gasly caused a safety car, and now is holding up two of the contenders for the podium. And look how much we've closed up here as we go through the sand dunes of Zandvoort. We are right into DRS range now, and Jack Doohan, well, presumably is going to get overtaken at some point here before he comes in to replace those hard tyres. But he's done all he needs to do, and we can close up massively here. The AI incredibly slow through this section, and allows us to catch up and line up on them right before the DRS straight magnificently. As we come onto the DRS straight, everyone behind Jack Doohan is furious right now. that they've been held up, but we're already going for a move on Lewis Hamilton. Piastri trying to make a move as well. Tsunoda's getting involved. Also, Alex Albon in the background as well. Jack Doohan defending from Piastri. Hamilton go around the outside. Through goes Hamilton. And we're going to have a look at the outside as well as we get round. Jack Doohan losing 3 positions in 1 or 2 corners. And now Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon will be looking to do the same thing, just to ruin Doohan's day even further. Somehow still in this championship as well, even though I started this around the point where I'm sure Colapinto should have been in the car. He was brought out in a later update though. Here's Doohan losing all those positions and feeling very sorry for himself. I would find it quite funny though if he's still in the car next season and Colapinto is a free agent. That would be quite hilarious. We're now going to make a move because George Russell is trying to pull a 1000 IQ strategy behind us by going onto the soft tyre. He's not going to make it to the end, but he might do some damage to everyone ahead of him as Hamilton fails to get past the iron defence of Piastri. Russell is having a sniff up the inside as well. Careful we don't crash into him as we come out of the bowl section. And we chase down the Ferrari and the McLaren once again. Just stayed on board here, just as a comparison of how we were just 16 laps ago when we were driving around here. Unable to make inroads on our teammate and now able to catch up to Oscar Piastri and Lewis Hamilton and somehow hold off a Mercedes on fresh soft rubber behind us through multiple DRS zones and winding corners. Through we go. Hamilton and Piastri so slow through this section. The only thing keeping them from being overtaken is the dirty air effects that you can get from going too close. Piastri's got no DRS from doing this time to defend with. Hamilton is going to look to the outside. We're closing in rapidly though. We're going to go to the inside, late on the brakes, up the inside of Piastri. It's 3 wide through turn 1 and we've somehow managed to get past the pair of them. Hamilton's having another look, but he's gotten back behind us and we take the position away. This is on board with George Russell watching this unfold, having an absolutely fantastic seating position here to watch this fight. And Piastri actually loses out to Hamilton as well there. So Russell should be able to make short work of the McLaren somewhere around the circuit. In fact, we've already both dropped Piastri. He's going so slow at the moment. Something that isn't slow is the Ferrari, which goes sailing past at breakneck speed with that DRS open. Piastri again defending with every ounce of strength he has. He's managed to do it somehow. That's allowed Tsunoda to catch up. Alex Albon is gone. He is no longer a threat. And this is the leaders. On to lap 18. It's a 3-way fight for the victory here. And we're halfway through this race. Norris up the inside of Leclerc. Oh, Norris has gone round! And Max Verstappen's parked it on the pit exit. He's driving like a granny. What is he doing? Why is Lando Norris going so slow? As they trundle away, that is a 7-second lead for Charles Leclerc for 3. No contact there between the Ferrari. That is just pure Norris bottle. Sending it round and causing the Dutch crowd to get a fantastic photo opportunity of their hero parking on the apex. As we now watch Oscar Piastri. Is he going to spin the car? George Russell with an almighty overtake there. Nearly spinning out into Narnia as he goes past Oscar Piastri. Piastri can't even believe what he just saw in his mirrors. And we rejoin. Verstappen's in the pits now. This is lap 22, or the end of. Hamilton now under some serious threat as we've been able to finally catch him. And we go to the outside. Hamilton, though, holding that inside line. Is he going to try and challenge us on the exit of turn 1? No, he doesn't. He slots in behind. Leclerc is also in the pits as well, so they're going to be behind us. We've inherited the lead. And Hamilton has come in at some point as well. It is our turn. Finally, Russell will join us in the pit lane, and there is Charles Leclerc coming through. Actually, Verstappen has managed to get that lead down. Well, I don't know now because it seems that the time is changing constantly. It's 4.3 seconds officially now. Norris goes past as well. He will just trundle to the finish line. And we've got a nice little advantage over Russell. Where is Hamilton? There he is, coming through the entrance of turn 1. And we have a 2-second buffer. But the Ferrari is quick. And we are not. As we come through the final corner. And Hamilton is within 3 tenths. On to lap 26 we go. We'll see just how quick the Ferrari is. We're going to give him space. There's no point trying to fight this. We just cannot match that speed on the straights. We're just going to have to sit behind him and try and pull a fast one. If I remember rightly, it was Canada where we fought with Lewis Hamilton until the end. This is Isaac Hadjar fighting with Jack Doohan. Jack Doohan still causing problems on the circuit. Driving around as slow as possible. He's 8 seconds down on Nico Hulkenberg as Isaac Hadjar slowly disintegrates his engine and pulls over to the side of the road. Oh, Liam Lawson's crashed into his teammate. Unbelievable. Liam Lawson, completely blind. Stevie Wonder could have driven that car better than him as he just plows into the back of his teammate. I mean, you do have to ask the question, why was Isaac Hadjar drifting across the racing line like a granny? Not looking where he's going, not checking his mirrors. But come on. As we now line up another move on Hamilton, he goes extremely defensive to the inside and just about holds on to it. As we go through turn 1, we've managed to get the position away. But we now have to deal with the threat of George Russell again on a medium set of tyres. So clearly Russell is trolling us here, trying to go onto the more advantageous set of tyres. And we've got Liam Lawson as well, who is lapped, but watching what unfolds here. But in the battle for P4, only 12 points on offer for this, and we're desperately fighting. Now, if I remember back to Canada, the Canadian Grand Prix, we were fighting with Hamilton, and on the penultimate lap, Hamilton overtook us, gained a DRS advantage and pulled away, and we were unable to catch him on our worn tyres. I'm starting to get the feeling that that might be the winning strategy here against Hamilton. But you know what they say, fight fire with fire. And if that was what won in Canada and stole us of a victory, then we are going to pull the exact same stunt here in Zandvoort as well. We are so close to the back of the Ferrari right now. This is an undeniable overtake as we come round the final corner and begin the final lap. We nearly run into the back of him. We're going so fast. Getting past the Ferrari. Hamilton can do nothing. He has to watch. But can he get past us before the end of the race? 1 lap to go. Through the first sector we go. Russell unable to transfer that tyre advantage into an overtake during this entire time. But then again, we are incredibly fast and both giving each other DRS toes up the pit straight. That's me and Hamilton. Both Ferrari powered and both incredibly quick in a straight line. Hamilton trying to find somewhere that he can overtake. Trying to find somewhere he can stay as close as possible. As we cut to the leaders, Max Verstappen, against all odds, despite having Norris trying to crash into him, despite him being slowed down by Norris in that McLaren, has managed to claw his way back to victory and take it away from Charles Leclerc. Max Verstappen wins in Zandvoort, and we will defend P4 until the line as we come around the final corner. Hamilton's going to get DRS, but is it enough time for him to try and catch us? No, it isn't. Taylor Barnard will take P4, sliding across the finish line, and that is another 12 points to our tally, but we do have to watch out for the likes of Leclerc and Norris, who are slowly closing in on our very fragile championship lead. We still have 6 races to go, and we've still got plenty of challengers who are able to catch us. Max Verstappen, I think this is only his 2nd win of the season. Finally, wins his home Grand Prix as well. But once again, the very familiar sight of Charles Leclerc on the podium, of Lando Norris on the podium. Just makes it even more tricky when you think about the fight that we have to come in the coming races. So for now, let's get on with the race results. So as I mentioned, it's Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris taking the podium steps, but with Taylor Barnard, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Oscar Piastri, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz rounding out the top 10. Victor Martins, again, scoring nothing. Moving over to the Drivers' Championship, our lead has been slashed to 32 points now over Charles Leclerc in second. It's looking very vulnerable, and then it's a small jump back to Max Verstappen, who takes third away from Oscar Piastri. Piastri now dropping to fourth ahead of Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso and Kimi Antonelli. Further down the order we have Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, Jack Doohan, Esteban Ocon, Isaac Hadjar, Nico Hulkenberg, Victor Martins, Ollie Behrman, Carlos Sainz picking up his first point of the season, and they're followed by Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto on none. And finally, it's over to the constructors. Ferrari extend their lead a little bit over McLaren, up to 12 points now. Then Red Bull retake third position by 2 points over Slothz. Behind them, very far back, it's Mercedes on their own in fifth, and then the battle for sixth between Aston Martin and Alpine. Williams and Haas are joint in eighth, with RB and Sauber joint in 10th. And that's all for this video. I will catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25. We've got a classic circuit going on today. It is the Belgium Grand Prix. But before we get underway with that, we've got to go through all of the admin tasks, including starting some talks with Nico Hulkenberg again, just to bring his expectations down just a little bit. I think we can undo pretty much all of those apart from the fan rating so far. And we pick up another training point as well, but don't have enough time to complete that before the Grand Prix. Over to research, and we're going to go ahead with more weight reduction, grabbing engine cover, and then go over to development to once again see that a component has failed to finish. Now, this one is supposed to finish just after the Italian Grand Prix, but I think somehow we actually managed to get it. Yes, we do. So I'm not entirely sure how we managed to save 3 days on research there, but we did, and I'm not going to complain. And somehow we also completed that development work as well. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to complete this one before the race. All right then, and we're over to Monza, the Temple of Speed, or quite well, today it's not going to be the Temple of Speed, it's the Temple of Wetness, as the rain has once again come down. And we've seen previously, especially in my what is currently my recently uploaded video for the British Grand Prix, we did absolutely terribly in the rain. Thankfully, though, it is planned to dry up about a quarter of the way through this race. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell to see if I ever get better in the wet. And we'll head over to the starting grid to find out how we went down in qualifying. We were pretty quick here, and so was our teammate. And on the front row, we have Charles Leclerc, the dream for the Monza fans, alongside Lando Norris on the front row. Behind them, we have George Russell and Esteban Ocon, Alex Albon and Lewis Hamilton. Then it's Nico Hulkenberg and Max Verstappen, Taylor Barnard and Fernando Alonso. Isaac Hadjar and Carlos Sainz, Oscar Piastri and Gabriel Bortoleto with a penalty, Liam Lawson and Lance Stroll, Victor Martins and Jack Doohan. Then it's Kimi Antonelli and Yuki Tsunoda, Ollie Behrman and finally Pierre Gasly. Yes, several casualties there of some rain coming in partway through the sessions, and I think just some people suffering from the fact that their cars are starting to show some wear and tear on the power unit components. So those are the reasons why we've got some drivers knocked out when they shouldn't have been, and then also the rain contributing to people like Ocon getting through into the top 10. And I believe Bortoleto was there as well before he picked up that penalty, dropping him all the way to 14th. So some exciting times ahead. We'll see if anyone of them can make up ground. So then it's time for 5 red lights and a shaken up order here in Monza, and away we go. Can Charles Leclerc retain his position at the front of the field ahead of Norris? He does get away cleanly, so it's great news for the fans. We're getting absolutely swamped, though, down into 12th position we are now. Verstappen and Hulkenberg getting a little out of shape there as we dive around the outside of multiple cars trying to retake our positions that we've lost. Alonso still alongside us as we come out of the first chicane, but we are quicker away than he is. And we're going to slot in behind Nico Hulkenberg, who is still chasing down Max Verstappen as we go towards the second chicane. Down the inside of Hulkenberg, down the inside of Verstappen. It's very tight. We lose the rear slightly, but we do get up the inside of the world champion and get up into P7. Our teammate further down the order not having quite as much luck, still in P16, as Verstappen nearly goes off the circuit there, coming out of Lesmo 1. Through Lesmo 2 we go, and a bit of a gap developing. This is the onboard of Nico Hulkenberg, witnessing a spectacular dive bomb and nearly a horrific accident as they go through the second of the chicanes here in Monza. And we rejoin at the end of lap 1. Verstappen looking racy, frustrated that we're in his way and losing time to a Williams ahead, is trying to go around the outside at what is now not the Parabolica, and he's got a good traction, good line out of there as we drag race down the pit straight. There's nothing between us here. The Red Bull very fast, but so is our car. He swipes across to try and persuade us to brake early. It's not going to happen though, and we're holding that inside line toughly. We've also got Alonso trying to make up some positions there with Hulkenberg as Verstappen ends up backing out of it, and looks like Hulkenberg is actually going to retain his P9 for the time being, but that little bit of a delay for Verstappen going through turn 1 has caused a massive gap to open up, which is exactly what we need here. As we watch the onboard sliding through turn 1 as well, Verstappen nearly understeering into the side of us, but ultimately having to overcorrect and lose some time. He has caught up though, as you can see in the background, and we've also got Esteban Ocon trying to make a move on Lewis Hamilton, who's made his way up to 4th. Ocon trying to retake his starting position, gets up the inside of the Ferrari as they come down the pit straight. This is good news for us because it's holding up Albon and allowing us to close in. Hamilton holds on to 4th, but Ocon's going to have another look down into turn 1. This is fantastic for us, not only to watch, but also because these two are going to make these 3 go incredibly slow through here, and it will allow us to catch up. Hamilton still fighting, holding on, but it looks like Ocon's got the upper hand, and he does take away P4, which is fantastic news, and we've already managed to close up to about half a second away from these 3. As we rejoin on lap 3, Hamilton now attempting to get past the Haas again. He's going to go to the inside up towards Ascari, and he's backing off into Ascari. Alex Albon now running up to the back of him. Is it a problem for Hamilton? Hamilton's going slowly. He bounces over the curb, and it's now Albon right in our clutches as we chase him down the back straight towards the Parabolica, and that is the virtual safety car out to neutralise the race. For some reason, our rear left tyre is at 1,000,000 degrees right now, even though it's still wet. And now the safety car is over though, and we will continue to race once again. Hamilton's car still on the circuit though, but the stewards have deemed it safe to continue. And Albon at this point in the race is going to have the advantage, considering that I am still terrible in the wet. And it also appears as though we have some internal combustion engine wear to deal with as well. Victor Martins, though, on the other hand, still 14th, but hoping to make some positions up. He's going to go to the outside of Hajar, going for Ascari, and I think he's got the line there. Yes, he does. He gets past the RB and closer to scoring points, I think, for the 3rd or 4th time this season. As Verstappen now lines up another move. Frustrated he is, and that inside line is not going to work out for him there as we cut across the front and come round onto the pit straight. Carrying on down. Can we make up some ground? We've got a yellow flag out for some reason. For something. No, there's no yellow flag anymore. It's absolutely fine. Down towards turn 1, Alonso having another look around Hulkenberg, not quite getting anything done there. just yet. We got Pierre Gasly actually losing positions at the back of the field. Is it an issue for him? No, he's fine. He's just going slowly. As we rejoin the action on lap 5, or the conclusion of, we're peeling off to the right-hand side. It's going to be an early stop onto the dry tyres. I think Verstappen's coming in, though, as well, so maybe we have actually timed this perfectly well. Who else is there in with us? We've got Alonso and Piastri have also come into the pits. Quite a lot of other drivers continuing on, though, for another lap on this wet track. Oh, we've also got Russell in ahead of us. And this could be a disaster or fantastic for us. Ferrari, interestingly, not pitted Charles Leclerc at this point. So, as we slide around on the greasy circuit, you can see me fighting the wheel there as we come out of the Parabolica. Let's see how many places we can gain here. I'm not sure if there's too many cars double stacking because we had a few come in on the previous lap. There's Hulkenberg, so we are still ahead of him. And Albon is about 3 seconds up the road. There he is going through turn 1. Interestingly enough, it seems that there's an RB and I guess it's Bortoletto who have remained out again on what is now a dry circuit. As now we look at Pierre Gasly, who is coming through turn 1, running in last, miles off Stroll, and has decided to destroy his own car and presumably just disappear somewhere out of sight. As we rejoin on lap 12, the rain has ceased, the track has dried up, the grease has started to be pulled up off the track and rubber going down, so we've actually got some grip. You can see the internal combustion engine, significant wear on that. I'm not entirely sure why I've still decided to run with that one in this race. We will be switching it for the next Grand Prix in Mexico. But we've got a run on Albon, hoping that he's got just as bad wear on his car as we do on ours. Not an opportunity into turn 1, though, as he does get the tow and the DRS from Russell ahead. Russell having a good few races recently. We've had Mercedes doing particularly well. Hopefully his form continues. Unfortunately, I wish he was in front of Leclerc, as we just get Jeff pointing out that there's not going to be any more rain, despite my paranoia that the clouds still look a little bit angry. But through the Lesmos we go. Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2 coming up. We gain a lot of time on the AI through here. Not entirely sure what the issue is. On this occasion, though, Alex Albon letting the rear slide out, and we're pouncing on the opportunity. To the outside we go. And we are now up into P5 ahead of the Williams. Russell next up the road. Interestingly, Esteban Ocon still holding on to P3. I'm not entirely sure how he's managed that. But, looks like Albon's actually on the attack here as he closes up into the Parabolica. And we very quickly start putting away, as clearly the cornering ability of that Williams is not quite up to par with ours. And now we're going to get that DRS tow from Russell, which is going to be absolutely crucial here to defend from Alex Albon. He's going to have a look down the inside into turn 1, but we shouldn't have any trouble fending him off here. We give him the space, and we're quite easily able to corner through there and stay ahead without any problems. We have lost a little bit of time to Russell, though, but we should be able to close that up into the Lesmos later on in the lap. As we look at our teammate, who's running P12 right now in a cluster of cars, led by Bortoletto. Martin's now going around the outside, or defending from Oscar Piastri, who's found himself in this mess. Verstappen is behind them as well. What on earth is going on with his race? As Martins gets past Piastri, goes to the outside of Carlos Sainz. We've got Bortoletto Alonso fighting ahead as well. Bortoletto also trying to defend from Sainz, as Martins now goes around the outside of him as well. And that is a couple of positions gained, and he is into the point. But as we know from our car and from the work that we were doing earlier on in this episode, we've done some extra work for the DRS recently. And we've got those extra weight reduction things coming in. And also, well, many more upgrades, which is helping out Martins substantially here in this Grand Prix, which is built around having a fast car in a straight line, something that even he can't mess up. As we chase down Russell, taking huge amounts of curb through Ascari, and we continue the chase. We've got plenty of ERS battery here to play with, so we're going to spend some to clear the gap here. Also, a bit of a fastest lap flight going on between the top 5 at the moment. Leclerc seems to take it one lap and then we take it back, or Norris takes it. Ocon doesn't seem to be a player in this. He's actually just peeled into the pit lane, and we pick up fastest lap until the next lap and go to the outside of Russell down into turn 1. Russell late on the brakes. He wants to fight this one. We're going to give him the space again. Russell giving us a squeeze on the inside, and we're still side by side out of turn 1, but he had the better bit of track to get traction off of, and we have to use the ERS assistance there just to try and get ahead of him. He's still there though on the outside. I can just about see him in the mirrors as he pulls alongside, and amazingly actually gets in front of us as we go through here. But he's made a mistake there, and we're able to get the switchback on him down towards the Lesmos, and down the inside we go. He's still on our inside though. Russell refusing to give up this place, and eventually though he does have to give it up. But can we actually defend him all the way down here towards Ascari? He is going to have the DRS on us, and then again a massive tow, but we positioned our car right in the way so he's not able to commit to that outside line, and we might be able to gain a bit of time here before we come onto the pit straight and then ultimately get overtaken again. Here he goes, closing in. Just looking down the leaderboard as well, I see that Martins is up into P6 now, just narrowly ahead of Alonso, and quite a big gap back to Hulkenberg, we just saw in the back of our shot there, who's actually having a fantastic race. If he manages to get through this without DNFing, that'll be crucial points for the Sauber outlet, as Russell cannot seem to figure out which way he wants to go around us through turn 1. He's chosen the inside again, and this time we've managed to close the door on him much sooner, and he's going to have to sit behind us for the rest of the lap. Hopefully we can pull away just enough so that we can get that 1 second gap. And it didn't really work out that way in the end, but we are going to come into the pit and see if we can undercut him. There's Charles Leclerc. That's the lead that he has as he's come in for his second stop now. Norris remaining out. So Ferrari still have this in hand, -1 Hamilton, who of course retired very early on in this Grand Prix after flinging his car into the air over the curb. And out we come. Where do we fall in the order? Through comes Isaac Hadjar. Lawson is behind us, but we seem to be safely into P8, following an RB on very used mediums. And look how much faster we are through the Lesmos as we close up. We're right on the back of the RB now, and he doesn't even stand a chance here as we go to the outside. And, well, we'll give him a helpful tow up towards the Parabolica, but it's not really going to do him much good. Interestingly, Yuki Tsunoda running P9. I can't see... Verstappen appears to be in that group that Martins was fighting in earlier, but looking at where the dot is on the map, he appears to have pulled away from it slightly, with Fernando Alonso holding up the entire rest of the field behind him. And it looks like Russell has come in as well as we steam our way down the pit lane, and we have very comfortably cleared the Mercedes here as we come down towards turn 1. So we've got Esteban Ocon ahead of us, or not. He's now come into the pit lane as we rejoin on the final lap actually. And it's Norris ahead of us by 3 seconds. Unfortunately, unable to close up the gap in the remaining laps of the Grand Prix, despite pushing as hard as possible. Just not having that DRS has not helped us as Charles Leclerc takes victory for Ferrari at Monza, greatly pleasing the fans. We will continue our way down towards the Parabolica. We've not managed to get anywhere near Norris as we absolutely fling it through the final corner, nearly throwing the rear end out of control. And we take away a podium. Taylor Barnard spins the car out over the finish line, and that will be a nice 18 points to our tally there, as or even 15 points as we continue on. Victor Martins rightly picking up driver of the day for that fantastic finish. I think he did score points. We'll see in a moment. And we congratulate Charles Leclerc for another victory. Brings him ever closer to challenging us for the title. Norris, very consistent with his P2, and no sign of Verstappen, actually, who has been on a bit of a recent rise through the table. But that's it for the Italian Grand Prix anyway, and yeah, we'll see where we stand in the tables now. So here are the final results. Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris and Taylor Barnard are the podium finishers, followed by George Russell, Nico Hülkenberg, Victor Martins with an impressive 6th, Carlos Sainz, Esteban Ocon, Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri. Over to the Drivers' Championship, Charles Leclerc narrows the gap down to just 22 points now between us and him. He's followed by Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Nico Hülkenberg and Fernando Alonso making up the top 10. Further down the order, we have Kimi Antonelli, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll. Victor Martins jumps up to 15th ahead of Alex Albon. Jack Doohan, Carlos Sainz, Isaac Hadjar and Ollie Behrman are the final point scorers, with Gabriel Bortoleto and Liam Lawson yet to score still. And finally, over to the Constructors, it's a nice comfortable lead for Ferrari, 18 points clear of McLaren. Slothz continue to pull away from Red Bull in 3rd place, pushing Red Bull closer to Mercedes in 5th. Then we have Aston Martin, Alpine, Williams, Sauber, Haas, and finally RB. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 as we immediately get underway with a corporate event to pick up RGB as a new sponsor and head over to research to grab some power unit upgrades. The reason why is because we've got we've got a bit of a deficit on ERS. Not based on the last race out in Monza, we did perfectly well there, but I do want to try and increase the amount that we have available. By the time we come to some of the more demanding races next season, like Saudi Arabia, is one that stood out as being particularly difficult. We're in Mexico City today. In the past, we've had some absolutely fantastic races. As soon as the safety car comes out, there seems to be someone who wants to brake check at the safety car restart and cause a massive pile-up. So I'm hoping for a safety car in this race today, and hopefully some absolute demolition take place, and maybe that will save our championship challenge. Hopefully. Charles Leclerc has been successful, a bit too successful recently. He picked up that win at Monza in the last race, and that's just pushed him even closer to us now. We, on the other hand, have started to change tactics in terms of how we're running the team. I'm now focusing on fixing the funding problem. At the top of the screen, you may just see there briefly, we were down to our, less than £1 million left, which isn't great because, we've been spending lots of money on facility improvements, and I think I realised either in this particular practice session sort of time or during Brazil that not only have we run quite low on money, but we've also only done about half of the facility upgrades that are available to us. As you can see in the background, we've actually got the phase 3 here of the engineering department, but we're still about 50% staffed, which is not great. So we're focusing on staffing and focusing on revenue generation to try and pay for more upgrades a little bit later on. This seems like a slam dunk. We'll go for some title sponsor loyalty there and continue on with our timeline here. Of course, more development failing. We're used to it by now. It's happened to basically every component that we've tried to develop. Even if we've had one success, the other one seems to fail. Like in this case here, we'll reset that one, and then we've got another durability upgrade that we'll chuck on as well, and hopefully get all of those done before the Mexican Grand Prix. Give both of us a chance. And we're back over to development as the intercooler research has completed. We're not going to get this until after Mexico, so we're just going to chuck this in on a dual development and press on. Raising some more money there. You see we dropped to $500,000 after all that development work, and I believe we bought some more facility upgrades. And finally, just checking on development, we've got these engine covers, we've got that energy store, and we've got that durability upgrade. So it's over to Mexico, and thank goodness the rain has stopped here. But I think we did have a little bit of rain in qualifying, which meant that we didn't quite qualify quite as high up the order as we wanted to. But that's fine. It's dry for the race. It's forecast to be dry throughout, so we should be in for a good one. And as I mentioned earlier, I hope we get that safety car to cause some chaos later on. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you know when all of these races are uploaded. We've got 4 more races to come after this one. Those are Brazil, Las Vegas, Qatar and Abu Dhabi, so don't forget to stay tuned for all of those. Anyway, onto the starting grid then for the Mexican Grand Prix. And starting things off, we've got Max Verstappen back on the front row after a short period without him there. He's alongside George Russell, who's had a very good upcoming career in the past few races. Behind them, it's Charles Leclerc, previous race winner, alongside Oscar Piastri, Kimi Antonelli and Lando Norris. Then we have Carlos Sainz and Taylor Barnard, followed by Victor Martins and Ollie Behrman. Then we have Fernando Alonso and Yuki Tsunoda, Lance Stroll and Liam Lawson, Isaac Hadjar and Alex Albon, Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton with a massive penalty, Gabriel Bortoleto and Pierre Gasly, and finally it's Nico Hulkenberg and Jack Doohan. And yes, your eyes do not deceive you, Victor Martins in the fastest car has finally managed to get into the top 10, getting into Q2, I believe, and then was pushed up the order by a couple of other drivers, one being Hamilton, taking some penalties. So he actually starts alongside us going down towards turn 1. This is one of the first times, I think, actually, that not only have we raced him wheel to wheel and not lapped him, but also at the start of the race, we'll actually be competing for track position here down towards turn 1. There he is. Best start, I think, so far this season for him. Let's see if he can pull this off and get some points. So then it's time for 5 red lights here in Mexico. And away we go, very quick off the mark there for the lights as we power down towards turn 1. There's Martins behind us, actually. We're already getting past Carlos Sainz and now getting boxed in by Kimi Antonelli as we come down towards turn 1. The gap is closing. We're going to have to go to the right-hand side of Antonelli, but we've got Carlos Sainz at the inside as well. It's 4 wide going through turn 1. Elbows are out. Carlos Sainz across the grass, hitting us for some reason. We got a collision with Antonelli there, not with Sainz. But absolutely crazy turn 1 there, but somehow everyone makes it through all okay as we now take a dive down the inside of Antonelli. Norris locking up and we slide as Norris tries to swipe across us and close the door. We do get that position away from Antonelli though, and we're up into P6. The McLaren's running the hard tyre for some reason. Everyone else on the mediums, so they're going to be going very slow for a good portion of the opening of this race. This is the onboard from our teammate watching the absolute show in front of him as we nearly get crashed into by Carlos Sainz and Antonelli, and managed to somehow survive. I'm surprised nobody actually got caught up in a turn 1 incident there. That was absolutely crazy. This is on board with Sainz, so I think knew that he couldn't make this corner, and that is why he did in fact cut straight across it. That was all 4 wheels beyond the white line, if ever there was one, but of course he wasn't penalised in any way. Hopefully given a warning though. And this is Antonelli watching our overtake on on himself and nearly on Norris as we see the front wing and front right wheel of the car just go slipping around. Not quite getting past the McLaren though. We're saving that for lap 2 as we get a good run out at the final corner and we chase him down. Piastri also going slow. We get the double slipstream here. We're going to go to the left-hand side of both of them. Can we make it around the outside? We've got Piastri here. Norris still holding on though, but we've got the inside as we go through the second part of turn 1. And we managed to get ahead of the McLaren. There's the 3 race leaders still within reach as we power towards them. And hopefully with Norris and Piastri running those hards, they will keep everyone else behind us. And behind them, hopefully, as we watch Piastri trying to find a way to defend from his teammate. No DRS in play just yet, but I'm sure that the 2 of them will basically be helping each other out and trying to stop our teammate from moving up the order. In fact, this was our teammate getting past Carlos Sainz up ahead. He's got Antonelli ahead of him, and then both McLarens, who, based on papaya rules, are both starting on a terrible strategy. As we come round onto lap 3, DRS is going to be available for us, but we're just going to sit and cruise for the time being as we watch Russell and Leclerc fight it out. Eventually, one of these 2 will try and go for a move at the wrong time and slow the pair of them down enough for us to capitalise. But for the time being, we'll just sit here and wait a little bit. Get the power down nice and early. Maybe we can try and take advantage here. Going down the inside of Leclerc, maybe. Yes, we're going to have a look down the inside. It's very close to touching, but we managed to get alongside him for the second part of the corner, and him bouncing over that curb. He just had to slow the car down a little bit more, but he is fighting back, though. Up the inside, he's having a look. You can see him in the mirror moving around, but we have taken away. That is P3 now. Russell up ahead. And this was Martins watching Antonelli getting past Piastri, and also going past Piastri, nearly making contact through turn 1. And the McLaren bouncing over the curb, but not able to do anything there. As I think, is that Carlos Sainz and Verstappen? Oh, it's Tsunoda, never mind. We rejoin on lap 4, chasing down Russell. We're out of DRS range. Leclerc is going to take full advantage here as he goes to the inside. And we watch Verstappen slowly move up ahead. As actually, I think that was Martins getting past Antonelli in the background as well. As we follow Leclerc ahead of us once again. Oh, Max Verstappen's going slowly. Oh, it's a terrible result for the Red Bull driver. That lends George Russell the lead. The top 4, somehow Lando Norris is caught up out of nowhere, but the top 4 now consisting of 4 different teams, and they're all close together. Russell's going to be the big loser here as we come around onto lap 6 past the blown up Red Bull at the side of the circuit. Unbelievable stuff. We've not seen a single retirement from the Red Bull team all season. And here they are, a crucial part of the championship. And that has just gifted Charles Leclerc current P1 as a result of Russell losing any DRS to Verstappen up ahead. And he's going to be vulnerable here to both me and Norris. Norris more so as the stint plays out and the hard tyre basically starts performing much better than the mediums as they wear out. We're going to go to the outside of Russell, take the inside line that we've seen the AI struggle with, and he's holding on and eventually gives up the place. And now we've got a clear shot at Leclerc, our championship rival, although he is just outside of DRS range. Will stay on board through the S's. These are a fantastic section to drive when you have the car that can support you through here, especially over several laps distance. As the tyres start to fall off, it becomes less fun, and even less fun when you have to do it in the wet as well. Although, to be fair, I don't know of a single circuit that's fun to do in the wet, from my opinion. But we come around the final corner. We've lost quite a lot of time to the Ferrari through Sector 2 and 3. And that's not good for us because Russell and Norris are going to be closing up. Also, Victor Martins, 5 seconds behind Norris, but hanging on to P5. Can he match his best result? It was 6th, I believe, at the last race in Monza. As Russell takes away P2 from us. And we'll just have to take it back on the following lap. Leclerc has a very comfortable lead now, and that has meant that of the 3 of us here, whichever one is leading is going to be the one who is the big loser. And Russell on this lap is the big loser as we power slide through turn 1. Just the ultimate disrespect to the Mercedes driver, who has become a right thorn in our side over the past few races, fighting us very hard into multiple corners. And stopping us from getting some good results, as we see Norris now trying to get past Russell, capitalising on the DRS-less Mercedes, and this is only just helping us even more. As I mentioned in previous times, as soon as they start fighting through the right section, i.e. that section, we've managed to gain a 1.6 second lead. Unfortunately though, Norris was able to get past, and that lead has been short-lived, and now Norris has moved his way up into P2 on medium tyres. 11 laps old by this point, nearly a third of the race distance done. And we'll be looking to get into the pit lane soon for a set of hards. And well, those will take us to the end. So we will have to watch out for Norris and Piastri later on in the Grand Prix, who will be on the mediums and have that tyre advantage. We don't want to get caught out by them. But here we go, Russell coming round the final corner. He's peeling in on lap 11. Start of lap 12, we're chasing down Norris still. Still got the DRS. In fact, just about got the DRS. We can take the toe from him, and we've managed to make that work just about. Up until lap 14, Leclerc is peeling in. We will be doing the same. And where do we come out in relation to George Russell, though? He is currently behind Lewis Hamilton. Very close behind Lewis Hamilton. As we watch Martin's coming through the final corner as well, he has dropped quite significantly, but he has held on to that P5. Now P2. Norris, of course, staying out. Oh, it's a slow stop. Unbelievable stuff when we really needed it. Not good for us. Russell's got through. Alonso's got through. Where's Antonelli? Is he coming through? No, he might have been in the pits, actually. So we've held on to P9, but we've lost a significant amount of time to George Russell up ahead, which is going to cost us. We rejoin on lap 19. Up ahead, we've got Leclerc and Piastri fighting each other. Piastri also on that hard tyre, so he is going on that different strategy. But we do appear to be closing in on Russell, who currently holds P2. Norris, miles away up the road, again, also has to come into the pits later on. And look at that, our teammate, Victor Martins, he is 9 seconds behind, but very much clear of Antonelli at this point in P6. So he's on for a good result here still, as we follow Piastri through the twisty sections of Sector 2, and those hard tyres are really starting to suffer. Right now, ours are much fresher, and we're going to gain a good boost here. Down the inside of Piastri. We do not want to be stuck behind him for any length of time through here. He is just too slow at this point in the Grand Prix. Here's the onboard. Oh, there was contact there as we went past him. Just the slightest of touches on the front wing. I've not seen anything like that before. No damage, but sparks flying as his front wing makes contact with our tyre. We're quite lucky, I guess, not to have picked up a puncture there. But with the fresh rubber and maybe a slight mistake there from Leclerc, we've managed to close up to get DRS again. And both of us have actually managed to close in on Russell, who is running the medium tyre right now. So he's obviously going to be coming in and stopping again later on. In fact, I'm not entirely sure how we've managed to close up so much. Surely he should be faster at this point, based on that tyre compound he's using. But there you go. Looks like Norris is now starting to lap whoever is running last, and that's not going to help us too much because he's going to be getting DRS from those back markers. Other than the next one, I believe that Stroll is quite far up the road from him. We're not close enough to make a move on Leclerc just yet, though. DRS is open. We remain on board. We are closing in quite rapidly on the Ferrari. We're going to go to the inside. Late on the brakes, so we've overshot the corner considerably there, and Leclerc takes away the position again, just effortlessly cruises past, and we're going to have another shot off at him, although it seems that Russell seems to have forgotten how to drive fast, and we've both managed to close up. Oh, maybe he was suffering on a used set of mediums, though, but he has pulled in. Oh, I suppose he did do 11 laps on both sets of mediums, so unfortunately that's gifted Leclerc one more lap of DRS, but we rejoin later on. He's got no one to save him this time as we come through the grandstand, the grandest of stands, it's got to be said, into the final corner. Looks like Norris has finally come in on lap 23, so he's going to have a very short stint of just 13 laps on the mediums. We've seen from what Russell was doing earlier on that might be a bit too much, but we'll see. We'll just have to see. Piastri should be coming in as well shortly. And we're closing up on the Ferrari. He's going a little bit defensive. Doesn't give us much room on the outside. And we're going to go around into turn 1. He's going to squeeze us. And we're going to squeeze him. I'm joking. We're going to give him some room. We want to keep this championship interesting. No contact, if possible, with the Ferrari. Lap 25. Unsurprisingly, Victor Martins unable to defend from the fresh tyres of the McLaren. He drops to P4, but that's still a season best for him if he finishes where he is. He does have Russell coming up behind, though, that he needs to contend with. Charles Leclerc following the two RBs who Taylor Barnard has lapped. And both of them moving out of the way. We've also got Lance Stroll here as Leclerc goes first. Oh, Liam Lawson's just crashed into the back of his teammate. Unbelievable. What on earth is going on there? Liam Lawson appears to be smashing the front of his car with his suspension right now out of frustration. What on earth was that? He's just gone full speed. He's Lance Strolled it into the back of his own teammate. He has Lance Strolled it. That's unbelievable. I've not seen anything like that from the AI before. And Hadjar, I'll be amazed if he's got no damage at all, because or even a puncture at the very least, because that was a massive impact. And unsurprisingly, the safety car was deployed. It was originally a virtual safety car. It did pop up again with a full safety car. We're going to come into the pits and try and counter the fresh tyres of Norris and put on a fresh set of softs and try and make it to the end. Where is Russell, though? Is he going to come through? Unfortunately, he does. So we are behind Russell. Russell running fairly new hard tyres, but they should be fresh enough. As the safety car comes to an end, we won't be under threat from our teammate in fourth, but we do have a lot of back markers just in the way between us. We've got the Aston Martin, the RB, and the Haas, and they will have to move as soon as we go racing once again. But we should have this one in the bag as we chase down Charles Leclerc on the fresh softs. Behrman's going to clear the way. In fact, it looks as though the seas are parting of back markers up ahead as I chase down Lando Norris down towards turn 1. And he goes up the inside of Hadjar. What is Stroll doing? What are you blithering idiot? Lance Stroll with an absolutely ridiculous move, parking it in the way. Somehow we've managed to get through past Norris, but we've got wing damage. And that could just be the end of our race there. Here's Stroll being an absolute moron, just stopping on the racing line. Thankfully, our teammate wasn't collecting in that accident as well. And this is Norris's perspective, thinking what on earth is going on here. There's grass all over the Aston Martin's tyres. He's got no idea what he's doing. And tentative to go past. Here's the same from our teammate. Watching on, thinking, what on earth was that? Lance Stroll, ladies and gentlemen. Lance Stroll. So that's the end of our attempt then to try and catch Leclerc on the soft tyres, and we've only just barely hold on to P2 with the wing damage. You can see like the entire, well, all of the wing elements are missing and the end plate. We've only got the base of the front wing left on the car, and Norris has been able to close all the way up, but not get past, thankfully. We did manage to clear enough space whilst he was scared to get past Lance Stroll. So it's going to be Charles Leclerc taking the win, and Taylor Barnard with a P2. Norris again making it onto the podium, but 2 wins in a row for Charles Leclerc. That's going to be another 7 points taken out of our championship lead with 3 rounds to go, plus I think 2 sprint races. And there he is, back-to-back race winner Charles Leclerc, taking another victory for Ferrari, just solidifying their position at the top of the constructors. We're not in that fight anymore. Our fight is for third with a Red Bull, but we'll see how things stack up in the constructors in a moment, because of course we did have Victor Martins picking up that P4, which is crucial for our challenge. And over to the race results. Of course, it was Charles Leclerc, Taylor Barnard, and Lando Norris picking up the podium slots. As I mentioned, Victor Martins picked up an impressive season-best P4, followed by Oscar Piastri, Kimi Antonelli, Yuki Tsunoda, Lewis Hamilton, Carlos Sainz, and Fernando Alonso. So the Drivers' Championship now, it's just a 15-point lead for Taylor Barnard at the top of the table, Charles Leclerc closing in rapidly. Then we've got Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Victor Martins, and Kimi Antonelli. Further down the order, we got Nico Hülkenberg, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, Jack Doohan, Isaac Hadjar, and Ollie Behrman, with Gabriel Bortoleto and Liam Lawson still yet to score. And finally, over to the constructors. Ferrari are now 22 points clear of McLaren at the top of the table. Slothz now 88 points behind Ferrari, but very comfortably ahead of Red Bull in 4th. Then we've got Mercedes, Aston Martin, Alpine, Williams, Kick Sauber, Haas and RB making up the rest of the field. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 as we get neck deep into the tail end of the season here. Just 4 races to go, and it's probably about time we actually put some more front downforce on this car because we haven't touched that for quite some time. Of course, in the background, things have been going on with the driver talks. Carlos Sainz will not be joining us for next season. He is actually going to be staying with Williams. We've actually got our 2 drivers sorted already. We've got a few more upgrades which have failed development as per usual. And we carry on moving through the days until the Brazilian Grand Prix. We've got a sprint race coming up today. And of course the full race. Brazil of course being notorious for the rain. So hopefully we don't see any of that in today's race. And there we go. There's that confirmation that Sainz has been signed by Williams. And we will move on to the race. So then it is over to the sprint race, and thankfully nice and sunny as we get underway for a 12-lap sprint race here today. Hoping to try and wrap up this championship sometime soon. We've got Charles Leclerc hot on our heels in the Drivers' Championship, so we've got to watch out for him throughout the entire weekend, and of course next weekend in Las Vegas. And that will be coming out on Thursday. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you know when that race has been uploaded as well. And then of course following that will be on to the final week of season 1 with I believe the first race coming out on the final race coming out on Christmas Day. Nice little present for you all from Formula 1 Santa. Onto the starting grid though, it's Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris who are kicking things off on the front row. A resurgent McLaren here in Brazil. Then we've got the 2 Ferraris, our biggest threat, Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc. Carlos Sainz there and Max Verstappen. Isaac Hadjar and Taylor Barnard, Gabriel Bortoleto and Yuki Tsunoda. George Russell and Victor Martins, Liam Lawson and Kimi Antonelli. Then Nico Hülkenberg and Lance Stroll. Jack Doohan and Ollie Behrman, Alex Albon and Pierre Gasly, and finally on the last row it is Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso. Of course, none of the split times actually showing up here on the sprint intros, which is really helpful, so no one actually gets to know who received penalties and who didn't. I forget if anybody actually did during this one, but no, we just qualified pretty poorly. And unfortunately, Victor Martins, despite having a fairly good Q1, and well, SQ1, and I thought a good SQ2, actually bailed out and didn't quite make it into the top 10, unfortunately. So we'll see if we can make up some positions here. We'll see what we can make up as well, because we need to get ahead of those Ferraris, specifically Charles Leclerc. We're not going to be beating them in the Constructors. They have got this one, or McLaren have got this one in the bag right now. So without further ado, let's get on with the Brazilian sprint race. So then it's time to try and claw our way back up from the lower reaches of the points. We've got the home favourite, Gabriel Bortoleto, behind us. So we'll keep an eye on him throughout the race, see if he can make up some positions as well as we come flying down towards turn 1. But maintaining position, getting ahead of Isaac Hadjar very slightly as we go through turn 1, and we have got that place away from him, and now it's a case of trying to open up that ERS and go up the inside of Carlos Sainz out of turn 2 or 3 down towards what could be turn 4. I don't even know the track layout that well enough, and Carlos Sainz trying to come back at us there, but we do manage to hold on to it. For some reason, as we go over the curbs at this Grand Prix, they're throwing debris up everywhere, so just to keep an eye on that. It's not actually debris from the cars, it's them striking the floor against the curb, I think. We'll see it quite a few times here as we this is our teammate actually trying to get away up against Antonelli and Tsunoda, and he gets up the inside. Oh, there's a piece of Sauber coming off the car in front of him there, actually. Front wing end plate. This is Bortoleto on the way down to turn 1, and he just runs into the back of me here, and that end plate goes flying over the top of his car.
Good job.
And, well, there he is in the middle of the circuit right now, all on his own after a front wing change. And we rejoin on lap 3, setting the fastest lap on lap 2. So we've obviously got some pace in this car, and we're already gaining massively on Max Verstappen as we come down here. We're going to slot into behind Hamilton as we take the non-Max Verstappen line through there. Again, the curbs throwing debris up all over the place. That was extremely confusing during this race. Wasn't sure if anyone had been blown up in front. As we look around the outside of Hamilton, just carrying a bit too much speed through there, and just slot back in behind him. Oh, there goes Piastri's power unit! And he's smoking out the whole field here as well as he tries to move out of the way. Although I actually take that back. He's just getting in everyone's way, not trying to move. He's swerving all over the place. And that could be a disaster here, because that's going to allow Charles Leclerc to move up into first, getting that DRS from being given the DRS from Norris. We really don't need Charles Leclerc scoring any more points than he should be here, any of these races coming up, actually, as we get a DRS pass on Lewis Hamilton, and now need to close down this gap to Leclerc and Norris as quickly as possible. We've got quite a lot of time to do it, but can we actually close up in that time? As we join Martins, who has managed to claw his way back up to where we started, effectively, -1 Piastri in front, and he moves up into P6. Victor Martins on the charge here. That's already up 6 positions from where he was at the start of this race, having a Lewis Hamilton 2021 moment at this sprint race, it looks like. And he's going for another move now on Max Verstappen through turn 1. There you go. And he's fighting it. Verstappen is going to hang on, though. He's not going to give this one up as easily as Hadjar did as they go down the first DRS straight. We're actually not too far ahead of this battle. We've not been able to close up and overtake anybody just yet, as he goes down the inside of Verstappen at Verstappen corner, forces him wide onto the blow-up curbs. And there we go, more debris getting thrown up into the air. And that is P5 for Victor Martins. This is the on-board from Max Verstappen's perspective as he runs out wide. The curbs exploding in front of him. It's like landmines are underneath them or something. And we rejoin lap 9. Still with Victor Martins. There we are, just ahead. Still not able to get past Charles Leclerc or Lando Norris, unfortunately. And Victor Martins now lining up a move on the 7-time world champion, and goes for the same corner as he got past Verstappen, and he gets through up into P4. This is actually a season best result if he could finish where he is right now for Victor Martins. As we go on board with Hamilton, getting the squeeze all the way out to the edge, but Hamilton doesn't run it over the green, staying on the black stuff. And it wasn't to be. The tyres have fallen away as we finish the sprint race on lap 12, and the soft tyre just wasn't able to hang on until the end. It's a 2.5 second gap up to Charles Leclerc now, so he is going to outscore us by 1 point, but we're going to cross the line. Our teammate behind us as well, hopefully spinning out to celebrate his best sprint race result so far this season, quite possibly even his best race result full stop, but we'll see where he turns up in the Grand Prix tomorrow. And he quite rightly gets driver of the day there. Here are the race results. Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Taylor Barnard, Victor Martins, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, George Russell and Isaac Hadjar. So then, it was a good performance by our teammate throughout that race, but eventually, after a good start, we didn't actually go anywhere. Now Leclerc has taken down that gap to us by a single point. And hopefully during this Grand Prix we can at least finish ahead of him and get some kind of result, pulling that gap a bit wider again. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you can keep track of the championship battle as it unfolds over the next 4 races, or well, 3 races after this one. And we'll get on with the starting grid here for the full race, and we'll see where the Ferrari ends up. Will he continue to beat us? Will George Russell continue to be a thorn in our side? Will the McLarens make a resurgent comeback? all these questions will be answered as Lando Norris starts on the front row with George Russell now joining him in P2 right at the front. So, yeah, again, Russell doing particularly well. Then we've got Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc, Yuki Tsunoda and Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton, Taylor Barnard with a terrible qualifying in 9th alongside Nico Hülkenberg, Kimi Antonelli and Isaac Hadjar, Carlos Sainz and Liam Lawson. Then we've got Gabriel Bortoleto and Alex Albon, Oliver Behrman and Pierre Gasly, Jack Doohan and Lance Stroll, and finally it's Victor Martins and Oscar Piastri both picking up 1 million penalties and dropping them to the back of the field. This should be an interesting Grand Prix for those two because they've got plenty of slower cars ahead of them. It'll be interesting to see which one of them makes up more ground than the other, or if they're both about equal over the course of a full race distance, or 50% in this case. So, we've got a bit of work to do. Ferraris are still looking strong, but we were able to get up behind them last time in the sprint, so hopefully we can make some progress here in the full race too. So, let's get on with the Brazilian Grand Prix. So then, can we make up positions from P9? We've got Hamilton ahead of us, who could prove to be a bit of a pain, alongside Ocon and Alonso. We've seen how they could be a nuisance in the past. As we go down towards turn 1, and Hamilton defends the inside line. Thankfully, we haven't had a Sauber's end plates flying off this time. As we go through turn 1, we've got Alonso and Ocon ahead. Alonso on the hard tyres. It's hard to see what the Haas is running here. But we've also got Hamilton on the hards as well. We want to get past those two as quickly as possible as Ocon defends P6 for his life right there as we slip up the inside of two world champions. Round the outside we go and we move up into P7. Very narrow part of the track. We were lucky that they gave us the space there and that everyone was civilised on that run up the hill. This is on board with Hamilton, trying to go down the inside of Fernando Alonso. Ocon on those mediums is trying to get past and, well, stay ahead as long as possible. And here we come, sailing past up the hill, just using that ERS there to really gain us an advantage. Hamilton also getting past Alonso in that little battle as well. And as we rejoin on lap 3, it appears that both of them have disappeared. Oh, no, Ocon is still ahead, but yeah, Alonso has disappeared somewhere, probably because his hard tyres aren't really giving him the pace that Hülkenberg's mediums are. As we line up a move on Yuki Tsunoda, who has got no DRS to Ocon. Ocon is on an absolute flyer here as he runs down towards turn 1. We are going to catch him fairly easily though. And oh, this is Hülkenberg exploding again as once again Kick Sauber failed to get two cars to the finish. And Nico Hülkenberg going on a little safari there, exploring the circuit. He's disappeared off the screen. There he goes. And he parks it up at the side of the circuit that I never thought I'd ever see. And although he is still parked on track, the marshals will deal with that pretty shortly as we line up a move on Ocon, who's going to defend to the inside and we back out of it just before turn 1. We've got a fantastic little battle going on up ahead. We've got Verstappen, Leclerc and Norris all scrapping over P2 because George Russell has run away with the lead as we go past Ocon, and we've got a three-wide battle ahead of us. Max Verstappen in a sandwich. I think there was contact. It could just be the curves blowing up again, as you see right there. Leclerc and Verstappen fighting their way up the hill. Leclerc is going to take P2 for the time being, but it's allowed us to close right up here as well. And I'm sure even Ocon might be having a look at this and thinking this is a good opportunity to try and score some extra points. Hopefully one of them takes the other out as we rejoin on lap 5. Russell, with a nearly 3-second lead right now, is doing absolutely fantastically. And we've got Norris and Leclerc battling again up ahead as we chase down Verstappen. We'll switch on board to them as the curves blow up all over the place. And debris goes flying into the face of Verstappen. And are we going to watch on board here? Are we going to... Oh, Barnum with a late dive down the inside. Oh, fantastic move as he goes past, and that's definitely not me driving the car and saying that I just pulled an absolutely fantastic move on Max Verstappen up the inside, as we watch on board as Taylor Barnard overtakes. I think there was a bit of contact, maybe a bit of banging wheels, but other than that, straightforward pass. Rejoining on lap 8. Beginning of lap 9 approaching. Norris lining up a move on Charles Leclerc into turn 1. Norris gets it away pretty easily. Who's going to get the DRS though through here? Oh, Leclerc's on the hard tyre. That's interesting. So he's actually putting up a really good fight if he's competing with these mediums right now. Probably gaining the advantage at this point in the Grand Prix as well, based on the tyre wear, as Leclerc compromises his entry. And we get a good run on him. And once again, our favourite overtaking place on the run up the hill and sweep across the front of the Ferrari. And that is up into P3. And there's Russell, 3 seconds up the road. I'm going to have to do something about that sometime soon, as Norris already sees us coming in the mirrors, goes defensive. We try to go around the outside. We're not going to be able to get that move done. Just too wide on that occasion and too slow. But we're going to have another look up the hill. We stay on board through the rest of the lap. Closing up massively here. The AI struggle through that corner as we dive down the inside, as we did with Verstappen. This time a little sloppier, losing the rear slightly as the tyres are starting to give way at this point in the race. But that is up into P2 now. And now we've got a 3.5 second gap to try and close up to George Russell in front. And there's the onboard of Norris, watching us slowly sail around the outside of his McLaren. As we ride on board now is Max Verstappen, about to have a look as well on Norris. Yes, he is. Verstappen to the outside. He's going to get boxed in, though, behind us. Norris goes defensive to the inside, snaking around all over the place, under braking. Verstappen up the inside, though. And Norris actually defending it. But Verstappen's going to get the DRS once more here and go for the pass up the inside. Will he actually keep it on the track, though, is the question. He does. And that's Esteban Ocon just got up the inside of Charles Leclerc behind as well. What is going on with that Ferrari today? As we'll rejoin lap 17. We've managed to close the gap to Russell to 2 seconds, but we are going to have to pull into the pit lane now and follow him in. Looks like Norris is staying out, as is Leclerc, as you'd expect, but Norris potentially rolling the dice here, staying out on that set of mediums. Also, at some point during the race, we've had Carlos Sainz retire. I don't even know when that happened, but he's now out of the race. And we're held in the box as Russell goes past. And look, we managed to close that 2 second gap down with our almost fully upgraded pit crew. Doing a fantastic job getting the tyres off, getting the tyres on, all of that jazz. And we'll rejoin on circuit behind our teammate as well. And after a few laps of following Russell, we are looking for a move here. Let's see how we compare to the Mercedes through this lap. As we go up the hill, we're not actually going for the move just yet. You know, if we were, because the ERS would be on. But look how much we can close up without even really trying. I'm going to look to the inside, and it doesn't work out, but it nearly cost us our front wing there as we bash into the diffuser of George Russell. Close call there. Here's the onboard. And there was contact, but it doesn't look as though there's any damage. Noticeable damage anyway, just some cosmetic scratches to the nose perhaps on the front wing. But we're going to line up again at the end of the lap. Fernando Alonso is up in front of us now. Comes into the pits presumably with Charles Leclerc as Russell weaves and tries to defend his lead, but we will take it away from him, and also setting the fastest sector free in the process. Can we hold on to it though throughout the remaining 15 laps? Russell is right behind us. He's going to want this lead back. He's fought hard for it early on in the Grand Prix and retained it for quite some time. Lap 23, Russell's incoming like a missile up the inside. He goes flying. Lock up on the front left, though. That's going to cost him some of his performance later on in the Grand Prix, I expect. But he's got the position, and unfortunately for him, though, we're going to get the DRS and do the exact same thing to him, minus the lockup on the front left. And up the inside, up we go through turn 4. As we watch a rear-mounted camera, experimenting with the replay cameras is always fun when creating these F1 videos. And we watch Russell. Oh, he's gone and messed it up. What's he done there? He was slowing down and then just decided he's going to use the other pedal, and the other pedal is go, not stop. And that's a piece of Russell's front wing gone, and he is into the pits on lap 26 for a front wing change. And for George Russell, that is embarrassing. He is now going to be rejoining, potentially, yeah, looking at that crowd outside of the points. Our teammates in that crowd as well, for the record. He was in P12. We rejoin on lap 32. We've actually been caught by Lando Norris now, who's on a bit of a fresher set of hard tyres than we have, as he basically swipes across the front of us there for no real reason. And we've also got to be wary of the Leclerc behind us on mediums, but we're going to retake the lead from Norris, not really giving him much room up the inside as he tries to squeeze us out and get the position back, and he bangs wheels with us, opening the steering into our front left. We are okay though, and we take the position away once again, and we rejoin on the end of lap 33. Norris is going to have another look going past us, and unsurprisingly gets that position very easily. But we're going to have another run at him down the next DRS straight again. And through turns 1, 2, and 3 maybe we go. DRS open, and we make the run down towards turn 4. Down the outside this time as well. We lose in the rear slightly. That's not going to help us as Norris retakes the lead once again. But we're going to get him at our favourite overtaking spot up the hill. We know he's going to brake for this corner, and we get the position away. And still 2.5 laps basically to try and defend from this relentless attack that we've got going on. Leclerc, Hamilton and Verstappen don't really appear to be contributing much here, just watching what is unfolding ahead as we go very defensive, trying to cover that inside line from Norris. And Norris, again, into the lead of the race. DRS is open, and we will be doing the exact same thing again, but we can't do this forever because on the fight... Oh, we bang wheels! Norris swipes across us. We're going to swipe back at him. He's going to bang us again. That sounded wrong. Oh, he smashes into the side of us there. This is getting unbelievable. This is Formula 1 racing. This isn't Demolition Derby. We're not playing Wreckfest on this channel as we run wide there at the top of the hill, probably as a result of having our tyres bashed within an inch of their lives. And it looks as though the bashing has continued again through the hairpin up towards the left-hander. I'm pretty sure that wasn't damage there from Norris, as I think he just hit the curb and didn't crash into us. Here's Norris opening the steering out wide, and he's going to do it again here potentially as well. Or maybe it's us. Maybe we are the violent one and we're blinded by rage. But Norris, nearly runs into the back of us there at the top of the hill. Up the inside he goes, round the hairpin. I think that was some contact there as well. I saw the car kind of jiggle a little bit. Oh, and there was contact. He did run into the back of us, so that's going to affect his cornering performance on this final lap, as he's going to have another look as well. Oh, Norris! Oh, no, we've cut across the front of his car and smashed his front wing even more. Taylor Barnard, perhaps unbelievable, trying to stop his championship rivals from taking points away from him, as this time it's going to be Norris with the DRS down to this corner, and we're going to hold the inside line, and that McLaren is not going to be able to do anything. For God's sake, the comedic curb explosions going on still. Just fix it. Just fix the bloody race. There's Norris crashing into the back of us and losing his front wing. Or was it perhaps Taylor Barnard's fault? I'll let you guys argue about that one. I'm probably on the side of Norris here, and that Taylor Barnard is in fact just Formula 1's newest villain as we climb the hill for a controversial first place. Lando Norris has dropped back quite far, but Leclerc is allowing him to keep the position, and Taylor Barnard will take the win here in Brazil, as his arms just did the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. as he straightened up the wheel there. And, oh, look, Victor Martins actually managed to pick up Driver of the Day. We'll see where he turned out in just a moment. But Taylor Barnard, clearly very pleased with himself there. No Charles Leclerc to congratulate him this time on his race win. But plenty of his team have shown out. Look, Norris not looking particularly impressed there with the events that have just unfolded. And neither is Leclerc, to be honest, as well. He had to watch that show as he concluded his race. But we've managed to gain a fair number of points over Leclerc. We'll see where we are in the standings now. So here are the full race results for the weekend, with Taylor Barnard picking up 31 points across the 2 races. Then we had Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, Victor Martins, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, George Russell, Isaac Hadjar and Yuki Tsunoda all scoring points here. So over to the Drivers' Championship, and Taylor Barnard now has a 24-point lead over rival Charles Leclerc, so it's still all to play for with the final 3 races to go. Then we have Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli and Victor Martins making up the top 10. Further down the order, it's Fernando Alonso, Nico Hülkenberg, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, Jack Doohan, Isaac Hadjar, Ollie Behrman, Gabriel Bortoletto and Liam Lawson are yet to score. And over to the Constructors' Championship, it's still to play for at the top between Ferrari and McLaren. Slothz hold a solid 3rd place ahead of Red Bull in 4th. Then we've got Mercedes, Aston Martin, Alpine in the battle for 7th against Williams, Haas and Sauber. And finally at the very bottom, it's RB. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 as we immediately get a 5% boost to our worker hire rate, which is something that we need a lot because apparently our engineering department is like a ghost town at the moment, being about 3/4 full. We're on to the Las Vegas Grand Prix today, one that has featured very, very little on this channel over the years as it was only introduced a few years ago. And the last game I played was maybe a couple of seasons of F1 23 on here. So it's fairly new to me as well. We'll be hoping to run the special livery that you can see in the background there as we unlocked that with our title sponsor. And hopefully won't be embarrassing our title sponsor here as much as we probably embarrassed ourselves at the Brazilian Grand Prix with a lot of tomfoolery and wheel banging with Lando Norris in the final stages of the race. Probably not helped as well by our bloodlust being satisfied by George Russell smashing into the back of us partway through the race as well. So then it's over to the Las Vegas Grand Prix, of one that I am so unfamiliar with that is actually a joke and apparently doesn't even have a sponsor according to that readout on the screen. So there you go. We'll be modifying this in the next season. Of course, I've got my own livery that I'll be bringing out. We'll be modifying the liveries of the other teams and also including the mods which improve the sponsorships around the circuit as well, make it a little bit more realistic. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you don't miss any of that as it comes out. It's only about, well, 2.5 weeks away from the time that this video will be released. So, onto the starting grid for the Las Vegas Grand Prix, and it's an all-Ferrari lockout with Lewis Hamilton taking pole position here ahead of his teammate Charles Leclerc, our championship rival. Then we got Oscar Piastri and Yuki Tsunoda, Taylor Barnard and Lando Norris. George Russell and Kimi Antonelli and Alex Albon and Victor Martins made it into the top 10. Esteban Ocon and Carlos Sainz, Nico Hülkenberg and Pierre Gasly. Behind them, Fernando Alonso and Gabriel Bortoletto. Isaac Hadjar and Max Verstappen picking up a penalty. Ollie Behrman and Lance Stroll. And finally, it's Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan. So this is a track which should basically suit our car down to the ground. We've got massive straight line speed with and without the DRS. Our ERS performance has been pretty good in the later stages of this season. And we've got some good DRS upgrades as well. So basically, we are incredibly fast in a straight line, and that's really what counts here in Vegas because that's where all of the overtakes will be. And also, there's a quick look at the livery. We'll be running the Seren special livery that we unlocked for level 8 or 9. of that title sponsorship. So let's get on with the Las Vegas Grand Prix. So then the cars curving around the corner in the background as we get underway. A very quick start here in Las Vegas. Don't forget to look out for the white cars this time with the orangey red nose cones. There we are, going through turn 1 against Oscar Piastri. The two Ferraris clearly having a disagreement over who should be leading this race as Piastri swipes us wide and takes away that third place that we briefly held on to there. Russell already dropping back just a little bit. Or was it Tsunoda? I forget already. I only just read it out. The Ferraris continue to move through the Las Vegas streets side by side. That's hopefully not going to cost them too much. Here it seems to be backing the field up just a little bit. Oscar Piastri hoping to try and make a break ahead of these two. But Charles Leclerc has now taken the race lead, which is exactly the opposite of what we want, because he is, of course, only 24 points behind us in second place in the championship. But we've got past Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri tries to go back at us again as we force him wide there towards the barrier. As I was doing that, realised that I was probably going to blow him up, so moved over to the left to save his life, and I hope he appreciates the gesture. But will the McLaren be able to do anything in the slipstream here as we watch the two Ferraris swap places again? The McLaren, no, as he goes out of the slipstream, not able to do much. But under braking, as I get used to this circuit, he is able to take P3 back. And we're going to go and get the slipstream on him this time, as again the Ferraris looking as though they're having a disagreement over who should be leading the race. And we're going to go to the inside at turn 1, but we don't commit just yet, as we still are learning the circuit, and we're still heavy on fuel. That looks like Victor Martin's jump in the start, but we're going to ignore it as he goes down towards turn 1. So he's already got 2 places up there as he watches his battle. And that is Norris, I believe, and Yuki Tsunoda crashing into each other through turn 1. And Victor Martin's defending from the Haas on his left-hand side. This is Yuki Tsunoda. Yes, it was him that went backwards at the start as we get past him. He's running the hard tyres and he just understeers out into the side of Norris. But we'll see if that actually affected him or Norris too much later on in the Grand Prix. This is Piastri making that dive bomb move on us and us potentially nearly killing him as we go through this very tight corner. And look how close that is there to him losing his front right wheel, or at least the end plate of his front wing. Very dangerous stuff. So it's time to line up another move down on the straight. We're going to have DRS this time. So is Piastri, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to make more progress up the field than he will. And we certainly will be able to defend from Russell behind as well. So we're already closing in, actually, without too much effort. And here we go. Leclerc is going to go for a move on Hamilton as we get towards the braking zone. We go late on the brakes. Ish up the inside of Piastri. We're going to force him over the curb and basically do the same thing he did to us on that previous lap, and we get the position away back up to a podium position. So we watch Isaac Hadjar now battling away near the back of the field with Ollie Behrman, and that is Isaac Hadjar pulling off to the side of the road. Is Liam Lawson going to crash into him again? There he is in the background. No, he doesn't. Liam Lawson only took 2 crashes into the back of his teammate to figure out how to not do that when he's retiring the car or being overtaken under blue flags. As we rejoin through that very slippery section, it must be said, we are right on the tail of Charles Leclerc now. Lewis Hamilton making a little bit of a gap in front. And the Ferrari already looking vulnerable here as we open the ERS up. We don't even need to keep it on for too long as we get past Leclerc, but we appear to have made a mistake here and allowed the Ferrari to get the DRS with poor circuit knowledge of knowing where the DRS line lives. That's allowed him to go straight back past us before the braking zone, and we've got all that work to do all over again, unless of course we can make a move here down into the final corner in turn 1. And it looks like we're closing in quite rapidly here as we're going to go to the outside of Leclerc. Oh, he's going to push us towards the barrier, but it's very tight later on the brakes than we were earlier. And Leclerc holds position for now, but we're going to get a switch back here potentially. No, we don't. He's going to stay ahead of us for now, but we do have a very good line through turn 2 and onto this first DRS straight, and we are going to get past the Ferrari up ahead. Lewis Hamilton currently leading this race, but not for much longer perhaps, as we watch our teammate Victor Martins in the middle of a fight between Norris and Russell for P5. Piastri is somewhere on his own up ahead. There he is, and here goes, well, I would say here goes Martins, but he's actually boxing himself in behind George Russell. We got Ocon taking P5 out of nowhere, and Victor Martins now trying to go up the inside of all of them. We've got 3 wide at the end of the DRS straight. Who knows who we should be focusing on right now? Esteban Ocon for the 2nd race in a row, fighting for his life against a McLaren, a Slothz and a Mercedes who are all faster than him, and yet somehow he's able to get up into P5 and hold this position. Esteban Ocon seems to have a good season every time I play one of these F1 games at some point, as he now loses that position again to Lando Norris, and the fight continues through lap 6. We've got a long race to go, and these 4 are all going to be fighting away and potentially encouraging the likes of Yuki Tsunoda and Carlos Sainz to join in as well, as we see a dive bomb attempt there from our teammate, who actually causes Norris to shit the bed and lock up, but no positions gained on that occasion though, as we rejoin our progress, sliding through that horribly tight corner, trying to get up to the back of Lewis Hamilton. Of course, the closer we get, the harder it gets to actually run behind this Ferrari, but we're going to have a very good run on him here. Hamilton not giving us much room, but we are past the Ferrari. And in the background, the fighting continues. Norris now under attack from Victor Martins, who goes to the left-hand side. Esteban Ocon holds the outside, but it's Martins ahead. What could Norris do here against Ocon? There is still a chance for him to take this position. He does take it back for the time being. It looks as though Carlos Sainz is now closing in as well. Yuki Tsunoda dropping down the field like a stone on those hard tyres. He's not able to keep up with this fight, as Lewis Hamilton makes a dive bomb up the inside of us here, and it's going to be a drag race down the DRS straight. Hamilton slightly behind as we approach the DRS detection point. Who's going to get the DRS though? It looks fairly even, but I think Hamilton might get it. Where's the DRS line? There it is. Hamilton's rear wing is open, and he's going to take the lead, but we are managing to hold on pretty nicely here without too much effort. He swipes across at us, clearly a bit angry that we've not been able to allow him to take that line that he wants. And we're going to return the favour on lap 8. DRS open to the left-hand side, and an effortless pass for us into the lead. Hamilton will sit behind us for one more lap, as that will no doubt be continuing multiple times as we rejoin the battle for 5th. And it looks as though... Oh, Victor Martins has gone slow at the front of the camera shot, and despite putting in a heroic effort in the battle for P5, Victor Martins did his first retirement of the season. You'd wonder how he managed that, considering he has 25 gearboxes to play within this season, and still ends up with a technical failure on one of the components at least. I never actually looked into what that was that failed, but if it was one of the gearboxes, then, you know, that's just ironic, I suppose. As we pull into the pits, our pit crew apparently forgetting the memo that we're supposed to be wearing white and purple for this race. But never mind, we rejoin, we're on the hard tyre, and we've got 50% of this race to go. And we're chasing down Yuki Tsunoda ahead of us, who has picked up a 10-second time penalty. I've not seen this before from the AI, but apparently Yuki Tsunoda was ignoring yellow flags earlier on and overtook. So he has a 10-second penalty, and that will be the end of his race. And we get past him with ease. Up ahead, we've got Antonelli, Norris, and there's a Ferrari in the pits with Norris as well. That should be Charles Leclerc, I believe. we'll see as we go through turn 1 here. Oh, it's Hamilton. Hamilton's in the pits. But Hamilton is going to come out behind several other cars here now, as stopping that late has sort of ruined his race. Also, Esteban Ocon is still somehow in the mix here. Not entirely sure what reality we're living in that's allowed that to happen. But there you go, he's there. Well, not anymore. He's pitted and come out in P12. But here we go, down the back straight. Oscar Piastri is chasing us on his somewhat fresh tyres. And it's going to be a drag race. Who's going to get the DRS, though? It is Piastri. And we're going to have to just slot in behind him. We've got a long way to go. We don't need to fight this one too hard here. And we'll ultimately just need to get ahead at the end of this straight on the final lap, and that will be a guaranteed win if we can do that. Lap 18. We got Norris actually closing in behind as well. I don't know what's happened to the Ferraris, but they seem to be dropping back a little bit here as we plow on through here as we go wide and we bang wheels. Oh, we've lost a piece of front end plate as we crash into the side of Oscar Piastri, and that's a disaster for us. We saw how badly that went in Mexico when Lance Stroll was a moron and caused our front wing to break off. And this is the onboard of Piastri, just sliding on up the inside, taking advantage of us, and apparently just decided that we were going to disappear as we went through there, and was able to clip that end plate off. It doesn't affect us too much here, though. There aren't that many corners on this circuit, so the vast majority of our performance comes from the straight lines anyway, as we appear to be venting our frustration at Oscar Piastri this week for causing some damage to our car. Last time out, it was Norris banging wheels with us multiple times. As we rejoin on lap 19. Still holding together pretty well, all things considered. Although, that said, the rear end has gone, and we slide out all over the place. And now we're going to try and go offline through this section, which isn't the nicest. I'm going to slot back in behind Norris here just to save us from causing a massive accident. And yeah, unfortunately, a front wing end plate can't stop you from being a bit trigger happy on the go pedal. And there is an assessment of the damage as well. We've actually got some power unit problems as well that we've got to contend with, but they should be fine for the rest of the season. We don't need to worry too much about those, as Norris now takes the lead of the race, and we will slot in behind Oscar Piastri once again. But Piastri looks as though he is struggling a little bit in the dirty air of Norris. There might be an opportunity here into turn 1 as we go through the final kink into the 20th lap of the race. Up the inside of Piastri, late on the brakes, was slipping around all over the place. This car does not like doing anything whatsoever without sliding around a little bit as Piastri gets a good run here, but we're going to get that better line. You get the power down out there with the ERS, and it's so easy just to get the car to stick through that corner and move up into P2, getting past Oscar Piastri. Yeah, very good. Well, very good corner, I must say, to go through there and have a bit of an experiment with some racing lines and seeing what you can do, as we actually just bashed the barrier back then as well. That's probably not going to be helping the front wing on the other side of the car too much, it must be said, as we charge down after Lando Norris. And we're going to get the DRS here just about. We're hanging on to that 1 second gap. You can see the car is slipping around all over the place, and that is, I think it's more to do with the tyres at this point rather than that end plate. It's not really made much of a difference to the car's performance. Been doing that for most of this race. DRS open then. Can we gain a half second on Lando Norris as we charge down towards the end of the DRS straight? And yes, we can get that position. But Norris is going to fight it, and he swings across the front of our car. It slightly unsettled me just a little bit there, and we've slid through that that final sector, dropping some time. And we're going to have another look on lap 22 into lap 23. 3 laps to go. Up the inside of Norris we go, a bit early on the brakes, and Norris is going to get that position away. But, of course, with our experimental lines, we know that we can take a bit of a wider entry, get the power down early through here, and then sweep past or at least get a very good entry speed onto this DRS straight. And we're going to look to the inside of Lando Norris here. It's heavy on the brakes. We've managed to stay alongside him, though, as we go up towards the sphere, side by side through this horrible section with a horrible braking zone. We bang wheels with Norris again. It's a repeat of the Brazilian Grand Prix. It's very close between the two of us here as we go side by side. We have taken away the position, though, for the time being, but that has gifted in DRS on the next straight. We've got 2.5 laps to go. We don't really need to be fighting this hard this early. This is on board with Norris, by the way, through that previous section. Really nice wheel caps as well that we've got going on with this livery, must be said. But anyway, Norris up the inside of us, and that is very tight between us, but there was some contact as we went through. And we have managed to take away first position. For now, Norris on the attack once again, though. He's going to get DRS here. Oh, but he doesn't even need it. He's up the inside before we've even gone through turn 1. And that is another McLaren-shaped object in our way that we've got to try and get past. We've got 2 laps to do it. So we have plenty of time as we steam our way down towards the sphere. Up the outside this time of Lando Norris. Hopefully he doesn't squeeze us into the barrier. But we are going to be very well placed here as we go through the sphere section. On the brakes we are up the inside. It's banging wheels. Oh, we've lost a piece of front wing again. We've driven into the side of Lando Norris. I don't know where we expected him to go there, but that was never going to go well as we went side by side. We forced him into the barrier as well as a sign of respect. And that is now 2 end plates gone from the front wing of the car. And that is not going to help things at all. 1 end plate is bad enough, but now we've got 2, and we've already seen the results of that as we get a little bit too excited on the brakes into the DRS straight, and we've allowed both McLarens back past. Here's on board with Lando Norris as he slides out wide, and we just ding the front left tyre of the McLaren and lose our front wing end plate. And there is our little nudge of respect for what just happened there, even though it was probably us completely at fault. As we rejoin on the final lap, the final time, we're going to have a chance to get past anybody here. We've got ERS on as we go to the outside of Norris, but we've got a big gap to try and close up to Piastri with not many corners to go. We've got Norris. 1 McLaren down. We're going to have a look to the outside. Piastri's defending, though. He holds the inside line, and he's going to force us out into the barrier. It's going to be side by side here. Down the back straight, down towards the final corner. Norris has given up. We're going to squeeze down the outside of Oscar Piastri. Unbelievably tight space through there, but we've taken the lead on the final lap, and we've taken P1 away as we slam into the barriers at the finish line. And that was a hard-fought win with no front wing end plates. Max Verstappen picking up driver of the day, presumably for starting so far back and overtaking everybody. And Taylor Barnard congratulated by Lando Norris again for smashing up his own car and somehow winning a race. And, well, no sign of Charles Leclerc on the podium. That could be costly for the World Championship. That means that it is now possible for Taylor Barnard to wrap this up in Qatar in the next race, but we will be spinning a little twist when we get there. Stay tuned for that, though. And here are the race results. Of course, Taylor Barnard picked up that very controversial win once again. He was followed by Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, Esteban Ocon, Carlos Sainz, and Max Verstappen. Over to the Drivers' Championship, and now it's a 39-point lead for Taylor Barnard over Charles Leclerc in second as we continue into the penultimate race of the season. Then we've got Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Kimi Antonelli, and Victor Martins with the top 10. Further down the order, it's Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Nico Hulkenberg, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Carlos Sainz, Alex Albon, Jack Doohan, Isaac Hadjar, Ollie Behrman with the final points, with Gabriel Bortoleto and Liam Lawson yet to score. And finally, it's Ferrari at the top of the table, but McLaren are closing in just 21 points behind them now. Slothz have very solidly won P3 in the Constructors over Red Bull in 4th. and then it's a jump back to Mercedes in 5th. Aston Martin holds 6th ahead of Haas, Williams, Alpine, Kick Sauber and RB. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 with the Slothz Tech team as we enter the final week of uploads for Season 1. We've got 2 races to go on 1 sprint race here in Qatar when we get underway very shortly. We're going to go for some last-minute ERS upgrades on the power unit, though. We do find out next episode, actually, that we've got some regulation changes going into Season 2 on the chassis and the power unit. I do find out a little bit late in the game, though, and that can potentially lead to some problems later on down the road. You'll just have to stay tuned to find out what issues those might be. But that's all for this. We'll get on with the final parts of development because, of course, we've had some pieces fail once again. And then we'll get on with the grid order for the sprint race as we choose to just put one of those forward floor fences in. So then it's over to Qatar, the penultimate race of the season, but we've got to get this sprint race underway as well. And actually, this is going to be a bit of a different race. We have gone all the way up to the max difficulty settings. Since we're so close to finishing this championship, I figured, why not just give it a go and see how things are? We are doing pretty well in most other races so far anyway. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell as well. And if you want to see how this goes going forward from this race. But for now, it's just time to get on with the starting grid order for the final sprint of the season here in Qatar. And on the front row, we have... It's, of course, Taylor Barnard and Charles Leclerc, the 2 championship contenders. Maybe one of them will be crowned a champion here today. Behind them, George Russell and Lewis Hamilton, Alex Albon and Lando Norris, Max Verstappen and Kimi Antonelli, Fernando Alonso and Oscar Piastri make up the top 10. Behind them, Isaac Hadjar alongside Yuki Tsunoda, Nico Hulkenberg and Victor Martins. Then it's Carlos Sainz and Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon. On the penultimate row, it's Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto. And finally, it is Jack Doohan and Ollie Behrman on that back row. For the final sprint, Victor Martins did incredibly well in the sprint last week in Brazil. So hoping that he can make up some positions and potentially get quite high up in the points as he did then as well. Our fight is at the front though with Charles Leclerc. We do not want him to be running away with this race and clawing back any of the ground that he's lost over the past few races against us. The championship could be won here in the Losail. We just have to basically place our car in front of that Ferrari at every opportunity we get. So without further ado, let's get on with the Qatar sprint race. So then, for the final time in a sprint, it's 5 red lights and a long pause, and away we go here in Losail. As we get away, we've got a good start here, actually, against Charles Leclerc, and we've actually got the jump on him mostly down towards turn 1, but will he get us on the brakes? Yes, he does, into turn 1, and actually Lewis Hamilton now trying to make up an extra position as well as he started behind us. He's already got past Russell. We managed to keep him behind us for the time being, though, and Charles Leclerc begins to run away with it. Of course, we've gone up by another about 5 points, I think, on the difficulty to 110. So he's going to be driving about half a second faster than he was for me in qualifying. And that could make the difference here as he's already gapped us by nearly a second in just the first sector. He is on board with Leclerc at the start here. Initially, it was a very even getaway for the pair of us, but as we came down towards turn 1 and into that braking zone, it was just too late. Or he was too late on the brakes there, and I was way too early. This was Victor Martins making up some positions further down the order as he tries to get past the Sauber. There's a Red Bull and the RB there as well as he scoots his way down the outside and tries to go around all of them. And only just gets pipped there by Yuki Tsunoda coming back across. Hopefully no damage to his front wing there. As we follow on with Tsunoda here, as we've got Victor Martins trying to make a move back past. Martins scored points in pretty much most of the last few races, so we want to be seeing him back up scoring points as well. And Yuki Tsunoda is just one of the more difficult cars stood in his way at the moment as we come round towards, where are we, through sector 2 here, towards the triple right-hander. Martins is passed, and it's because Yuki Tsunoda is beginning to break down here in Losail. The Red Bull, the reliability, we saw it go in Mexico, and it's gone here again for Tsunoda after such a long time with 0 DNFs. This is Victor Martins then, up 1 place into P11. Can he make it one more as he chases down Fernando Alonso? Alonso already losing positions to Piastri in front, and one more gained for Victor Martins. Not quite in the points though. Still got to get past Piastri and Albon to actually score anything here, but Victor Martins making progress nonetheless as we follow Jack Doohan near the bottom of the field. Once again, Alpine struggling to do anything in this championship, and Jack Doohan probably not going to change those circumstances for Alpine as he just pulls adrift for style. Unfortunately, no points awarded for that, and Alpine will just have to suffer with another car at the back of the field. As we rejoin with our situation halfway through the sprint, the soft tyres are beginning to get a little bit worse for wear, and you can see that Charles Leclerc has managed to pull a 3-second lead over us on this 110 difficulty. Perhaps, maybe it's this circuit, maybe it's me, or maybe it's just a combination of the tyres as well, or all three, as we actually lose a second position to Lewis Hamilton as well, dropping off the podium. Norris on the mediums is probably going to be helping him quite a bit here, as he's going to have so much more rubber to play with. You can see the damage that we've done already. The forecast not looking good to the end of the race, though, with the current wear situation. As we rejoin Martins, going around the final corner, he's going to get a nice DRS tow from Albon here, and I don't think Albon is close enough to get the DRS himself, so that will be another position gained for Victor Martins. And Oscar Piastri as well, getting past Antonelli as well. Both drivers on the charge at the moment with 4 laps to go, as we switch back here to Nico Hülkenberg, going around the outside of Isaac Hadjar there. Great move going on there. Nico Hülkenberg, of course, featured multiple times across this season, as well as his teammate Gabriel Bortoleto, for the number of breakdowns that we've seen from the Sauber team. Thankfully, though, he's still running strong in this race with 4 laps to go. And not quite... Oh, I've spoken too soon. Nico Hülkenberg, once again, pulling off to the side of the road with a destroyed power unit. And 0 points for Sauber once again. As we rejoin on the penultimate lap, you can see that the tyre situation is not particularly good right here. 50% for the left-hand side of the car, and it's like driving on an ice rink right now. I think just pure luck is keeping this car in the right position on the circuit. But we're going to try and line up a move and get onto the podium here against Lewis Hamilton. We've got barely any battery left, but we're going to deploy it anyway as we go to the left-hand side. Can we sweep around the outside here? Do we even have the rubber left to hold on to that position? You can see me fighting the car there as it tries to slap the rear end into the gravel, and we've managed to save it just about. But Hamilton is going to be watching that and knows that he might have an opportunity to strike at any point, as we watch our teammate getting past Kimi Antonelli, and that will score him a single point in this sprint race as long as he stays there for just the one more lap. And thankfully, so far at least, we've managed to stay where we were, ahead of Hamilton on the podium. Still trying to take these corners as flat as possible. It's probably part of the reason why the tyres have literally caught fire and worn out all the way down to bare metal. But we've managed to survive, fighting the car through the final corner once again, and we will cross the line on the podium in the final sprint race of the season. And Hamilton will scream past as well as the rest of the field as we sit there. 2 points gained then for Leclerc in the battle for the championship. Let's have a look at the full sprint race results now. And it's Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Taylor Barnard, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri and Victor Martins all scoring points here in the final sprint. So let's get on with the race. So then with Charles Leclerc clawing back 2 extra points in the championship, it's still a big gap to him, but he still has the chance to take this fight into the final race of the season over in Abu Dhabi. Unfortunately, I think I forgot to switch that one out next season, so we're going to be ending up there, well, potentially in both of these races again at the end of the season. So I'll try to remember to not include them in season 3. Anyway, don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell as well so you know when all of these videos are uploaded, including the upcoming season 2 in the new year, and of course season 3, which will probably take us up to the release of the F1 26 DLC. Anyway, on to the starting grid, and Taylor Barnard and Charles Leclerc once again lining up on the front row. The gap between them incredibly small now, but thankfully we've dropped the difficulty back to 105 because it's actually manageable. George Russell and Oscar Piastri follow them, followed by Lando Norris and Kimi Antonelli. Then it's Alex Albon and Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz and Victor Martins qualifies into the top 10. Then we've got Lewis Hamilton and Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso and Liam Lawson, Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll and Jack Doohan. Penultimate row is Ollie Behrman and Isaac Hadjar, and finally it is Nico Hulkenberg and Yuki Tsunoda picking up penalties, presumably for the DNFs that they received in the previous race in the sprint. There is the gap in the championship there. I completely missed that, but it was about 30-something points. So Charles Leclerc basically needs us to score 0 points here, as apparently the floodlights are pixelating that man's hair. Fantastic work from Codemasters, as usual. So, 2 races to go. What can we do here? Can we beat the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc to the checkered flag and take this championship? It's all to play for. So then, for 5 red lights, it is, and away we go. I timed that perfectly. And away we go here. Taylor Barnard already gaining a good advantage. He's pulled away quicker than Charles Leclerc and actually has the run on him down into turn 1 now and takes away, well, nothing. He was already there. Charles Leclerc, though, battling away with George Russell, who has been the joker card of this entire season towards the latter stages, just fighting his way in battles that he really doesn't have any business being in at this point, given how badly he started this season. If he started the season this well, then potentially he could have been in with contention for this Drivers' Championship. Instead, he is choosing to just interfere as much as possible and try to take away as many points as he can from the leaders. His teammate, on the other hand, a little bit further down the order. As we rejoin on lap 3, and unsurprisingly, Charles Leclerc was able to stay within DRS range, and we've actually gone quite wide there through turn 1, which isn't going to help matters as we come through sector 1, and hopefully on this difficulty we should be able to stay relatively close to the Ferrari and actually not be completely left a million miles behind. As we rejoin on the end of lap 6, we've just been sitting here for the time being, trying to just keep everything ticking over. But we're going to have a run on Leclerc now into turn 1, and we have a look up the inside, but he covers it, and we just don't have enough. We're not even close enough to even attempt an overtake there, but we'll stay on board as we follow him through sector 1. Up the, well, I think this is a hill, towards the double right-hander. We're going to go to the right-hand side, left-hand side as he weaves all over the place. We get alongside him partially, and further alongside Leclerc as well, as the car snaps on us down towards the hairpin, and we have to cede the position back to him. Otherwise, we could have ended up in a nasty accident there had we tried to continue that fight alongside him. But there'll be more opportunities. We're only about 1/4 of the way through this race so far, so plenty more chances to come. The big challenge here, though, will be keeping those tyres at least at operating temperature, as you can see from the start of the lap. And it's beginning to happen now. The tyres, especially the fronts, are beginning to cool down. The setups I've been using from the Steam Workshop seem to be doing okay, apart from when we went wide there. But at most circuits, they've been okay. But in the latter stages, we've had a few which haven't quite performed quite so well. This is one of them. We seem to be suffering with temperatures on the tyres, which seem to cool down a little bit too much. And also later on in Abu Dhabi, we get some issues with them overheating as we finally get past Charles Leclerc after 7 laps of being stuck behind him in the wake of the Ferrari. Even though we just lost the rear there, I'm not sure what the tyre wear situation is looking like just right now, but it's probably not that great as we're approaching our pit window anyway, which is usually around lap 13. As we follow Leclerc, who's actually lost DRS there. He's gained a little bit on us, and it's not helped him out as Norris now goes up the inside. And that is not what Charles Leclerc needs at this point in the championship. And it's not really what I need either, because that McLaren is almost certainly going to get past us later on in this race. And then probably start disappearing into the distance. We're on the same set of tyres, though, so we don't have to deal with the fact that he's going to be switching out onto a faster set later on, as we've had to deal with in the past. As we go defensive there, Norris sliding around all over the place, trying to find a way past us as he tries to go round the outside. And he's held on long enough here, I think, to get the inside here as we hide behind the grandstands. And potentially some contact there as we go side by side through turn 2. And now the run down to the double right-hander. We've got to be late on the brakes here. But Norris was later, and we've got the better line, though. And that's enabled us to just push him out wide and cause him to panic. So very slightly. But it's probably just delaying the inevitable here as we now join on lap 13. And Norris is going to be having another look. And we've got even more cars in the mix as well. Riding on board as Norris goes past, as does Charles Leclerc. Our teammate is in the pits. And we will be coming in shortly as well as we follow Leclerc and Norris through Sector 1, hoping that they will be coming into the pits as well at the end of this lap. And it looks like our prayers have been answered for one of them. Leclerc is in, so we're not going to be getting an undercut. Unfortunately, it's going to be a head-to-head fight to the finish on the same strategy, pitting at the same time as we pull into our pit box. And it looks like it's the rear left with an issue there, and that is caused us to come out just ahead of Verstappen, but we've lost some time. We've actually been jumped by Leclerc and Piastri in the pit lane, which is not good. We're going to have to try and make up those positions later on in the race. Our teammate is also storming up the order right now. He should be pulling through turn 1 any moment now, hopefully into the points as well, as we follow Piastri and Norris now up ahead. Leclerc seems to be steaming away up the road and is currently following the Williams of Albon, who is yet to come into the pit lane. And we're going to try and get a move done on both McLarens. We did it in Mexico through turn 1. Can we do it here in Qatar as well? Norris is already gaining massively on the straight there as he goes to the inside of his teammate. We've got Russell to watch out for as well. He's going quick behind us. And no overtakes for us this time as we just sit on board and watch Norris and Piastri battle. There goes Albon into the pit. So now we are as we were. And we've got to try and get past these two. Once again, Norris is going very slowly here. We've got a massive amount of overspeed. Can we get Piastri as well? We're going to go to the outside. He's pushes us wide slightly. Can we get the cut back here down towards turn 2? We can't. We're going to have to sit in behind the McLaren again, as you see the effects of the dirty air just slightly swaying us a little bit. And we get confirmation there that Jack Doohan is out. This was Jack Doohan going out. The spin in the sprint, causing his weekends to get off to a rough start. And once again for Alpine, a car trundling off into the Qatari desert, never to be seen again. As we rejoin now, lap 18, approaching the final stages of the race. The yellow flag there just for Doohan's stricken car somewhere out in the desert. As we go and have a look around the outside on that wider line, it's probably cost us a bit of time there, but Piastri does not have the DRS to save him from Charles Leclerc. Leclerc actually seems to have lost a lot of time now that he doesn't have the slipstream of Albon towing him around the circuit and not being gifted DRS. Oh, we've lost the rear massively there through turn 1, and we park it in the middle of the circuit, turn it back round here, and try to get... Oh, the Mercedes have crashed into us! Kimi Antonelli and George Russell have both smashed their cars up. That is a red flag for the session, and a reset that's much needed. Looks like Martins may have made up some positions. That was George Russell's perspective as he just comes and tries to eliminate the front left tyre. That almost seems like a targeted attack there, based on the direction that he steered in. And this is Antonelli, obviously instructed by Toto Wolff to go for the rear. Both of them suffering the consequences of that blatant attack there. And I can just see in the mirror, we're going to see on board now, Victor Martins approaching the scene of destruction and parking it up, taking a picture, maybe filming a couple of TikToks. I mean, we all do it on the motorway, don't we? I'm talking to you. Back to the race restart then, and it's 5 red lights, and away we go once again. We got massive damage on the car, though, from that accident with the Mercedes, which is going to be costing us massively. You can see we're already dropping down the order, and with the only tyres we were actually allowed to put on were the hards, so that's going to cost us quite a lot of time here. You can see basically everyone around us is on soft tyres, and we've also got a 5-second penalty to deal with. So nearer the end of this race, we should be going a little bit faster than everyone else, but at least for this first stage, they're going to be going much, much faster on the much faster rubber, as we see Victor Martins making up 1 position already on Max Verstappen. Unfortunately, though, Leclerc and both McLarens pulling away into the distance already, leaving Martins sort of hung out to dry here. And also, Esteban Ocon making an advantageous move on Max Verstappen. Ocon again showing some good pace. And, oh no, there goes Charles Leclerc! Oh, that's unbelievable. That is going to be at the end of his championship. He needed to win this race, and we needed to score terribly for him to stay in this championship. That could cost him the World Championship completely there. Unless all 12 cars in front of him are eliminated, that's over. And Charles Leclerc with a silly mistake, just trying to drift through turn 1. And he knows the mistake he's made. He's smashing up the distance boards there. That 100-meter board allegedly had a wife and family, and Leclerc murders it in cold blood as we try and get round Verstappen here. It looks as though Victor Martins is looking vulnerable to an attack from Esteban Ocon. We haven't got it up on the screen right now, but we have taken significant damage to the bodywork and potentially the underfloor, which is not helping with our aerodynamicness through here. And apparently Martins has fallen asleep as he's lost a position to Esteban Ocon, who's actually now managed to catch up to the back of a McLaren in front. We're not sure who it is yet, as we blatantly corner cut here to try and catch up to the back of our teammate. If anything, before the end of this season, we need to make sure he gets a podium. He's not scored one yet, but he has come close. The last one, I think, was Brazil, where he nearly overtook us in the sprint, but we put a stop to that one pretty quickly. As that is Esteban Ocon getting past Lando Norris through turn 1. So we've only got one choice here, and that is to try and take these two out and gift Victor Martins his first podium in Formula 1. Can we make it a P2 for him? As somehow, with all the damage and tyre where we set the fastest sector free, we're going to go down the inside of Norris and Ocon. Up the inside we go, but we've got no grip, and we're just going to run wide, crashing into the McLaren and those boards. And Victor Martins is through. He gets up into P2. And now we just got to stop a McLaren with a broken front wing and Esteban Ocon from catching him. But there he goes, off into the distance. We're going to run wide. It doesn't matter anyway. We've lost the rear end because we've taken so much damage at this point that it isn't even funny. There goes Charles Leclerc, who's crying into his helmet after the stupid mistake he made earlier on, trying to pull a drift. And it looks as though Lando Norris has formed a little bit of a train behind him as he drives around with no front wing. We're just going to take advantage of this. sailing past Leclerc as if he needed his day ruined any more than it already has been. Oh, losing the rear there all over the place as Norris pulls into the pit lane. Leclerc breaks free and is now into the points. It's not going to be enough to keep the championship alive as we get absolutely cluster bombed here by everyone else on the grid trying to get past this stricken Slothz car. Running wide at every corner. We're actually driving almost as badly as the 2025 Ferrari as it went round this circuit in the hands of Charles Leclerc. And, well, we've still got that penalty to deal with. I don't see any kind of reality that we finish ahead of anyone other than Norris, who is in the pit lane. Somehow it's saying that Nico Hülkenberg is 17 seconds behind. Actually, he might be. I don't know for sure, but I'm willing to believe it as we try to battle heroically against Alex Albon, at least trying to show some degree of skill as we potentially take the Drivers' Championship in just a few corners' time. Charles Leclerc not made up any more positions. He's got Tsunoda in front of him, which you would have thought would have been a slam dunk overtake. It's not the case, though. He's not made up any ground. Can we get past Albon, though, just for, well, for glory at this point, as we go absolutely sailing through the penultimate corner? We're going to go to the inside, dive bomb the Williams as we come through the final corner. The rear's gone again. The damage is too much, and we've parked it in the way, and that looks like Gabriel Bortoleso's front wing has just smashed into us, well, for the second time in a row. I think it was Brazil. He did the exact same thing. And that is the end of Season 1. P16 for Taylor Barnard, his worst result in Formula 1 ever. Yuki Tsunoda picks up Driver of the Day. But the big headline, it is that Taylor Barnard is now crowned world champion. From his earliest victory in Australia on potentially a too easy difficulty, to his wins in Japan, Austria, others. But also the big news, Esteban Ocon and Victor Martins picking up podiums. Will that translate into further results later on in the series as we head towards Season 2? We've still got one race to go, though, so we'll see if anything can change in the meantime. But now, let's just get on with this race results. And the big winner for the weekend was Oscar Piastri, picking up 27 points overall, followed by Victor Martins with 19. Then we had Lewis Hamilton rounding out the top three there for the weekend. Behind them, Esteban Ocon, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Lando Norris, Taylor Barnard, Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, and Ollie Behrman all scoring points here. So over to the Drivers' Championship, and it's 35 points ahead for Taylor Barnard, who now cannot be beaten by Charles Leclerc. Behind them, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda, Victor Martins, and Kimi Antonelli. Further down the order, it's Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, Nico Hülkenberg, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, Jack Doohan, Isaac Hadjar, Ollie Behrman, and finally Gabriel Bortoleto and Liam Lawson. And over to the constructors, it's just 14 points separating the top two now, Ferrari and McLaren, followed by Slothz in a solidified third place ahead of Red Bull. Then it's a bit of a jump back to Mercedes on their own in fifth. Then the battle for sixth between Aston Martin, Haas, Williams, Alpine, Kick Sauber, and finally RB. That's all for this video. I'll catch you in the final episode next time. Hello everybody and welcome back to F1 25 for the final race of the season, and also a Merry Christmas to everybody who celebrates it as well. What a glorious day to be putting out the final episode of Season 1, and of course there is a special livery which you might be able to see in the background as well. More on that a little bit later. But we've got regulation changes coming up for next season. This has been dropped on us at the 11th hour before the final race, so we've been trying to basically shove as many development upgrades on as possible. Unfortunately, I didn't have the hindsight to understand why I would need to develop 4 car parts at the same time. Now I realise fully why you need to develop that many, and it's for when you've got double regulation changes, because we've got power unit and chassis to do. We've also got some aero upgrades that we're trying to throw on the car as well last minute. This was the moment I discovered that the power unit also needed to be redeveloped as well. Thankfully, not as many parts on there. We didn't do as much focus on that through this season. But anyway, onto the race. So then it's down to Abu Dhabi for the final Grand Prix of the season. And Season 2, as of recording, has already begun over in Australia with our entirely new driver lineup. Yes, of course. Taylor Barnard, the world champion, and Victor Martins will not be returning to the team. We have moved on from hiring rookies from Formula 2 and Formula 3. And we've got a whole new custom livery coming out as well. So don't forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and turn on that notification bell so you know when that is uploaded in the new year. And we will get on with the starting grid for the final time in Season 1. So, starting things off then with the starting grid front row, we have Pause. Charles Leclerc and Victor Martins sporting our hideous piss-coloured livery for the final race of the season. Behind them, it's George Russell and Esteban Ocon again with a good result there. Taylor Barnard, the world champion, alongside former world champion Max Verstappen. Pierre Gasly and Lance Stroll with Lando Norris and Ollie Behrman making up the top 10. Then we have Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli and Alex Albon. Yuki Tsunoda and Carlos Sainz. Isaac Hadjar and Nico Hulkenberg. Then it's Liam Lawson and Jack Doohan, followed by Oscar Piastri and Gabriel Bortoleto on the final row. Penalties being dished out all around, as we've got quite a mixed up grid order here for this final race. Well, Esteban Ocon proving he deserves to be where he is over the past few races, battling his way into the topper half of the top 10 on multiple occasions. And there is our new livery. We'll go into that in more detail later. And Lance Stroll, who basically destroyed our car in Mexico. So then for the final time in Season 1, it is 5 red lights. And away we go as we watch that disgusting livery come down towards us, the solid gold. Taylor Barnard did hold a gun to my head and told me that I must put gold on the car to represent him winning the Drivers' Championship, or he would kill me and my entire family. So here we are. We've brought back the Seren livery from Las Vegas. We've painted it gold. We've pissed on the suits and made them a horrible colour as well. And we will go and try and get a 1-2 in this final race of the season. We're already going to try and make a move on Max Verstappen, who's already going for a move on Esteban Ocon as well as we come down towards the chicane. Ocon this time opting to go onto the hard tyre. Usually he's the one on the faster rubber at this point, but we get round the pair of them and up into P4, just 2 places behind our teammate on merit at this point. He is having a fantastic race, and he's actually just taken the lead. Victor Martins goes around the outside of Charles Leclerc. Oh, he's lost the position again, as well as Ocon tries to go back at us through this new section of circuit. And it looks like we're going to get put onto the terrible line here as we come down towards the hotel section. And Ocon moves back into P4 where he started the race. And on that hard tyre as well, he is going to outlast everyone behind him. So we've got to try and make sure that we get past him as quickly as possible as we close up right to the back of him there. And look at that, Victor Martins once again taking the lead, and now with the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Best of luck to him as he disappears into the distance and we get the opportunity to stare at the back of Esteban Ocon for the foreseeable future. We have got DRS coming up though, and thanks to the little fight earlier on lap 1, he is not going to have DRS from Russell, who is somehow 3 seconds ahead of us already. So we are in real danger here of potentially losing a podium and embarrassing Taylor Barnard. So up the outside of Ocon, who continues to fight this and go through this incredibly slippery chicane. You can see the rear end just going there as it goes off camber through that corner, and Ocon sneakily gaining the DRS, and here comes Verstappen as well. Can he make it round the outside of Esteban Ocon? He doesn't, but he does get past us, and this is only contributing to the amount of ground we are losing to the 3 leaders. as we go back on board on lap 1, as we watch Esteban Ocon and Max Verstappen smashing each other's cars to pieces, and of course Taylor Barnard getting involved as well. As once again, lap 3, we watch Verstappen and Ocon battle away, and Verstappen gets the place away from Ocon, but of course the pair of us are going to get the DRS now, as one of us goes left, one of us goes right, as we go round either side of Verstappen, giving them both a wide berth. I don't know what they're going to do, as Ocon starts slithering around all over the place. Verstappen coming back at us as we bang wheels through that long sweeping hairpin, but we're going to have a much better line than we did against Ocon earlier on in the race, and we hold on to the position for the time being. George Russell now a very safe 5.5 seconds ahead of Ocon, as our podium hopes slip away as we take the Lando Norris line around the outside of Esteban Ocon. And talking of Norris, he tries to go up the inside of Verstappen there as they battle through the chicane. Looks like Norris has taken that position away, and that is the gap currently to George Russell, as we now come under attack once again from Esteban Ocon. He's going to dive to the inside, but he's sort of weaving around all over the place. We're actually able to get the cut back on him through the hairpin, and that, again, Esteban Ocon just holding on, fighting for his life for as many points as he can get for that Haas team. It is going to contribute quite significantly to Haas's position in the championship. They scored double points last time out in Qatar, and it looks as though Behrman briefly got past Norris there into 5th. So another double points finish on the table for Haas if they finish where they are right now, and that could contribute to them gaining a position up in the constructors. P6 is on the line at the moment between 4 teams, so all of them hoping to try and outscore each other. It looks as though Haas, though, very perfectly positioned to do that right now. As we come into the pit lane, one of the issues that we noticed on this circuit, and it's particularly with the setup, I think the tyre pressures are not high enough, and it seems to be contributing to the rear right tyre just getting a little bit too hot and contributing to a lot of sliding, as we've just watched the front right mechanic commit an absolute crime trying to get that front right wheel off. And Taylor Barnard, I'm sure, will have a visit to that guy's bunk bed later on, and well, help him get to sleep, I think, based on how he treated me with this livery. As we go on board with Barnard again, now contending with the Haas on the faster rubber. He's pulling a McLaren strategy there as we run into the back of Ocon as a sign of respect for how well he is doing so far. And also, it looks as though that costly pit stop error has helped Verstappen get ahead of us by a couple of seconds, as we think about going around Esteban Ocon, but instead just nearly run into the back of him and take the corner quite wide. No luck for us this time. We'll try again on this lap as we approach the halfway point of the Grand Prix. We're on our own here. Actually, Behrman fighting away with Hamilton in the background behind us. Of course, not the first time that Ollie Behrman and Lewis Hamilton have had a little battle, is it? As we now get a great run on Esteban Ocon down towards the hairpin, and we are back up ahead of the Haas. And let's see if we can close down this gap to Verstappen relatively quickly, hopefully. As we watch Martins coming into the pit lane, controlling the lead. Looks as though Charles Leclerc has actually come in ahead of him, though, and that has cost him the race lead for the time being. Where is Russell in relation to our teammate? I just saw him coming through turn 1, so safely ahead of the Mercedes, but quite a large gap to make up to the Ferrari ahead. As now we chase down Max Verstappen. We've managed to escape Esteban Ocon. Behrman seems to have managed to safely get into the points as well, as we try to get up the inside of Verstappen through the chicane. We're going to get the DRS, though, as we weren't ahead of him at the detection point, and using up a very, very dwindling reserve of battery power to try and get past. Watch the temperatures here. It's that rear right, if they're open. keep an eye out on those because they are horrific. And that's actually part of the reason why we're sliding through the penultimate corner and coming in. It's a 2-stop race. We just cannot get to the end on this set of tyres. It is just not going to survive these temperatures in the slightest. And I will be making sure to get some tyre wear upgrades on the car and modifying the tyre pressures next time we come here for the Season 2 finale. So softs go on. It's a rare sight during this season. Gold hubcaps on as well, just to add to the distaste of this livery. Although the black does go quite well with it. If this was solid gold, it would be absolutely disgusting to look at. But we've come out. Whereabouts are we? We are somehow ahead of Esteban Ocon still, even though he's been on an absolute blinder in this entire race. Oh, he's gone back on the hards. And Verstappen, now within reach. He has not come back in for a second stop. This is purely our decision because we cannot deal with the tyre wear. You can see how much we've actually destroyed the tyres already, approaching double-digit wear within just a few laps. And, well, it is helping our lap time, though, as we set this fastest Sector 2 and a personal best Sector 1. And that's a lap, fastest lap for us as well, 1:25.3, as we try to go up the inside of Oscar Piastri through Turn 1, and we're up into P6 now. Kimi Antonelli next up the road, and then it's Lando Norris, a little bit of a jump ahead of him. The podium sitters, though, you can see Charles Leclerc is currently P3 and he's just got to the end of this DRS straight. George Russell currently holding P2, and then somehow in the final sector is our teammate Victor Martins, a massive distance ahead. If you look on the mini-map right now, he is just going past some lapped cars along the DRS straight. That is an Aston Martin behind that Red Bull, I believe. That RB, even. As we follow Kimi Antonelli, we've got 4 laps to go. And the young Italian struggling on his hards, but he's actually got into a very good position here. He's not done particularly well this season, but this will be a good result for him, even when he is overtaken, because it is a case of not if, it is when. As the rear turns in a little bit too much there, we get a bit of oversteer through the hairpin, and DRS is open. Let's get past Antonelli, secure those 10 points. And then try and take down Lando Norris. Antonelli defends to the inside as we wiggle around all over the place. And we're up the inside and up into P5. But we're running out of life in the tyres. And we're actually watching Kimi Antonelli here. He's not done with us yet. Kimi Antonelli goes around the disgusting gold livery. Up the inside he goes. He bangs wheels of us there as he tries to slip it up the inside. I think we just closed the door on him a little bit too much there. And he slots back into P6. He's got some fight in him still as we come down towards the hairpin. This is the onboard of Antonelli. He did just, I think, under and oversteer at the same time there into the side of us. Nearly hooked our rear left wheel and span us round, but thankfully that didn't happen as we rejoin with 2.5 laps to go. We are right on the tail of Lando Norris, really aggressive through that chicane, just trying to get through there and straighten up as quickly as possible as we get past the McLaren and up into P4. We are not going to catch Charles Leclerc, who is somehow 16 seconds ahead of us, as all of the tyre wear that we've suffered throughout this race and overheating has just led to us falling further and further and further back. It's not to be. But what is to be is after his maiden podium in Qatar, he's had a season of awful results, starting with the first half of the season outside of the points entirely, slowly working his way back in. He had a fantastic result in Brazil. He did an amazing job in Qatar, taking his first podium, and Victor Martins, with his maiden Formula 1 victory in the final race of the season, takes first place. And further down the order is Taylor Barnard, the world champion. The season of Barnard, Season 1. He's going to be dropped next season by Slothz. We'll see if he's picked up by one of the other teams going into Season 2. Hopefully, we do see his face again as we come round the penultimate corner. With the gold livery, we're sliding all over the place as we run out of rubber. and we will take 4th place and 1 world championship as the rest of the field go flying past us and we're just sat there on the straight. Taylor Barnard, happy with the result. Thankfully, we can get rid of him and revert back to a normal livery once this is all over. And this is the man who it's all about here today, Victor Martins. Charles Leclerc hanging his head in shame at a P3 here. The man who could have won this world championship, who could have taken the race to the final race. And, well, we all saw how it went in Qatar for him. And he has to settle for waiting one more season to try and get that Drivers' Championship. But Victor Martin will have his day, his final day with Slothz, and we will check out the final race results. So as we said many a time, it's Victor Martins, George Russell and Charles Leclerc taking the final podium positions of Season 1, followed by Taylor Barnard in P4, world champion and fastest lap here in Abu Dhabi. Then we've got Lando Norris, Kimi Antonelli, Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton rounding out the final point scorers of the season. Over to the Drivers' Championship, Charles Leclerc managed to get that gap down to 32 points in the end, but it just wasn't enough for him to take victory. Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Victor Martins, Yuki Tsunoda and Kimi Antonelli make up the top 10. Further down the order, it's Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, Nico Hülkenberg, Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, Jack Doohan, Isaac Hadjar and Ollie Behrman all scoring points, with Gabriel Bortoleto and Liam Lawson yet to score anything all season. And finally, it is Ferrari who take the Constructors' Championship away from McLaren, who miss out by 16 points overall. So rejoice to the Ferrari fans out there. Then we have Slothz. We already know that they came third, and Red Bull in 4th. Mercedes with a solid 5th place. And then Haas come joint 6th with Aston Martin at this final race of the season, followed by Williams in 8th, Alpine in 9th, Kick Sauber in 10th, and then finally RB with 7 points in 11th. That's all for this season. I'll catch you next week for some bonus content, and then after that, we start Season 2.